Chapter 158. Yixing rubbed his chin. He did not expect that his array formation card would be so much better than the second place. However, the first place was useless. The sex rewards were not distributed according to the number of array formation cards, but according to one's strength. Therefore, if he wanted to get the reward that would allow him to break through level 9 of the Star Tempering Realm quickly, he had to get the first place in the top 10 ranking matches. Yixing clenched his fists. He had to get the first place. He had been in the Star Continent for more than 9 months, which meant that he had less than 3 months left before he turned 17. If he wanted to become a martial saint before the age of 17, he only had 3 months left. Therefore, the earlier he broke through the 9th level of the Star Tempering Realm, the higher his chances of becoming a martial saint before the age of 17. The rewards for the top 10 were divided into different levels. The rewards for the top 10 were one level. The rewards for the top 4 were another level. The rewards for the top 3 were another level. Therefore, the rankings did not need to be clear. However, the rewards for the top 10, top 3, top 5, and top 5 would be given out. First was the battle for the top 5. According to the usual practice, the one with the higher cultivation would fight the one with the lower cultivation. Therefore, 3 peak LV9 cultivators and 2 late LV9 cultivators were divided into a group and matched with the other 5 randomly. Soon Gong Yangxian announced the results. The first round, Wen Tongfang vs Chao Xingchang. The second round, Li Xiaoyuan vs Yixing. The third round, Bai Maowen vs Song Yuanming. The fourth round, Jiang Yongxin vs Zhang Shiwen. The fifth round, Bao Ziping vs Chu Jingyue. Yixing could not help but smile when he saw that his opponent was Li Xiaoyuan from the Sky Crown Academy. Li Xiaoyuan's face also showed a ruthless expression. Yixing's cultivation was merely at the peak LV8 LV9 and he was a student of the Purple Mountain Academy, which was a trashy academy. However, he had obtained so many array formation cards and was ranked first. This made Li Xiaoyuan very unhappy. Now that he was facing Yixing, he could defeat Yixing to vent his anger. As soon as Li Xiaoyuan left the 100 Illusions array, he was among the 300 candidates. He hadn't had the time to interact with the others from Crown Sky Academy, so he didn't know that Yixing's array tokens were mostly taken from the students of Purple Sun Academy and Crown Sky Academy. If he knew that He Liani was eliminated by Yixing, he would definitely not have such thoughts after knowing that his opponent was Yixing Sky Crown Marquis, a student of Sky Crown Academy, had a solemn expression when he found out that Li Xiaoyuan's opponent was Yixing. They naturally knew that Yixing was an extremely strong opponent. Otherwise, Ziyang Academy wouldn't have been completely annihilated in this selection. As for the students of Purple Mountain Academy, although other than Yixing, all 9 of them had been eliminated, Yixing had entered the top 10 with the highest number of array formation cards. This made them very excited. They all knew that the students of Ziyang Academy had been eliminated by Yixing, so they naturally looked forward to seeing Yixing defeat Qing Xiaoyuan as well. Zishan Ho's expression was as usual. Even if he knew that Yixing had the highest number of array formation cards, there was no change in his expression. With his state of mind, even a little bit of joy and sadness would not show on his face. However, he was still very happy in his heart. After the 5 battles were arranged, the battles immediately began. The first battle was between Wen Tongfang and Chao Xingchang. The two of them quickly ended their battle. Wen Tongfang's strength was clearly higher than Chao Xingchang's by a level. In less than 10 moves he defeated Chao Xingchang and was the first to enter the top 5. The second battle was between Li Xiaoyuan and Yixing. Everyone's spirit was raised. Their eyes were bright and full of expression as they focused on this battle. Yixing's cultivation was only at the peak of the 8th level, but he had the highest number of array formation cards. They all wanted to know what kind of strength Yixing had to be able to snatch so many array formation cards. Yixing's expression was calm. His aura was steady like a deep abyss. As for Li Xiaoyuan, his expression was somewhat dignified. There was surprise in his eyes as well as a trace of fear. Li Xiaoyuan had already received a transmission from Marquis Crown. Marquis Crown told him not to be careless. Ziyang Academy's He Liani had been defeated by Yixing and eliminated from the 100 Illusion formation. Li Xiaoyuan was very clear about He Liani. He knew that the latter's strength was not below his. He Liani was actually eliminated from the 100 Illusion formation by Yixing. This greatly surprised Li Xiaoyuan and shocked him. After knowing how powerful Yixing was, Li Xiaoyuan naturally became afraid of Yixing Clang. As soon as he went on stage, Li Xiaoyuan unsheathed his treasured saber and faced Yixing as if he was facing a great enemy. Li Xiaoyuan's actions puzzled many people who were not clear about the situation. Did a martial artist at the peak of the 9th level need to be so nervous in front of a martial artist at the peak of the 8th level, as if he was facing a great enemy? When Gong Yangxian announced the start of the battle, Li Xiaoyuan did not take the initiative to attack. Instead, he adopted a defensive saber stance and stared at Yi Xing with all his attention. Even Yi Xing was a little surprised by his opponent's degree of caution, not to mention those spectators who were not clear about the situation. They were all confused, thinking in their hearts, is this peak of the 8th level Yi Xing so scary? His opponent was defending with all his strength. Yi Xing naturally would not waste time with him, so he could only take the initiative to attack. High-grade martial art, Tyrant Dragon Fist. Yi Xing took a large step forward. In an instant his aura underwent an earth-shattering change. From steadiness to sharpness, from sharpness to overbearingness, he punched towards Li Xiaoyuan. Boom! The power of the fist covered the sky. With the flash of the fist, there was a loud explosion. Li Xiaoyuan's expression suddenly changed. In his eyes, Yi Xing was infinitely magnified at this moment, turning into a roaring, overbearing dragon that rushed towards him. Even though Li Xiaoyuan's cultivation was at the peak of the 9th level, and his aura was surging and his willpower was firm, he could not help but be affected. Under Yi Xing's Tyrant Dragon Fist, he was defeated. Kill? Li Xiaoyuan shouted fiercely and stabilized his mind. He forced himself to wake up from the illusion of the oppressive aura and slashed out with his saber. Mountain-breaking saber technique. With a slash of the saber it could split mountains and cut mountains. What he wanted was an indomitable spirit. Clang. The saber blade and Yi Xing's fist collided, and there was a loud explosion. The strength of the body refining technique was undoubtedly displayed at this moment. The treasured saber in Li Xiaoyuan's hand was a top-grade mortal weapon, but Yi Xing could use his flesh to collide head-on. Although inner strength was a big reason, a strong physical body was even more important. If it was a martial artist at the peak of the 9th level who had not cultivated a top-grade body refining technique to the large success stage, even if their inner strength was stronger than Yi Xing's, they would not dare to use their flesh to fight against a top-grade mortal weapon. In the midst of the explosion, Yi Xing's posture was like a mountain. On the other hand, the treasured saber in Li Xiaoyuan's hand rebounded and buzzed. His body leaned back and he could not help but take a step back. The mountain-breaking saber technique focused on pressing forward with indomitable will. However, Li Xiaoyuan focused on defense. His defense was sufficient, but his offense was insufficient. Naturally, this saber strike could not block Yi Xing's Tyrant Flood Dragon Fist. The Tyrant Dragon Fist emphasized the word, tyrant. It used great momentum and boldness to crush the opponent. Now that Li Xiaoyuan's body was retreating, his defense instantly showed signs of collapsing. Yi Xing naturally struck while the iron was hot. The Tyrant Dragon Fist blasted out again, and the overbearing fist rushed straight at Li Xiaoyuan. Li Xiaoyuan took a step back and his momentum weakened. Under the pressure of Yi Xing's Tyrant Dragon Fist, it was impossible for him to gather his momentum again. He could only continue to weaken under the impact of the Tyrant Dragon Fist. Clang. The second time the saber and the fist collided, Yi Xing was as still as a mountain, while Li Xiaoyuan took 3 steps back. There was a clear difference between the power of the first saber and the first saber. This was the difference between saber moves. Li Xiaoyuan went from defense to retreat, and the power of the mountain-splitting saber technique was naturally greatly reduced. Therefore, although his strength was similar to He Lian's, Yi Xing did not use the super brain scan. He relied on his absolute strength to force Li Xiaoyuan back in 2 moves. The third punch. It was still the Tyrant Dragon Fist. Yi Xing punched out with both fists. The Tyrant Dragon soared into the sky and became a dragon in one leap. He used the ultimate move of the Tyrant Dragon Fist. As for Li Xiaoyuan, he was forced to retreat 2 moves. The saber move of the mountain-splitting saber technique had almost completely collapsed. How could he block Yi Xing's punches that had multiplied in strength? Bang! The treasured saber flew out of his hand. Li Xiaoyuan's body seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. He instantly retreated backward and was sent flying by Yi Xing. Li Xiaoyuan spat out a mouthful of blood in the air. He retreated dozens of meters before he fell to the ground. At this moment, the surroundings were silent. Everyone looked at Yi Xing in shock. They never expected that Yi Xing, who was at the peak of the 8th rank, would be able to injure Li Xiaoyuan, who was at the peak of the 9th rank, in just 3 moves. It was unbelievable. On the high platform, Gong Yangxian's voice sounded, Yi Xing wins. Next round. There was a hint of surprise in Gong Yangxian's eyes. After all, it was too rare to see someone at the peak of the 8th rank defeat someone at the peak of the 9th rank. However, the surprise in his eyes disappeared in a flash. If one was not destined to be a martial saint, what was the use of having strong combat power? If one did not have the opportunity to break through to the star vortex realm, could one be stronger than a martial saint? Therefore, as long as Yi Xing did not become a martial saint, the sect would not really pay attention to him. The many nobles were the same. The surprise in their eyes quickly disappeared. The nobles were all high-level martial saints. Naturally, they did not think much of Yi Xing's combat power. Unless one day Yi Xing could become a martial saint. Moreover, after becoming a martial saint, he could still maintain such a heaven-defying combat power. Only then would they look at him in a different light. Otherwise, if he was just an ordinary martial saint, he would not have much of a future. An ordinary martial saint was worlds apart from a noble. Li Xiaoyuan was eliminated. Yi Xing entered the top 5. The next battle was between Bai Maowen and Song Yuanming. This was another battle between someone at the peak of the 9th rank and someone at the late stage of the 9th rank. There were very few martial artists who could fight above their level. Most of them would not be able to defeat a martial artist whose cultivation was higher than theirs. There was no surprising change in the 3rd battle. Bai Maowen won. Soon it was the 4th battle. Jiang Yongxin versus Zhang Shiwen. Both of them were at the late stage of the 9th rank. There was not much difference in their strength. After a decisive battle, Jiang Yongxin won and entered the top 5. The 5th battle was another battle of unequal cultivation. It was Bao Ziping versus Chu Jingyue. As the only woman in the top 10, Chu Jingyue's combat power exceeded most people's expectations. Bao Ziping, who was at the late stage of the 9th rank, was defeated by her in just 3 moves. However, with Yi Xing's previous battle power, although Chu Jingyue's combat power exceeded everyone's expectations, it was not too surprising. The first battle ended. 5 people advanced to the next round. Wen Tongfang, Yi Xing, Bai Maowen, Jiang Yongxin and Chu Jingyue. Author's note: I'm having trouble writing today. Sorry for the delay. The update is a bit late. Chapter 159. In the second round, 3 out of 5 would advance. One person would be given a bye while the other 4 would fight. The winner would advance. The bye was given to 2 9th-level peak martial artists, Wen Tongfang and Bai Maowen, to draw lots. In the end, Wen Tongfang was luckier and got the bye. As for the other 4, Bai Maowen was at the peak of 9th level and Yi Xing had defeated someone at the peak of 9th level before. Therefore, the sect missed out on their battles. The final result was that Bai Maowen would fight against Chu Jingyue and Yi Xing would fight against Jiang Yongxin. The focus of this round was the battle between Bai Maowen and Chu Jingyue. Chu Jingyue once again broke out with shocking combat power. Except for the strength of her inner force, which was a little inferior to Bai Maowen's, Chu Jingyue was superior to Bai Maowen in terms of physical strength and martial arts attainments. The two exchanged blows. In just 3 moves, Bai Maowen was hit in the chest by Chu Jingyue. Bai Maowen vomited blood and flew back. Chu Jingyue won and entered the top 3. Everyone was shocked. Yi Xing defeated Li Xiaoyuan in 3 moves and Chu Jingyue defeated Bai Maowen in 3 moves. In this disciple selection, there were 2 geniuses who could fight above their level. In this disciple selection, the martial artists at the peak of 9th level suffered a crushing defeat. Bai Maowen stopped in the top 5, Li Xiaoyuan stopped in the top 10, and He Liani was eliminated in the first round. Now, only Wen Tongfang was left among the martial artists at the peak of 9th level. Could he stop Yi Xing and Chu Jingyue? Everyone felt that there was little hope. After all, defeating someone at the peak of 9th level in 3 moves was terrifying. Unless Wen Tongfang's strength was much higher than the other 3, how could he be a match for Yi Xing and Chu Jingyue? In the next battle, Yi Xing easily defeated Jiang Yongxin and entered the top 3. The first battle was divided into 2 rounds. Wen Tongfang and Chu Jingyue would fight in the first round, and then the winner would fight in the second round with Yi Xing. The final winner would be first. Wen Tongfang's strength was very similar to Bai Maowen and Li Xiaoyuan. He was not much stronger, but he was still defeated by Chu Jingyue. He just took a few more moves. At this point, the 4 peak level 9 martial artists had all been eliminated. Yi Xing and Chu Jingyue would compete for first place. This was an outcome that no one had expected at the beginning. Chu Jingyue was dressed in a tight black leather suit. She had an angelic face and a devilish figure. She was very confident in her own strength. Ever since she stepped onto the path of martial arts, she had always been able to defeat people who were at a higher level than her. Therefore, she had long expected that she would fight her way into the battle for first place. However, she did not expect her opponent to be this strong. She looked at Yi Xing with a complicated expression. Chu Jingyue had met Yi Xing in the 100 illusion array. Although she knew that Yi Xing had the ability to fight above his level, she didn't treat Yi Xing as an opponent. In her opinion, Yi Xing might be comparable to a middle stage 9th heaven, but it was not very likely that he could reach the strength of a late stage 9th heaven. And to fight for first place, one would need to at least have the strength of a peak stage 9th heaven. Moreover, among the peak level 9 martial artists, one's strength had to be at the front. Chu Jingyue had expected her opponent to be one of the 4 peak level 9 martial artists. Who would have thought that it would be Yi Xing? Chu Jingyue's eyes were filled with surprise and a touch of coldness. She remembered very clearly that Yi Xing had taken liberties with her when he had borrowed the strength of her palm to retreat far away in the 100 illusion array. Furthermore, his eyes had been very crafty. He had often swept his gaze across her exquisite body and was very disobedient. I'll take this opportunity to teach him a lesson, Chu Jingyue thought. Yi Xing looked at Chu Jingyue with a natural expression and a faint smile on his face. First impressions were very important. In Chu Jingyue's eyes, Yi Xing's smile seemed to harbor ill intentions. It was like an evil smile. She had really wronged Yi Xing. Although Yi Xing instinctively looked at her a few more times, he had no thoughts about her in his heart, let alone showing an evil smile. Tidal palm. When Gongyang Xian gave the order to start, Chu Jingyue immediately shouted. Her body soared into the air and she slapped Yi Xing with her palm. In the 100 illusion array, Chu Jingyue had only casually slapped with her palm. Now she had used a superb martial arts technique. The power of her palm was incomparable to before. Chu Jingyue's tidal palm was very accomplished. It had already reached the consummation realm. Its momentum was very terrifying. It made people feel as if waves were surging toward them. No wonder the peak level 9 martial artists were no match for her. Her attainments in tidal palm were almost at the perfection realm. The strength of her palm was incredible. In the face of Chu Jingyue's terrifying palm, Yi Xing looked surprised but did not show the slightest fear. Instead of retreating, he moved forward and punched out. Upper grade martial arts, Tyrant Dragon Fist. The fist momentum of the Tyrant Dragon Fist was overbearing. Like most powerful offensive martial arts, it emphasized the indomitable spirit. The more one retreated, the weaker the fist momentum and the smaller the power. Yi Xing's Tyrant Dragon Fist was truly superb. When he punched out, he turned into an overbearing dragon in Chu Jingyue's eyes. He roared and rushed over. His fist momentum shook the sky and covered all directions. His powerful physical strength and vigorous inner force were fully unleashed at this moment. Yi Xing did not have the slightest contempt for Chu Jingyue. She could defeat a peak level 9 martial artist in a few moves. Her strength was definitely extraordinary. Naturally, he had to go all out. Otherwise, he would be defeated. Bang! Fist and palm collided. The vigorous inner force collided and bloomed with a bright light. At the same time, there was a loud explosion. In an instant, the terrifying shockwave formed a terrifying shockwave that spread out in all directions. The martial artists who were closer to the two felt a terrifying force rushing toward them. They could not help but take a few steps back. One could imagine how powerful the collision of their fists and palms was. In the explosion, both of them retreated at the same time. Chu Jingyue took 2 steps back while Yi Xing took 3 steps back. In terms of power, Chu Jingyue was slightly better. Both of their eyes were filled with shock at the same time. They were both surprised by the strength of the other party. Although they were surprised, the two of them didn't stop attacking at all. Raging waves hitting the shore. Origin Restoration Force. The two of them roared almost at the same time and unleashed their powerful ultimate techniques, charging toward each other. Raging waves hitting the shore was one of the killing moves of the tidal palm. When the palm came, the power was like a monstrous wave. It came violently with an unstoppable momentum. As for Yi Xing's Origin Restoration Force, it was improved by the super brain, and he had cultivated it to the 6th stage. The strength of his inner force was unparalleled. In an instant, a blinding light of inner force gathered in his palm. Bang! The two palms clapped together and the two of them started a fierce confrontation again. The explosion sounded like a raging wave hitting the shore. The void shook and ripples appeared one after another. Yi Xing felt a terrifying force coming toward him. His body could not help but fall backward. He had to take a step back to maintain his center of gravity and ensure that he did not fall. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xing took 5 to 6 steps back. Chu Jingyue, on the other hand, only took 1 step back. Once again, a terrifying force erupted. Both of his palms attacked Yi Xing. In the second exchange, Yi Xing was obviously at a disadvantage. His opponent's raging waves hitting the shore was indeed very powerful. However, Chu Jingyue's attack at the moment was even more terrifying. It was the ultimate skill of the tidal palm, landslide and tsunami. When the two palms came at the same time, it was as if the mountains and rivers were collapsing and the waves were roaring. Wherever it passed, nothing could stop it. At this moment, Yi Xing instantly activated the super brain scanning mode. Chu Jingyue's every move and every movement of his power was scanned by the super brain. Chu Jingyue's tidal palm had been cultivated to the perfection realm and was close to the perfection realm. It was almost perfect. In terms of martial arts attainments, there were no flaws. However, the tidal palm was only an ultimate martial art. It was not even at the level of the spiritual martial arts. One could imagine that it was definitely not a perfect martial art. There were flaws in martial arts. No matter how much it was cultivated to the perfection realm, there would still be flaws. However, martial arts at the perfection realm basically had powerful and terrifying attacks. They would cover up the flaws and make it difficult for people to detect them. Or even if they did, it would be difficult to crack them. 3 parts Restoration Force. At this moment, Yi Xing displayed the ultimate skill of the Restoration Force. His attainments were at the 6th level of the Restoration Force. His inner force was extremely profound. It suddenly left his body and its power was terrifying. Even if he was facing Chu Jingyue's landslide and tsunami head-on, he would not be at a disadvantage. Moreover, Yi Xing's move had 3 groups of sharp inner force attacking Chu Jingyue's 3 martial arts flaws. Naturally, it broke the opponent's palm momentum in an instant. Boom. The sound of 3 internal energy explosions rang out almost at the same time. With a loud explosion, Chu Jingyue's offensive was destroyed as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Whoosh. Chu Jingyue's body was hit by the terrifying chi force. Her body flew backward for more than 10 meters before she landed on the ground. The terrifying impact made her take a few steps back before she could stabilize her body. The chi and blood in her body were surging. When she circulated her chi, the violent chi in her body rushed up, causing her chest to hurt. She almost vomited blood and staggered. Chu Jingyue covered her towering breasts. Her chest was full of air and she could not fight anymore. She looked at Yi Xing in disbelief. Obviously, she did not expect that she would be defeated after using landslide and tsunami. The young martial artists around were also surprised, especially Chu Jingnan, who was dumbfounded. He never thought that Yi Xing's strength would be so powerful that even his cousin had been defeated. As for the nobles present, they were not surprised. They had already been surprised by Yi Xing's strength. Even if he was stronger, it was not a big deal. Anyway, it was still difficult for them to take him seriously if he was not a martial sage. Gongyang Xian's voice came from the high platform. Yi Xing wins and ranks first. He is rewarded with 1-star gathering pill and 3 supreme grade star accumulation pills. Chu Jingyue and Wen Tongfang rank in the top 3. They are rewarded with 3 supreme grade star accumulation pills. Bai Maowen and Jiang Yongxin rank in the top 5. They are rewarded with 2 supreme grade star accumulation pills. Li Xiaoyuan, Chao Xingchang, Bao Ziping, Zhang Shiwen, and Song Yuanming rank in the top 10. They are rewarded with 1 supreme grade star accumulation pill. Soon the rewards were distributed to everyone. Yi Xing was overjoyed. The star gathering pill was infinitely close to the spiritual level. It would definitely help his cultivation break through to the 9th level of the star tempering realm. Chapter 160. Yi Xing's wish was fulfilled and he became a disciple of the Falling Star sect. Moreover, he was the first in the selection and was rewarded with a star gathering pill and 3 supreme grade star accumulating pills. Even though he was only an outer disciple who wasn't valued by Theet, was still his first step into the sect. Yi Xing believed that it wouldn't be long before he broke through to the star spiral realm and became an inner disciple who would be valued and nurtured by the sect. After being accepted as an outer disciple of the Yi Xing did not speak to Zishan Ho again. Under the lead of the outer disciple Elder Yang Xian and other sect members, he entered the mountain peak where the outer disciple of the Falling Star sect was located. There were more than 1,000 disciples in the outer disciples of the Falling Star sect. They were divided into 3 mountain peaks, the first peak, second peak and third peak. The Falling Star sect would recruit outer disciples every 3 years. If an outer disciple could break through to the star vortex realm, he would be promoted to an inner disciple. If he couldn't, he would remain an outer disciple. However, the sect obviously wouldn't allow an outer disciple to retire in the sect. If he couldn't become a martial saint within 9 years, he would have to pack his things and return home. Of course, this wasn't expelling him from the sect, it was just letting him go home. In name, he would still be a disciple of the Falling Star sect. The newly recruited disciples would live in the first peak. After 3 years they would move to the second peak. After another 3 years they would move to the third peak. After another 3 years they would pack their things and return home. As a new disciple, Yixing naturally stayed at the first peak. The first peak had the most people, so there was a shortage of rooms. Martial saints and heavenly mandate disciples could stay alone in a room, but ordinary heavenly mandate disciples had to share a room with 2 people. The level of destiny was related to the treatment of the sect. It could be differentiated in many ways. Martial saint destiny disciples were like the gifted class students in the academy. Ordinary destiny disciples were like the ordinary class students. Not only did they live in different places, but the resources and treatment they received were also twice as different. When everything was settled, it was already dusk. The day was almost over. With the star-gathering pill in hand, Yixing planned to break through to star-tempering stage 9 tonight. That way he would be able to cultivate the origin restoration force to stage 7, which would greatly increase his strength. After consolidating his cultivation, it would be time for him to aim for the top 10 among the outer disciples. By doing so, he would be rewarded with a large amount of resources and could quickly improve his cultivation. By the time he became the number 1 outer disciple, his cultivation would basically be at the peak of the 9th level of the star-tempering realm. At that time he would be able to obtain the spiritual martial arts inheritance of the sect and go to the depths of the Green Cloud Mountains to search for herbs to cultivate the invincible golden body to the complete realm. After that, he would have to look for opportunities to strive for the martial sage realm. Only when he became a martial sage could he be considered to have entered the door of martial arts. At that time he would be able to become an inner disciple of the Falling Star sect and learn various spiritual level martial skills. Yixing had already made a plan for the next period of time. However, plans could not keep up with changes. The first night Yixing entered he was already restless. Trouble came knocking on his door. Duan Jinpeng was a well-known figure among the thousands of outer disciples. Other than the new disciples who had just entered the sect, the rest of the outer disciples knew about him. This was because he was ranked in the top 10 of the outer disciples ranking. Although he was the last in the top 10, there were at least 200 half-step martial sages among the thousands of outer disciples. The fact that he could stand out among so many half-step martial sages and rank in the top 10 showed that his strength was indeed extraordinary. An ordinary half-step martial sage could not be compared to him. Moreover, Duan Jinpeng was not only famous because he was ranked in the top 10, but also because he was vicious and merciless. He had been in the Falling Star sect for 3 years. In these 3 years, at least 7 ordinary Heaven's Mandate Realm outer disciples had died in his hands. Each of them was bullied by him until they could not stand it anymore and went to the life and death ring with him. In the end, they all died in his hands. Therefore, Duan Jinpeng was given the nickname Bloody Hands, because his hands were stained with blood. The outer disciples of the Falling Star sect could teach ordinary Heaven's Mandate outer disciples a lesson as long as they had a good reason. However, if an ordinary Heaven's Mandate outer disciple wanted to attack an outer disciple of the Martial Sage Mandate, they could only do so in the arena. There were 2 types of arenas, the duel arena and the life and death ring. The duel arena determined the victor. In the life and death ring, regardless of the outcome, only life and death were determined. It was evident that the sect valued the disciples of the Martial Sage Mandate greatly. At Duan Jinpeng's residence. At this moment, the arrogant and domineering Duan Jinpeng was standing respectfully in front of a young man who was about his age. Duan Jinpeng cupped his fists and bowed as he said, "Senior brother Zhen, may I know what brings you to my humble abode?" Although he and Zhen Xiuxi had entered the Falling Star sect together 3 years ago, the difference in status between the two was like heaven and earth. Duan Jinpeng only had a 3-star orange fate and was still a half-step martial sage after 3 years in the sect. On the other hand, Zhen Xiuxi had an 8-star orange fate and became a martial sage in his first year in the sect. Now he was a 3-star martial sage with a cultivation of Star Vortex Stage 3. Moreover, Zhen Xiuxi was ranked 10th among the inner disciples. In the eyes of the inner disciples, the number 1 outer disciple was also Dog sh*T. Therefore, the difference between him and Zhen Xiuxi was like heaven and earth. Zhen Xiuxi was only 19 years old, 1 year younger than Duan Jinpeng. However, he looked very experienced. With his hands behind his back, he slowly walked a few steps and said, "Among the new outer disciples, there is one called Yixing from the Zishan County." Duan Jinpeng laughed. He knew that the disciples from the Zishan County, whether it was his batch, the previous batch, or the batch before that, had all been beaten up badly by the Falling Star sect. He had even killed a disciple from the Zishan County. He had heard that the Marquis from the Zishan County seemed to have a grudge with Elder Hua Tianshu. Any disciple from the Zishan County would be beaten up badly. Even the martial sage mandate was no exception. Unless, he swore to be Zishan Ho's enemy and become part of Elder Hua Tianshu's faction. For example, a few days ago, a martial saint's heavens will disciple from the Zishan County called Wang Feng was beaten up by him. That disciple was so scared that he immediately swore to sever all ties with Zishan Ho, to become his enemy and obey Elder Hua Tianshu's orders. Duan Jinpeng said, "Don't worry, senior brother Zhen. I promise I'll teach him a lesson just like the one from a few days ago." Zhen Qiusi shook his head and said, "No, I don't want him to be obedient. I want him dead." Duan Jinpeng was surprised. It was rare for a new disciple to want someone dead. It seemed that Yi Xing had a personal grudge with Zhen Qiusi. Although Duan Jinpeng was curious about why Zhen Qiusi wanted to kill Yi Xing, he knew that it was best not to ask. He licked his lips and said excitedly, "I'm good at killing people, hee." In Yi Xing's residence, Yi Xing was adjusting his breath. He wanted to adjust his body to its best condition. He would take the star-gathering pill and break through to the 9th level of the celestial vortex realm in the middle of the night to avoid being disturbed. His junior martial brother Du Dong, who lived in the same room as him, was a man of few words. He was also meditating and cultivating. Xing. Suddenly, a loud shout came from outside, which woke Yi Xing up from his meditation. Yi Xing frowned slightly. Elder Gong Yang said that today was the first day and there was nothing to do. The assignment would only start tomorrow. No one should have come to find him today, and he didn't have any friends in the Falling Star sect. With doubts, Yi Xing stood up and walked outside. Bang! Yi Xing had just taken 2 steps when he heard a loud bang and the door flew in his direction. Obviously it was kicked away by someone. Yi Xing narrowed his eyes and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. This person didn't come with good intentions. Du Dong, on the other hand, was startled by the sudden kick of the door. Both he and Yi Xing turned to look at the door. It was a young man in his 20s. He wore a silver brocade robe and had a handsome face and an aquiline nose. It was Duan Jinpeng. However, Yi Xing was surprised to see someone he knew standing behind Duan Jinpeng. It was Wang Feng. Duan Jinpeng hooked his index finger at Yi Xing and said, "Kid, come out for a while. I have something to discuss with you." After speaking, Duan Jinpeng turned and left. Is there something wrong with this guy? Yi Xing looked at Duan Jinpeng's back in disdain. Although the other party was a half-step martial saint, Yi Xing didn't think much of him. However, since the other party had come looking for him, Yi Xing naturally had to find out what was going on. He walked out of the door. "Senior brother Wang, what's going on?" Yi Xing asked Wang Feng as he walked out of the door. Wang Feng sneered and walked away without saying anything. However, after taking a few steps he turned back and said, "This is senior brother Duan Jinpeng, who is ranked 10th on the outer disciple ranking. You don't have anything to do with him. If senior brother Duan is looking for you, just come." Duan Jinpeng walked to an open area and stopped. Wang Feng ran to Duan Jinpeng's side and said, "Senior brother Duan, he's here." At this time, there were already quite a number of new disciples gathered around. Many people had heard the loud sound of the door being kicked open. The people who lived here were all ordinary Heaven's Mandate disciples. Of course they recognized Yi Xing, who was ranked first. They all whispered to each other, wondering why senior brother Duan Jinpeng, who was ranked 10th on the outer disciple ranking, was looking for Yi Xing. "What's the matter, senior brother Duan?" Yi Xing asked as he walked over. Duan Jinpeng nodded at Wang Feng. Wang Feng said, "Yi Xing, I heard that you have a star-gathering pill?" Yi Xing frowned. The star-gathering pill was something that would help him break through to the 9th stage of the star-tempering realm. He wouldn't give it to anyone. He nodded. Wang Feng took out a small bag and threw it at Yi Xing's feet. "Senior brother Duan wants your star-gathering pill. Here's 100 gold taels as a reward." 100 gold taels couldn't even afford a mid-grade star-accumulating pill. How could he exchange it for a star-gathering pill that was 10 times more valuable than a top-grade one? This was clearly a robbery. Yi Xing's lips curled up. Senior brother Duan is already a half-martial saint. Why would he want a star-gathering pill? Wang Feng's eyes widened and he shouted, "Senior brother Duan says he wants it. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" Today I wasted a lot of time writing the chapter outline. The 3rd chapter was already at midnight. It was too late, so I couldn't finish the 4th chapter. However, I'll definitely publish the 4th chapter tomorrow. I have nothing to do tomorrow, so I'll write with all my might. Begging for monthly votes. Chapter 161. Because Wang Feng was Zishanho's disciple and adopted son, he could be considered Yixing's senior brother. Thus, Yixing had always maintained some respect for him. However, with Wang Feng's current appearance, no matter how magnanimous Yixing was, he could not bring himself to respect him. If it were not for Zishanho's face, Wang Feng's mere peak 9th level cultivation was nothing in Yixing's eyes. Yixing coldly glanced at Wang Feng. What does it have to do with you whether senior brother Duan wants it or not? Your surname is Wang and you're not a dog. In any case, you're still a 5-star orange fate, and will become a 5-star martial saint in the future. Why are you wagging your tail in front of others? Many of the nearby Ordinary Heaven's Mandate disciples could not help but cheer in their hearts. These words were too sharp. However, they were well said. A 5-star orange fate, destined to become an inner disciple in the future, was wagging his tail in front of others like a dog? This was too undignified. Yixing's words poked at Wang Feng's sore spot. It was like a knife stabbing into Wang Feng's heart, causing Wang Feng to explode like thunder. Wang Feng's qi and blood immediately surged. His face was flushed red as he pointed at Yixing and furiously shouted, "Yixing, who do you think you are? Trash with an ordinary mortal fate has no right to talk about me." Yixing was not as hysterical as Wang Feng. He coldly smiled, "Although I have an ordinary mortal fate, I'm upright and upright. I'm not like someone, a martial saint with a heaven's mandate, who has to bend his waist and wag his tail like a dog." The nearby Ordinary Heaven's Mandate disciples whispered among themselves. Many of them secretly gave Yixing a thumbs up. Yixing's words struck at Wang Feng's heart. Wang Feng was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. His eyes turned red as he roared, "I'm going to kill you, you trash." However, even though Wang Feng had just entered he was only talking about it. How would he dare to actually attack Yixing? Duan Jinping fanned the flames from the side. According to the sect's rules, no matter when or where a mortal fate disciple humiliates an orange fate disciple, an orange fate disciple is allowed to teach them a lesson. Junior brother Wang, do whatever you want. Senior brother will uphold justice for you. His goal was to force Yixing into a dead end. Regardless of whether or not Wang Feng could take care of Yixing, a mortal fate disciple who had entered the sect as the #1 disciple, Wang Feng still had his backing. He would definitely be able to force Yixing to the point where he couldn't bear it any longer and enter the life and death arena. With Duan Jinping's permission, Wang Feng became bolder. Clang. Wang Feng unsheathed his sword and pointed it at Yixing, coldly shouting, "Today I will teach you a lesson, you reckless trash." Even though Yixing had entered the Falling Star sect as the #1 disciple of the Mortal Fate sect, this was only the #1 disciple of the Mortal Fate sect. From the bottom of his heart, Wang Feng looked down on these Mortal Fate sect disciples. In his eyes, they were all a bunch of trash with no future prospects. Even the #1 disciple was the same. As his voice fell, the sword in Wang Feng's hand turned into a ray of sword light and attacked Yixing. Extreme rank martial art, Clear Breeze Sword Art. The sword was like a clear breeze, and there was no place where it didn't have killing moves. This was an extremely powerful sword art. Wang Feng's swordsmanship was very powerful, but his swordsmanship was very ordinary. His cultivation talent was naturally very good. At such a young age, he had already reached the peak of the 9th level of cultivation. However, his martial arts talent was much inferior to his cultivation talent. Wang Feng's Clear Breeze Sword Art had just reached the large success stage. Even if Yixing didn't use his super brain to scan, there were still many flaws. As his martial arts talent increased, his eyesight also became sharper. Yixing's feet moved. His figure was like lightning and he disappeared in the blink of an eye. Wang Feng's killing moves all missed. Wang Feng frowned. He obviously didn't expect that Yixing would be able to dodge his Clear Breeze Sword Art. Wind rustling grass. Wang Feng shouted. He and his sword became one. The sword light was resplendent as he continued to attack Yixing. In an instant, rays of sharp sword qi slashed towards Yixing. They were endless and enveloped Yixing. The sword was like the wind. Wherever it passed, who wouldn't move? Who would be able to dodge? Facing this sword, even with Yixing's martial arts talent, it would be difficult for him to dodge. Since it was difficult to dodge, Yixing didn't bother to dodge. In an instant, a surging aura exploded from his body. Above his head, a ray of essence rushed out. Origin Returning Force. Yixing's palms instantly condensed 2 bright balls of inner force. Bang 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 bang, these 2 balls of inner force seemed to have a hint of star essence. They were invincible. Wherever they passed, all the sword chi exploded. In the end, the wind-rustling grass's sword power was extinguished. The countless sword lights were reduced to one sword. This sword was also blocked by Yixing. The tip of the sword was blocked an inch away from Yixing's palm. The sharp top-grade weapon couldn't pierce through the ball of inner force in his palm. Yixing blocked Wang Feng's sword with one hand, and the other hand directly slapped towards his opponent. The terrifying inner force instantly left his hand and turned into a resplendent palm print. It instantly slashed towards Wang Feng's chest. This move was very similar to the origin returning force. However, Yixing only released a ball of inner force. Its power was much weaker than the origin returning force. But for a martial artist at the peak of the 9th level, this was still an extremely terrifying attack. Wang Feng's sword was still facing off against the origin returning force in Yixing's other palm. How could he have the time to defend himself? In the nick of time, Wang Feng could only withdraw his hand and attack with his palm. In terms of sword skills, although Wang Feng was not outstanding, he was not bad either. However, his mastery of palm techniques was really bad. He had not even reached the great mastery of the extreme martial art, mountain-crushing palm. Bang! Wang Feng's mountain-shattering palm collided with Yixing's origin returning force palm print, creating a loud explosion. Even a top-grade martial arts that had reached the perfection stage might not be as powerful as a top-grade martial arts of the transcendent stage, let alone a top-grade martial arts that hadn't even reached the great completion stage. The result was obvious. Wang Feng only felt a terrifying force coming towards him. His body shook violently and the blood in his body instantly surged. His body involuntarily flew backwards. He was directly sent flying. There was even blood at the corner of his mouth. He had already been injured. In terms of strength, Wang Feng was the weakest among all the martial artists at the peak of the 9th level that Yixing had fought. His martial arts talent wasn't high to begin with. Moreover, he had a lofty attitude that he was destined to become a martial saint. Since he would be strong in the future, why should he spend so much time bitterly cultivating martial arts? With such an attitude, his strength naturally couldn't be compared to ordinary martial artists of the same level. In the Zishan County, Wang Feng was Zishanho's disciple. He had never suffered any setbacks and had never had a real battle with martial artists of the same level. This had created his arrogant personality. At the same time, he hadn't experienced any hardships, so he didn't have a strong state of mind. Therefore, after entering the Falling Star sect and being taught a lesson by Duan Jinping, he immediately betrayed Zishanho and joined Elder Hua Tianshu's side. Duan Jinping had made him obedient because Duan Jinping was both a martial saint and a half-step martial saint. Duan Jinping's cultivation was higher than his, and he wasn't an ordinary martial saint. Therefore, after being taught a lesson by Duan Jinping, Wang Feng was immediately convinced. As for Yixing, his cultivation was lower than his, and he was only an ordinary martial saint. Even so, he was still defeated. Not to mention the word convinced in his heart, he was simply enraged. His mentality was almost twisted as he looked at Yixing with eyes full of hatred. As for Wang Feng, Yixing didn't look him in the eye. In his eyes, this kind of person was the real trash. He didn't put him in his eyes. His attention was mainly on Duan Jinping. Sure enough, as soon as Wang Feng was defeated, Duan Jinping came out to speak, an ordinary martial saint beating up a martial saint heaven's mandate disciple. Yixing, you've got some dog guts. Yixing knew that Duan Jinping was purposely targeting him, so he didn't give him any face. He said, "Which dog eyes of yours saw me beating him up? It was self-defense, do you understand? Only he can attack but I can't fight back?" The surrounding ordinary martial saint disciples were shocked. This Yixing was too bold. Duan Jinping wasn't a new disciple like Wang Feng, but an existence in the top 10 of the outer disciples ranking. To be able to rank in the top 10 among the thousands of outer disciples, what kind of terrifying person was this? Moreover, a small number of ordinary martial saint disciples had some connections in Thiso. They had some understanding of the outer disciples. They knew that Duan Jinping's nickname was Blood Hand, and that he was a famous fierce person. Yixing dared to say that his eyes were dog eyes. Did he not want to live anymore? Yixing's expression was normal after saying this, but many ordinary martial saint disciples were sweating for him as their hearts thumped. Duan Jinping's face turned green, then he licked his lips and laughed. Sure enough, the ignorant are fearless. Self-defense? Well said, then you can continue with self-defense. While speaking, Duan Jinping's aura soared and covered the sky. It was obvious that he wanted to attack Yixing. Wait! Yixing shouted. Duan Jinping didn't attack, but his accumulated aura didn't dissipate. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. What, now you know fear? Yi Xing wildly laughed. You think I'm afraid of a dog egg like you? If you want to fight, then let's fight. What's the meaning of this? Come to the life and death stage, do you dare? The surrounding ordinary martial saint disciples were dumbfounded. Did they hear wrongly? Go to the life and death stage? This was Duan Jinping, who was ranked 10th on the outer disciple list. Among the half-step martial saints, he was a first-rate expert. Apart from the few ranked above him, he could sweep through the entire outer sect. On the other hand, Yi Xing was just a new disciple. Although he entered the sect as the first place of the selection, he was only ranked first among the ordinary martial saints. Above him were a large number of martial saints, as well as countless old disciples and half-step martial saints. In the end, he was ranked in the top 10. The gap between them was too big. Even Wang Feng, who hated Yi Xing to death, was deeply shocked by Yi Xing's words and couldn't believe it. Duan Jinping was also shocked at first, but he quickly reacted. Wasn't this what he wanted? However, before he could make a move, Yi Xing couldn't bear it anymore and wanted to go to the life and death stage. This was courting death too early. In any case, this was what he wanted. Duan Jinping laughed. Ha! Good, let's go to the life and death stage. 5. Today's monthly votes are too little. Half a day has passed and I don't even have 20 votes. I beg for monthly votes. I beg for monthly votes. Chapter 162. Yi Xing knew his own limits. If they were to fight, he would definitely not be Duan Jinping's opponent unless he used his bow. The stacking wave arrow art's 10-layered force was enough to threaten a martial saint, and he could already achieve 9-layered force. Coupled with his extremely dense inner force, he did not believe that he could not deal with a half-step martial saint. However, once the arrow was shot, there was no way to stop it. Yi Xing did not dare to kill Duan Jinping here, as that would only lead to death. Only by killing Duan Jinping in the life and death arena would he not be punished by the gatekeeper. Instead, he could replace Duan Jinping and become the 10th outer disciple. Moreover, ordinary heavenly fate disciples were not valued by the sect. If they died, they died. The upper echelons of the sect would not care about such trivial matters. In fact, the upper echelons of the sect would not even hear about it. However, the top 10 outer disciples were different. They were the elites of the elites. Although the outer disciples were not valued, being in the top 10 would still attract the attention of the upper echelons of the sect. Life and death was a big deal. If he could replace Duan Jinping as the 10th outer disciple, it would be a great guarantee for Yi Xing's safety. Therefore, when Duan Jinping wanted to make a move, Yi Xing's super brain spun rapidly. He immediately considered all aspects of the situation and decisively proposed the life and death arena. The news that a new disciple, Yi Xing, was going to fight the 10th outer disciple in the life and death arena was too explosive. It immediately spread among the outer disciples and they all flocked to the life and death arena. The life and death arena was located at the first peak. When Yi Xing and Duan Jinping arrived at the life and death arena, there were already hundreds of outer disciples gathered there. Most of them were new disciples. There were ordinary disciples, martial saints, and heavenly fate disciples. Moreover, there were also some old disciples who had been in the sect for 3 or even 6 years. They happened to be visiting their family members, relatives, and friends at the first peak. When they heard the news, they immediately rushed over. As for the old disciples at the second and third peaks, the news was spreading there, but they obviously could not make it in time. There were a total of 5 arenas in the square of the outer disciples. One was in the middle, one was in the north, south, east, and west. The outer 4 arenas were ordinary battle arenas, while the one in the middle was the life and death arena. Unless it was a sect competition where all 5 arenas were used as battle arenas and only the life and death arena in the middle was used as battle arenas, otherwise, very few people would fight in the life and death arena. After all, once one stepped onto the life and death arena, regardless of victory or defeat, there was only life and death. It was too cruel. The life and death arena was the largest of the 5 arenas, with a height of 50 feet and a length and width of over 20 feet. Yi Xing was the first to step onto the stage of life and death. He stood at the edge of the stage of life and death. Compared to the range of the arrows, the area of the stage of life and death was very small. Yi Xing naturally wanted to stand at the edge of the stage of life and death to increase the distance between them. No one thought that Yi Xing was standing at the edge of the ring to escape. The life and death ring was just a symbol, not a restricted area. As long as both of them were on the life and death stage, it meant that they were going to fight to the death. It wouldn't end just because one side escaped from the life and death stage. Once the battle started, every place would be a battle arena. If one side lost, it would be useless to escape. Unless the other side spared one's life, one would be hunted to death. The saying newborn calves are not afraid of tigers is true. A disciple who just entered the sect with a cultivation at the 8th level of the Star Vortex realm actually dares to fight senior brother Duan on the life and death arena. This is simply seeking death. I heard that Yi Xing is the champion of the new disciple selection this time. Perhaps this title made him overconfident. Is he an idiot? How can he be overconfident when he's the champion of the new disciple selection? This first place is nothing. How can he be compared to senior brother Duan, who is in the top 10 of the outer court disciples? Who knows? Otherwise, where does his confidence come from? If he didn't have any confidence, he wouldn't dare to step onto the life and death arena even if he was beaten to a pulp by senior brother Duan. He'll lose his life. Senior brother Duan's nickname is Bloody Hand. This guy will definitely die miserably. A few of the senior disciples gathered together, giving pointers and comments. All the new disciples were whispering. Everyone thought that Yi Xing was courting death. Even the ordinary disciples who were on Yi Xing's side felt the same way. On the other side of the life and death arena, Duan Jinpeng walked up leisurely. He was wearing a pair of green metal gloves. It was a top-grade weapon. Obviously, Duan Jinpeng's martial arts were powerful. The moment Duan Jinpeng stepped onto the arena, Yi Xing raised his hand. The piercing heaven bow appeared in his left hand and the green sandalwood arrow appeared in his right hand. He knocked the arrow and instantly locked onto Duan Jinpeng. Duan Jinpeng immediately felt a terrifying murderous intent, which made him slightly surprised. However, he still didn't take Yi Xing seriously. He was the 10th outer court disciple with a cultivation of half-step martial saint. Almost 50% of his inner strength had been converted into star essence. He was extremely powerful. How could he be afraid of an archer who was only at star tempering realm level 8? Similarly, the others didn't think that Yi Xing's archery could threaten Duan Jinpeng. A half-step martial saint was much more terrifying than a peak level 9 martial artist because they already had star essence in their body. With the condensation of star essence, unless it was a spiritual weapon, it would be invulnerable. It was terrifying to the extreme. It had completely surpassed the strength of ordinary martial artists and reached a higher level. The only thing that surprised and even envied them was that Yi Xing actually had a storage ring. Among the outer court disciples, there were only a few who had a storage ring. There were less than 30 of them. Duan Jinpeng licked his lips. His eyes were fierce and a cruel smile appeared on his face. The new disciples didn't know Duan Jinpeng, but the senior disciples knew that Duan Jinpeng was excited and was about to kill. Hee hee. Duan Jinpeng sneered. He was about to say a few fierce words to scare Yi Xing and strengthen his reputation. However, just as he laughed, he was interrupted by Yi Xing's words. Go to hell. Yi Xing shouted. It was simple and neat. In an instant he displayed the stacking wave arrow technique. A blue sandalwood arrow containing the 9 stacks burst out. The blue sandalwood arrow contained the 9 stacks of returning essence internal strength. It bloomed with a bright light and almost instantly, it arrived in front of Duan Jinpeng. Child's play. Duan Jinpeng shouted coldly. At the same time, a ball of star essence condensed in his palm. It was extremely bright and instantly caught Yi Xing's arrow in front of him. In an instant, the arrow tip hit the star essence in Duan Jinpeng's hand. Once, Yi Xing, with the cultivation of the 7th level martial Dao, shot an arrow at the half-step martial Saint Lu Chuanxiao. Lu Chuanxiao used star essence to easily block his arrow. Now Duan Jinpeng used the same method to block his arrow. But the difference was that Yi Xing was not the same as before. He was now at the peak of the 8th level martial Dao and had cultivated the origin returning essence to the 6th level. The bow in his hand was also replaced by the piercing heaven bow. Especially the stacking wave arrow technique, which had reached the perfection stage, had reached the level of 9 stacks. So, the result was definitely different. Duan Jinpeng could not block Yi Xing's arrow like Lu Chuanxiao, but a scream rang out. Sparks and blood splashed at the same time. The star essence in Duan Jinpeng's palm was instantly penetrated by the arrow. Then the arrow collided with the best quality gloves on his hand. Sparks flew and the gloves were pierced through. In the end, naturally, the entire palm was shot through. The power of this arrow was still strong. Duan Jinpeng's body was suddenly pushed back by the power of the arrow. At this time, Yi Xing raised his right hand and took out the second blue sandalwood arrow. Stacking wave arrow technique 9 stacks. Whoosh! The arrow instantly left the bowstring and turned into a stream of light. At this time, Duan Jinping's body was still being pushed back by the power of the first arrow when the second arrow was shot in an instant. He was still shocked and frightened by Yi Xing's first arrow when the second arrow had already pierced his heart. The arrow did not reach the shaft and pierced through Duan Jinping's body. Duan Jinping once again let out a shrill scream. His body flew back at an increased speed. In the blink of an eye, Duan Jinping's body was pushed back hundreds of steps by the power of the arrow. He crashed into a small attic at the edge of the outer court square. The arrow was firmly fixed on the wall of the attic. Duan Jinping's body was hanging on the arrow. Perhaps it could no longer be called a body but Duan Jinping's corpse. In Duan Jinping's eyes there was shock, horror, and disbelief. The outer court disciples near the life and death arena, whether old disciples or new disciples, all turned their heads and were stunned. Their mouths were open so wide that an egg could be stuffed in. 2 arrows. Just 2 arrows. The 10th outer court disciple, Duan Jinping, was shot to death by Yi Xing. Even if it happened in front of their eyes, it was still something that was hard to accept. On the life and death arena, Yi Xing put the piercing heaven bow into his storage ring and clapped his hands. The sound woke the outer court disciples up and they all looked at Yi Xing. Yi Xing said loudly, "Senior brothers and junior brothers, I am Yi Xing from Zishan County. I entered the Falling Star sect to pursue the path of martial arts so that I can have some achievements in the future. I want to cultivate quietly and not fight, but if there is anyone who can't tolerate me and wants to fight with me, then I only have one thing to say, bring it on. Duan Jinping will be your end. When it was time to be strong, one should be strong." If Yi Xing had said such words as soon as he entered the sect, he would only be a laughing stock. However, with the death of the 10th outer court disciple, Duan Jinping, as a foreshadowing, his words were powerful. The hearts of all the disciples could not help but tremble when they heard it. After Yi Xing finished speaking, he jumped down from the life and death arena and turned to leave. Someone would take care of Duan Jinping's corpse. At first, the disciples present thought that Yi Xing was courting death, but now they looked at Yi Xing's back in awe. This was the change brought about by strength. In particular, the new disciples with ordinary fate were even more shocked. Yi Xing's performance in the selection was already shocking enough. Who would have thought that Yi Xing's strength had reached such a terrifying level? He could even kill a top expert among the half-step martial sages. His strength has reached such a level? Chu Jingyue looked at Yi Xing's back in awe. She was still a little unconvinced when she lost to Yi Xing in the selection, but now she was convinced. For the first time, a man had left a mark in her heart. In order to not lose my hand, I'm writing with all my might today. Brothers, is it too early to update? Where are the monthly votes? Chapter 163. The news of Yi Xing killing Duan Jinping spread throughout the outer sect of the Falling Star sect that very night. Regardless of whether it was the new or old disciples, they were all shocked when they heard the news. Most of the new disciples had witnessed the battle with their own eyes, while most of the old disciples were from the second and third peaks. 99% of them had only heard about it after the event. While the old disciples were shocked, they also felt regretful that they had missed out on such an exciting battle. Yi Xing's name was like a gust of wind that spread throughout the outer sect of the Falling Star sect. He had indeed become famous in one battle. Especially the words he said, which were spread by the disciples, "Bring it on, you will end up like Duan Jinping." It was shocking and puzzling at the same time. However, the smarter ones could tell that Yi Xing's words were not meant for the public, but because he knew that someone was targeting him, he made it clear. This way the matter would blow up, and the more it blew up, the more the sect would pay attention to it and the safer Yi Xing would be. Some of the smarter ones could not help but admire Yi Xing's scheming. After killing Duan Jinping, he was still able to think of ways to prevent the risks after the event. This matter had caused an uproar. If Yi Xing mysteriously died or went missing, the impact would be too great, and the sect would definitely investigate thoroughly. Therefore, although Yi Xing's words seemed reckless, it was actually a protective halo around himself. Of course, the bigger protective halo was that he had already become the 10th outer disciple. Ordinary outer disciples might not be valued by the sect, but the top 10 outer disciples would definitely be valued. This matter was not only spread among the outer disciples, but also among the deacons of the outer sect. That night, someone even reported the news to the elders of the outer sect. Trash. What a piece of trash. After Zhen Prison Temple instructed Duan Jinping to leave, he wasn't in a hurry to return to the inner sect. He naturally wanted to hear the news of Yi Xing's death before leaving. In the end, he didn't hear the news of Yi Xing's death. Instead, he heard that Duan Jinpeng had been shot dead by Yi Xing. He couldn't help but curse loudly. In Zhen Prison Temple's eyes, Duan Jinpeng was a good-for-nothing. Now that he knew that Duan Jinpeng, a half-step martial sage, was killed by Yi Xing, a LV-8 astral tempering realm martial artist, he naturally saw Duan Jinpeng as a good-for-nothing. He had asked Duan Jinpeng to kill Yi Xing, but not only had Yi Xing come out unscathed, he had even become famous for killing Duan Jinpeng. How could he make a move on Yi Xing now? After cursing Duan Jinpeng countless times in his heart, Zhen Qiuxi could only return to the inner sect gloomily. Although the Falling Star sect didn't value the outer sect disciples, he couldn't be too conspicuous. After all, there were many factions in the sect. If he was too conspicuous, there would be people from the other factions controlling him. If he was too out of line and caught the attention of the old ancestor, it would be a big deal. Even his master might not be able to protect him. Now that Yi Xing was famous in the outer sect and had received a lot of attention, it was basically impossible for him to kill him easily. He could only think of another way. Tonight, most people were talking about Yi Xing. After Yi Xing left the life and death ring, he returned to his residence and sat quietly to adjust his condition. When the night fell, he would consume the star-gathering pill and break through to LV-9 astral tempering realm. Late at night, Du Dong had already fallen asleep. Yi Xing consumed the star-gathering pill and sat cross-legged on his bed to refine the pill. As the pill was refined, Yi Xing could feel the power of the stars gathering in his body from all directions. The star-gathering pill was different from the star accumulation pill. The star accumulation pill contained the power of the stars, but the star-gathering pill only provided a state for the user to gather the power of the stars from all directions. The star accumulation pill was an ordinary pill. Even if it was a supreme-grade pill, how much power could it contain? It couldn't compare to the power of the stars gathered by the star-gathering pill. Therefore, the value of the star-gathering pill was much higher than that of the supreme-grade star accumulation pill. Yi Xing immediately circulated the origin restoration force and absorbed the power of the stars into his dantian. At the same time, he entered the state of sensing the stars and felt more power of the stars. While the star-gathering pill was still in effect, he absorbed the power of the stars. The effect of the star-gathering pill lasted for 15 minutes. In just 15 minutes, the ninth ring appeared in Yi Xing's dantian. The ninth ring represented the pinnacle of the star-gathering realm. It was the ninth stage of the star-tempering realm. With the breakthrough in his cultivation, Yi Xing immediately felt that the strength of the internal energy in his body had increased a lot. He also felt that the capacity of his body had increased a lot. The internal energy in his body had been very abundant, but now it felt a little empty. This meant that after the breakthrough in his cultivation he could cultivate more internal energy. After the breakthrough in his cultivation, the effect of the star-gathering pill was still there. Yi Xing continued to absorb the power of the stars quickly and tried to improve his cultivation as much as possible. The power of the stars was like a stream that was absorbed by Yi Xing. It strengthened the 9 rings in his dantian and cultivated more internal energy. Very quickly, the effects of the star-gathering pill wore off and Yi Xing's cultivation returned to normal. Although his 9th ring had just formed, it was already glowing a little brightly. It could be seen that the effect of the cultivation just now was really good. Yi Xing's cultivation had consolidated a lot and he was almost at the mid-stage of the 9th stage. Yi Xing took out 3 more supreme-grade star-accumulating pills and swallowed them all. Cultivation should be done while the iron was hot. According to common sense, taking 3 supreme-grade star-accumulating pills at once was definitely a waste. The body couldn't absorb so much medicinal power in a short time. However, according to Yi Xing's personal experience, there was no problem at all. The effect of the pills he absorbed was much higher than other martial artists. It was very likely that it had something to do with his dark vortex-like astrology. Yi Xing spent the night in meditation and felt refreshed in the morning. After breakfast, all the new disciples gathered in the outer square where the life and death ring was located. Yesterday evening, Yi Xing shot and killed the 10th outer disciple, Duan Jinpeng, at the life and death ring in the middle of the square. Now Duan Jinpeng's body was long gone. Obviously, it had been taken care of by the sect. The position of the outer disciples in the sect was like that of the servants in the big families. They needed to do all kinds of things. Today was the day to assign the new disciples their jobs. It took more than half a day for the new disciples to be assigned to their respective halls. Only Yi Xing had yet to be assigned to his own hall. Just as Yi Xing was wondering why he hadn't been assigned, Gong Yongxian shouted his name. "Where is Yi Xing?" "Disciple is here." Yi Xing immediately responded from the crowd and walked out. When he was standing in the crowd, not many people noticed him. However, when he walked out, he naturally became the focus of all the disciples. As a peak martial sage, although Gong Yangxian was surprised by Yi Xing's strength at first, he didn't take it seriously. However, the fact that Yi Xing shot Duan Jinping to death truly shocked Gong Yangxian. Archery was very powerful, but there were not many people who practiced archery. That was because archery was very difficult to practice. Without this talent, the archery that one practiced would not be as powerful as a martial artist of the same realm. It was very useless. Therefore, it was very rare to have talent in archery. Especially Yi Xing, who had practiced archery to such a level. It was obvious that his talent in archery was extraordinary. He could be called a demon. If such a person cultivated to the martial sage realm, it would be very terrifying. He could kill an enemy who was 1 or even 2 realms higher than him with his archery. Therefore, Yi Xing's position in Gong Yangxian's heart was much higher than yesterday. Gong Yangxian said, "Yi Xing, you have just entered the sect and you have become the 10th outer disciple. The sect appreciates you very much and rewards you with 12 supreme grade star accumulation pills." The disciples looked surprised. The reward for being in the top 10 should be 10 supreme grade star accumulation pills. How did it become 12? Could it be that the sect really appreciates Yi Xing? This shouldn't be. Although he is very strong, he is only an ordinary heaven's mandate. The disciples were puzzled. Yi Xing also had a little doubt. A deacon of the sect brought the 12 supreme grade star accumulation pills over. Yi Xing received them and put them into his storage ring. He cupped his fists and said to Gong Yangxian, "Thank you for the sect's nurturing." Gong Yangxian nodded, "You don't have to worry. The sect's reward has not changed. This old man is an outer elder of the alchemy hall. The 2 extra pills are my reward for you. I hope you will have good achievements in the future." Yi Xing thanked him again with a more respectful expression. "Thank you, Elder Gong Yang." Gong Yangxian smiled slightly, "You are in the top 10 outer disciples. You don't have to do ordinary work. Duan Jinping died in your hands so you can take his job. He works under that old ghost Gu Tianshang in the Formation Source Valley. He goes there every other day. Today is the day. Deacon Zhang Sheng will take you to the Formation Source Valley." Then Gong Yangxian seemed to remember something and reminded, "That old ghost Gu Tianshang's temper is not good. Be smart when you go to the Formation Source Valley." Yi Xing said, "Yes, thank you for your advice. Junior brother Yi, come with me." The deacon who had just given the supreme grade star accumulation pills to Yi Xing said. It was Zhang Sheng. The new disciples looked enviously at Yi Xing leaving the square under Zhang Sheng's lead. As soon as Xiao Qian entered the sect, he was in the top 10 of the outer disciples. How could these new disciples not be envious? Even the disciples of the martial sage Tianming felt sour in their hearts. "Senior brother Zhang, what do I need to do when I go to the Formation Source Valley?" On the way, Yi Xing saw that Deacon Zhang Sheng had a friendly expression, so he took the initiative to ask. Zhang Sheng was a 2-star martial sage who was not even 30 years old. He was originally an inner disciple of the Falling Star sect. However, the Falling Star sect had a rule. When one was over 25 years old and had passed the prime time for cultivation, they were no longer disciples who only needed to cultivate. Instead, they had to become deacons who managed the sect's affairs. Low-grade martial sages could become outer deacons. Mid-grade martial sages could become inner deacons. High-grade martial sages could be conferred the title of marquis and manage a territory. They could also be managers of the various halls. In order to not lose my hand, I'm riding like flying today. I'll get it before it's too late. Is my monthly ticket flying for a while? Chapter 164. Zhang Sheng was already 28 years old and was still a 2-star martial saint. He had already passed the golden age for cultivation. If he did not have any good fortune, it would be very difficult for him to make any more breakthroughs in his cultivation. Naturally, he did not have the same drive as when he was young. Zhang Sheng said, "I don't know what needs to be done. Ordinary people can't enter the Array Origin Valley, but Elder Gu Qianshang is an array master, and he has been studying array formations in the Array Origin Valley. It must be something related to array formations." Array master? Yi Xing's expression changed slightly. "When I participated in the disciple selection, I entered 100 illusions array. There was actually 100 miles of space inside. This array is really amazing." Zhang Sheng also laughed. Hee, that 100 illusion array was set up by Elder Gu. Yi Xing said, "Elder Gu is really amazing. Yixing was looking forward to working under Elder Gu Tianshang. He came from a technological society. In his opinion, formations were the technology of this world, but they were more mysterious and profound than those on Earth. Not long after, Yixing was brought out of the Array Source Valley by Zhang Sheng. Zhang Sheng said, "Junior Marshal Brother Yi, Elder Gu doesn't like to see outsiders. I can only send you this far. You can go in by yourself. Remember, you can only walk on the path to enter the valley. You must not step on other places. The entire valley is filled with formations. If you break the formations, you will die miserably." After Deacon Zhang Xing finished his instructions, he left. Yixing stood outside Formation Source Valley, but he wasn't in a hurry to enter. Instead, he activated his superbrain scanning function and looked into the valley. The superbrain in his head was based on Earth's technology, while the array in the Array Source Valley was based on Star's technology. He wanted to see if he could use the superbrain to scan the array and see if it was real. When the superbrain scanned it, the valley that looked normal to the naked eye immediately became a little different. Above the valley, which originally looked empty, streaks of illusory light crisscrossed and extended all the way to the ground. Yixing found that, except for the path in the valley, there were illusory light rays or illusory air walls everywhere. Even though it could not be seen with the naked eye, since the superbrain had detected it, it proved that there was something in the air. However, even though the superbrain could detect the invisible formations, it was impossible for Yixing to break them. He didn't know anything about formations. Perhaps I can learn something about formations by working under Elder Gu Tianshang, Yixing thought to himself. He was very sure that if he could learn array formations, it would definitely be useful. Most importantly, how much time and energy did it take to learn array formations? If it had a huge impact on his cultivation, then the losses would outweigh the gains. From Yixing's point of view, personal strength was still the most important thing. Returning to his normal state, Yixing walked into the Array Source Valley. There were array formations and restrictions on both sides of the path. Yixing naturally walked in the middle of the path, not daring to take a single wrong step. There was a wooden building in the depths of the valley. In front of the building was a very large open space. A white-haired old man was busy in a corner of the open space. Yixing scanned the open space in front of the building with his superbrain. As expected, there were many illusory air walls or dotted lines in many places. However, they didn't occupy a lot of space. Most of them were near the white-haired old man. It was obvious that the old man was setting up a formation. Yixing didn't see anyone else in the valley. It seemed that the white-haired old man was Gu Tianshang. Yixing walked towards Gu Tianshang and stopped when he was about 30 meters away from him. When Gu Tianshang looked at him, Yixing cupped his fists and said, "Disciple Yixing greets Elder Gu." Gu Tianshang's eyes immediately froze. Yixing only saw a blur before Gu Tianshang grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up. The speed shocked Yixing. He didn't have time to react at all. Gu Tianshang grabbed Yixing by the collar and pulled him in front of him. He roared like a lion, "Who let you in? Who let you in? Who let you in? Who let you in?" As soon as he finished speaking, the deafening sound echoed in Yixing's ears again and again. Yixing's eardrums hurt and he rolled his eyes inwardly. Gong Yangxian said that Gu Tianshang had a bad temper, but Yixing didn't understand. What did he mean by a bad temper? Now Yixing finally understood. When the echoes in his ears faded, Yixing said, "Elder Gu, Elder Gong Yang sent this disciple here to work." Gu Tianshang threw Yixing to the ground and said, "Why do you have to work here? Where's Duan Jinpeng? Where the hell did he go?" Yixing was shocked. Duan Jinpeng had been working for Gu Tianshang in the Formation Source Valley. If Gu Tianshang liked Duan Jinpeng and found out that he had killed Duan Jinpeng, what would happen if he slapped him to death? Yixing wasn't worried about the other elders, but he was really worried about Gu Tianshang. He didn't seem like a reasonable person. Gu Tianshang might have a bad temper, but he wasn't stupid. When he saw Yixing's expression, he immediately guessed, "You killed Duan Jinpeng?" Yixing was stunned by his shout. At the same time, he was surprised by Gu Tianshang's reaction. Gu Tianshang confirmed his guess, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. "You're a new disciple?" Yixing was too young. He wasn't even 17 years old. If he was an old disciple, he would have entered the Falling Star sect 3 years ago. He was only 14 years old. Although there were people who entered the Falling Star sect at 14 years old, they were all extremely talented geniuses. At 17 years old, even if they didn't become martial saints and entered the inner sect, they would be half-step martial saints and would enter the inner sect soon. How could he only be at level 9 star tempering realm? Therefore Yixing could only be a new disciple. Gu Qianshang was surprised that a new disciple who had just entered the sect was only at the 9th level of the star-tempering realm and had yet to consolidate his cultivation base. It was obvious that he had just broken through not long ago, but he had managed to kill Duan Jinpeng, who was ranked 10th in the outer sect. If he knew that Yixing hadn't even reached level 9 star-tempering realm when he killed Duan Jinpeng yesterday, he would be even more shocked. Yixing nodded. Afraid that Gu Qianshang had something to do with Duan Jinpeng, he explained, It did it on the survival platform. Gu Qianshang flung his sleeves and walked toward the wooden building. Follow me. Yixing heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that Elder Gu didn't like Duan Jinpeng very much. He followed Gu Qianshang and entered the wooden building. Gu Qianshang walked to a wall. There was a picture hanging on the wall. There were circles in the picture. Gu Qianshang said, Take a look. How many circles are there in the picture? If you can see clearly, stay. If you can't, scram. Yixing was surprised. The circles on the picture were big circles and small circles, and the circles were intertwined. It was very complicated. How could he see clearly how many circles there were? Although he said that, since Gu Qianshang asked, Yixing naturally looked carefully. Something that shocked Yixing appeared. The longer he stared at the diagram, the clearer the circles on the diagram became, and the fewer the number of circles became. What was going on? After looking at it for about 30 breaths, the picture stopped in front of Yixing's eyes. There were only 5 circles left in the picture. The dense circles from before were nowhere to be seen. Could it be that 5 wasn't the limit? Yixing thought to himself. At this time he activated the superbrain scanning function. Under the superbrain scan, the picture changed again. The 5 circles overlapped and only 1 circle was left. The picture was very strange. The more he looked at it, the fewer circles there were. Yixing was very surprised. He blinked and looked away. When he looked again, there were only dense circles. What? Did you see clearly? Gu Qianshang asked when Yixing finished looking. Yixing nodded. Gu Qianshang's eyes showed a bit of interest. How many did you see clearly? 72? 48? 32? 72. 48. 32. The 3 numbers Gu Qianshang said were very big. Yixing thought he had seen wrong. He said in surprise, Are there that many? However, his answer surprised Gu Qianshang. What? You've cleared even less? Yixing nodded. Don't say it. I'll guess. Gu Qianshang shouted and guessed. 16. Yixing shook his head. Gu Qianshang looked even more surprised. He continued to guess. 12. Yixing shook his head again. He thought to himself, Just let me say it. What's the point of guessing? Gu Qianshang rubbed his hands excitedly and guessed again. Could it be 10? Yixing yawned and shook his head speechlessly. Gu Qianshang was already beaming. His eyes were shining. Could it be 9? Yixing rolled his eyes. How long would it take for it to reach 5 if it was reduced to one number after another? Gu Qianshang looked at Yixing's expression and knew that he had guessed too much. There was more than one number. He was about to say 6, when Yixing beat him to it. Elder, stop guessing. It's 5. Yixing was going to say 1, but judging from Gu Qianshang's expression, it seemed that the fewer circles he saw, the better. When Gu Qianshang guessed 10, he was already rubbing his hands excitedly. It was obviously not bad. So, in order not to scare Gu Qianshang, Yixing told him the number of circles he could see clearly. When he saw 1, Yixing used the superbrain to scan it. Although the superbrain was his brain and was part of his body, he was afraid that Gu Qianshang would be too excited if he told him the number. Genius. You're a genius. Gu Qianshang didn't blame Yixing for telling the answer in advance at all. Instead, he was beaming. All the wrinkles on his face were gone. He was extremely excited. This formation map was used to test one's talent in formations. Gu Qianshang was already a formation genius in the Starfall sect. His talent and achievements in formations were ranked 2nd in the Starfall sect. However, when he looked at this formation map, he could only see 16 circles clearly. Lin Fenghua, the number 1 formation genius in the Starfall sect, could only see 10. Those who could see 10 clearly were incredible formation geniuses. Lin Fenghua saw 10 clearly and became a 3rd-level formation master in the end. After seeing 10 clearly, one's talent would increase by a level for each circle less. Yixing saw 5 clearly. How heaven-defying was his talent in formations. It was indeed exciting to talk about stamping one's hands. Was the 4th chapter early enough? However, it was a little difficult to write the 4th chapter. When I was angry, my fingers were clumsy and trembling. It took me 3 hours to finish this chapter. Brothers and sisters, please give me a monthly vote. Let them see if the monthly vote of the archer god is good or not. Brothers, give me a monthly vote. 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 It was indeed exciting to talk about stamping one's hands. Was the fourth chapter early enough? However, it was a little difficult to write the fourth chapter. When I was angry, my fingers were clumsy and trembling. It took me 3 hours to finish this chapter. Brothers and sisters, please give me a monthly vote. Let them see if the monthly vote of the archer god is good or not. Brothers, give me a monthly vote. 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 Slap the clown's face until it explodes. Chapter 165. Yi Xing was overjoyed by Gu Tianxiang's reaction. It seems that my talent in formations isn't ordinary. Come, sit. Gu Tianxiang pulled Yi Xing to a nearby chair and sat down. Now, he didn't look like a bad-tempered person at all. He looked as kind as he could be. Gu Tianxiang pressed Yi Xing into a chair, saying, "Genius? Learn formations from this old man. I, Gu Tianxiang, will work my heart out to nurture you and teach you everything I know, turning you into a great formation master." Yi Xing was flattered by Gu Tianxiang's change in attitude, but he didn't agree without thinking. Yi Xing asked, "How much time do I need to learn formations?" Gu Tianxiang said seriously, "The path of formations is broad and profound. It's a great undertaking that requires a lifetime of research and development." A lifetime? Yi Xing jumped in fright and said, "Spending my entire life on formations Dao, then can I still cultivate the martial Dao?" Gu Tianxiang's face was serious. "How can martial arts compare to the great formation Dao? With your talent, you'll definitely become the #1 formation master in the history of the Falling Star sect. Once you become a formation master, you won't have to worry about lack of cultivation resources. Cultivate when you're free. As long as your destiny isn't bad, your future martial arts achievements won't be bad." Yi Xing's expression became even more serious. "I'd better concentrate on cultivating martial arts. I'm only a 2-star destiny. If I don't spend a lot of time on martial arts, I won't even be able to become a martial saint." 2-star destiny? Gu Tianxiang was obviously shocked. "How did you enter the Falling Star sect with such trash talent?" Yi Xing didn't bother to answer him. Gu Tianxiang continued, "That's good. With your trash talent, how can you cultivate martial arts? It's a waste of your talent and formations. Even if you cultivate your entire life, you'll at most become a martial saint. With your talent and formations, you'll definitely become an excellent 3rd-grade formation master." Yi Xing said, "But I want to be a martial arts master, not a powerful array master. Arrays, I'll learn them when I have time, but..." Yi Xing's tone changed slightly as he continued to ask, "Is a grade 3 array master very powerful?" Gu Tianxiang widened his eyes and said, "A level 3 array master is equivalent to a perfected cultivator in the astral star realm. What do you think?" Of course, enlightened masters were powerful. Yi Xing had never seen an enlightened master before, but he had heard from Zishan Ho that the strongest martial artist in the entire Zishan County was an enlightened master of the astral realm. However, Yi Xing thought about it and said firmly, "I still want to be a martial arts powerhouse." Gu Tianxiang suddenly became anxious. "Your talent in cultivation is not good, but your talent in formations is definitely a genius among geniuses. Not to mention that I can guarantee that it will be difficult to find another formation genius like you in the entire Qingyun region. You were born for formations, so you should devote your life to it." Yi Xing was still stubborn. "My goal is to reach the peak of martial arts. As for formations, I can learn them in my spare time." Gu Tianxiang was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. "You want to reach the peak of martial arts with your trash cultivation talent? Becoming a martial saint is defying the heavens. With such a monstrous talent in formations, instead of devoting all his energy to formations, he wants to learn martial arts. There must be something wrong with his head." Gu Tianxiang was heartbroken. Gu Tianxiang had devoted his entire life to formations. His personality was violent and eccentric. Obviously, he couldn't understand Yi Xing's thoughts. However, Yi Xing's goal was to become a martial arts powerhouse and reach the peak of martial arts. In his opinion, formations were like science and technology that could be learned. When it was useful on the path of martial arts, formations were to serve martial arts. In Yi Xing's opinion, if he were to abandon his martial path because of the Tao of arrays, this was absolutely unacceptable. No matter how strong the Tao of arrays was, it was not his own strength. What Yi Xing pursued was the limits of his own strength. Gu Tianxiang let his imagination run wild. He said, "Do you think I'm not skilled enough in formations? It's okay. I can ask junior brother Lin Fenghua to teach you. He's a third-level formation master. With your talent and formations, junior brother Lin will be happy to teach you. Yixing shook his head. Elder Gu, I appreciate your kindness, but I can't spend all my time on formations. Like Duan Jinpeng, I come to Formation Source Valley every other day. Elder Gu, if you have any work for me, just tell me. If you can teach me about formations, I'll be very grateful. Cough, cough, cough. Gu Tianshang sighed 3 times. Yixing had said it several times. He finally understood that Yixing's mind couldn't be changed. He took out a book called The Basics of Formations, and handed it to Yixing. Today, I'll teach you some general knowledge about formations. Take this book and read it when you have time. The basics are important in any field. Yixing took the book. It was half a fist thick and twice the size of an ordinary book. Obviously, there was a lot of information in it. Yixing put it in his storage ring. Gu Qianshang began to explain. Formations are divided into several categories: killing formations, trapping formations, defensive formations, illusory formations, and combined formations. Apart from these, there are also basic formations. Basic formations include projection formations, recording formations, monitoring formations, transfer formations, and so on. These formations don't require formation materials. Formation masters can set them up directly. As for formations other than the basic type, not only can a formation master set them up directly, they can also use formation materials to set them up. However, the formations set up by a formation master will be affected by their own cultivation. As for formations set up with formation materials, it has nothing to do with their cultivation. At this point, Gu Tianshang digressed and said, Yixing, as long as a formation master has the materials, the formation they set up is not limited by their cultivation level. Even if you are not even a martial saint, as long as you can perfectly master a level 3 formation, you can use it to kill a perfected person. Yixing was also shocked by the power of formation masters. However, he just smiled and remained firm. Everything had its pros and cons. Gu Qianshang had also said that if a formation master wanted to set up a formation that was higher than his own cultivation level, he would need the help of formation materials. Since the formation was so powerful, the formation materials would not be easy to get. It would be fine if someone could help him find formation materials. However, it would be troublesome if he had to rely on himself. How could he be as free as if he was strong enough? Gu Tianshang observed Yixing's expression and knew that Yixing wasn't wavering at all. He continued, no matter what level of formation is, its origin lies in the most basic formation principles. If you can understand the basic knowledge of formations, you can be considered a formation apprentice. The art of formations is vast and profound. Even the basic knowledge is incomparably complicated, profound, and profound. Even a true formation master can't possibly grasp all the basic knowledge of formations. However, the more you grasp the basic knowledge of formations, the easier it will be to learn formations. Therefore, the foundation is extremely important. Yixing asked, formation apprentices can't set up formations. Gu Qianshang nodded, formation apprentices are just beginners of formations. They can help a formation master take care of some trivial matters. Only when you master a formation can you be considered a formation master. Formations have been passed down for generations. According to the strength of the formations, our ancestors divided the formations into different levels. A level 1 formation is equivalent to a warrior in the star tempering realm. A level 2 formation is equivalent to a martial sage in the star vortex realm. A level 3 formation is equivalent to an immortal in the star gang realm. As for level 4 and level 5 formations, they are even more terrifying. I've only seen level 3 formations in my life. I haven't even heard of formations above level 3. Yixing asked, be it the star quenching realm or the star vortex realm, both have 9 levels. Within the same realm, the difference in strength between the first level and the 9th level is like heaven and earth. Does this mean that formations of the same level can have such a huge difference in strength? Gu Qianshang said, that's for sure. Formations like martial arts have different levels of attainment. Theoretically, a level 2 formation with perfect mastery can kill a peak martial sage. However, if it's not perfect, its power will be greatly reduced. Generally speaking, a level 2 formation master can threaten a beginner martial sage. A level 2 formation master can threaten an intermediate martial sage. A level 2 formation master can threaten an advanced martial sage. I understand now. Yixing's heart lit up. He said, formations and martial arts are the same. They are both left behind by predecessors. Later generations can learn the formations and martial arts they left behind. The higher their attainment, the more powerful they will be. However, there is a level of transformation for martial arts. What about formations? Gu Qianshang smiled. Theoretically there is. However, formations are more than 100 times more difficult than martial arts. I've only heard of formations of the level of transformation in rumors. I've never seen one with my own eyes. Yi Xing also smiled. So, if one's attainment in formations reaches a certain level, he can even create his own formations. Just like how people with heaven-defying attainments in martial arts can create their own martial arts? Gu Qianshang nodded. Theoretically, yes. However, creating a formation is more difficult than comprehending it to the level of transformation. I've never heard of this even in rumors. Yi Xing cupped his fists. Thank you for your guidance, Elder Gu. Although he didn't plan to spend a lot of time and energy on formations, he wasn't just casually learning them. Just like martial arts, since Yi Xing had decided to learn them, he would do his best to master them. Yi Xing was confident that he would be able to reach the transcendent state with so many martial arts and array formations, so he should be able to reach the transcendent state. This was because his talent in formations didn't only allow him to see 5 circles clearly. Under the scan of the superbrain he could see all of them clearly. Gu Qianshang continued, the formation materials provide the properties of the formation. The source of power is provided by one's own internal strength, celestial essence, or star crystals. The same formation can be arranged in 3 different forms: formation base, formation flag, and formation disc. However, the different forms have different power. The formation base is the strongest, the formation flag is second, and the formation disc is the weakest. Yi Xing asked in confusion, why? I'm a bit stuck today. What a tragedy. The update is a bit late. Sorry. But the outbreak will continue. It won't be 4 updates, but it will be 3. Chapter 166. Gu Qianshang explained, the base of a formation is fixed and cannot be moved. The range of the formation is also large. Not only can it fully unleash the power of the formation, but it can also borrow the momentum of heaven and earth and the power of nature. Therefore it is the most powerful. On the other hand, the flag and disc formations can be moved. They cannot borrow the momentum of heaven and earth and the power of nature, so their power is weaker. However, there is a difference between the two. The flag formations need to be controlled by a formation master to unleash the power of the formation. Moreover, they will combine with the formation master's strength and are stronger than the disc formations. The disc formation's power is fixed and can be used by non-formation masters as well. They are the weakest of the 3 formations. Of course, this is only in comparison to formations of the same level and level. The path of formations was broad and profound. There were all kinds of formations. Compared to the path of martial arts, it was much more complicated. Gu Qianshang and Yi Xing talked about the general knowledge of formations for more than half a day. Because of Yi Xing's talent in formations, Gu Qianshang cared for Yi Xing in every possible way. At first, Yi Xing felt a bit of Gu Qianshang's violent temper, but after that, Gu Qianshang became a completely amiable elder. That's all for today. You haven't become a formation apprentice yet, so you can't be of much help. Go back first and read the basics of formations. If there's anything you don't understand, don't hesitate to ask this old man and I'll answer it for you. After Gu Qianshang told Yi Xing a lot of general knowledge about array Dao, he urged Yi Xing to go back. Then he couldn't help but add, remember, if you want to go far on the path of array Dao, your foundation must be solid. I know. Thank you, Elder Gu. Yi Xing stood up and saluted Gu Qianshang with a cupped fist salute. Gu Qianshang sent Yi Xing out of the wooden building and watched Yi Xing leave the formation source valley. He sighed repeatedly, good seed, good seed. If such a genius of formations focuses on diamond formations, TSK, what kind of achievements will he achieve in the future? When he thought of Yi Xing focusing on martial arts, Gu Qianshang felt his heart ache. Not doing his job properly, he was really not doing his job properly. 2-star Heaven's mandate? What kind of future could he have with this trash Heaven's mandate? He's still young. To be able to reach the 9th level of the star tempering realm so quickly, he must have had some fortuitous encounters. However, fortuitous encounters are not something that will last forever. After a few years, when his cultivation reaches a bottleneck, perhaps he will give up on the martial Dao and focus on the array Dao. Thinking of this, Gu Qianshang became happy again. He thought to himself, I'll wait and see for a few years. When he truly wants to learn the Tao of formations, I'll introduce him to junior brother Lin. with his talent in formations, only junior brother Lin is qualified to teach him the Tao of formations. When Yixing returned to his residence, the door to his room had already been replaced. He pushed the door open and entered. Yixing came back early and Du Dong was not in the room. Yixing took out the book Basics of Array Formations and started to read it. This book was indeed big and thick, and the content recorded in it was extremely complicated and varied. If it was an ordinary 9th-level martial artist, it might take 3 days and 3 nights just to finish reading this book. It was impossible to memorize such a thick book after reading it once. Even if one were to read it 10 times, they wouldn't be able to remember much of it. As for the things they learned and comprehended, that would take even more time. Therefore, even if one had a certain level of talent in formations, it would be difficult to become an apprentice, let alone an array master. Back then, Duan Jinping had studied for half a year under Gu Tianxiang's guidance before he became a formation apprentice. Then it had taken him another 2 years to learn the basics of formations and become the most common first-level formation master. With Duan Jinping's talent, it would be his limit if he could comprehend a first-level array to perfection. Even if he had a breakthrough, he would at most become an ordinary second-level array master. Therefore, Gu Tianxiang didn't care about Duan Jinping at all. Yixing's speed in learning the basics of formations was much faster than Duan Jinping's. It was simply indescribable. Yixing flipped through the pages of Basics of Formations. He only took a cursory glance at each page. If one were to take a closer look, Yixing would have already flipped to the next page before he had even finished a tenth of the book. Yixing's eyesight was extremely powerful, especially when he was scanning with his super brain. The entire book's contents were scanned and stored in his super brain. Therefore, Yixing flipped through the book page by page. In less than 2 hours he had finished reading the entire book of Basics of Array Formations. What was even more terrifying was that Yixing memorized the contents of the book without missing a word. This speed was not enough to describe it. Yixing put the Basics of Array Formations away. He didn't need to read it in the future. The contents were in his mind, but they were just scanned contents. It was equivalent to memorizing them by rote. Yixing still didn't understand the principles behind them. If he really wanted to comprehend the contents, he would need more time. No matter how powerful his super brain was, it was impossible for him to learn it in one go. However, the contents were in his mind now. It was much faster for him to comprehend it than if he read the book directly. Yixing sat quietly and meditated. His brain was operating like a supercalculator. He analyzed the contents in his mind, compared them before and after, and verified them with each other. He comprehended the knowledge in the book at an extremely fast speed. How fast was the super brain's operation speed? Yixing quickly went through the process of creating something from nothing. In just a dozen breaths' time, he had comprehended something. Moreover, as time passed, he understood more and more about the vast contents of the foundation of formations. Learning the foundation of formations was only about the theory. For Yixing, it was easier than learning martial arts because martial arts required coordination with the body and practice with the body. Learning the foundation of formations didn't require that. Yixing comprehended for 4 hours. Even with the super brain he felt tired. This was because the contents were too complicated. Yixing stopped comprehending the foundation of formations. More haste, less speed. Although Yixing's speed was already very fast, he still had to strike a balance between work and rest. After all, the super brain was not a god brain. It was just thousands of times faster than a normal brain. However, if he used it too much, he would be tired. When he wasn't comprehending the foundation of formations, Yixing practiced the origin gathering force to improve his cultivation. He had eaten 3 supreme grade star accumulating pills and hadn't completely absorbed them. Later he became one of the top 10 outer disciples and received 12 supreme grade star accumulating pills as a reward. This was enough for him to cultivate for a long time. Very quickly the day passed. Yixing went to the formation source valley every other day. Therefore he spent the entire second day cultivating. He received a notice from the sect and changed his residence to Duan Jinping's residence. Ordinary disciples of the Heaven's Mandate Realm lived in a room with 2 people. Martial saints and Heaven's Mandate Realm disciples lived in a room with 1 person. However, the top 10 disciples were different. They had their own residence. This was the preferential treatment given to the top 10 disciples by the sect. It was obvious how much importance they attached to the top 10 disciples. The residence of the top 10 disciples was located on the second peak. Yixing put away his luggage in his storage ring and moved to the second peak. Duan Jinping's residence was easy to recognize. He found an old disciple on the second peak and asked. Seeing Yixing's figure enter Duan Jinping's residence, Many old disciples of the second peak were green with envy. That's Yixing. He looks so small. Of course he's small as a new disciple. Sigh, he entered the top 10 on his first day. This guy is too heaven-defying. I've been in the sect for 3 years and I haven't even entered the top 100. His archery skills are so terrifying. Duan Jinpeng is such a powerful figure, but he was killed by 2 arrows. TSK. That's terrifying. He's also a terrifying guy. Although they were envious, most of the old disciples were very wary of Yixing. Even a fierce person like Blood Hand Duan Jinpeng had died in Yixing's hands. Although the old disciples were envious, they had no choice but to admit defeat. However, not all of the old disciples were convinced of Yixing's strength, especially the other top 10 disciples. He only borrowed the advantage of the bow and arrow. Based on his real strength, Yixing is no match for Duan Jinpeng. That's right. A martial artist's own strength is the most important. Relying on the bow and arrow is just relying on external objects. Without a strong bow and arrow, Yixing is nothing. When Yixing entered Duan Jinpeng's, should be his own residence now, a few of the top 10 outer disciples appeared and watched from afar. Among them Huang Huarong, who ranked 3rd, and Ji Haoyin, who ranked 4th, even mocked Yixing. Their words were filled with contempt. Yixing did not know what the old disciples thought of him. Even if he knew, he would not care. Now that he had his own residence, the environment was quiet, and it was even more suitable for cultivation. First, he comprehended the basic knowledge of formations in his mind. Yixing only stopped when his superbrain was tired and continued to cultivate the origin restoration force. When his brain was well rested, Yixing stopped cultivating the origin restoration force and continued to comprehend the basic knowledge of formations. Every time he comprehended, Yixing's understanding of the basic knowledge of formations improved at lightning speed. It could not be helped. The superbrain's analysis and verification speed was much faster than a normal person's brain. After a day, Yixing had comprehended about 60 to 70% of the contents of the book. Gu Qianshang said that once one understood a little of the basics of formations, one would be considered an apprentice of formations, and one would be considered to have entered the gates of formations. Yixing had only studied the basics of formations for a little more than a day. He was much stronger than an apprentice of formations. The next day it was time to go to the formation source valley. Yixing arrived early in the morning. As soon as Yixing entered the valley, Gu Qianshang greeted him with a smile. How was it? How much of the book did you read? Gu Qianshang's attitude was so good that it would make one speechless. If others saw this, they would not believe that the temperamental Gu Qianshang had such a gentle side. Elder Gu. Yixing cupped his hands from afar and walked over with a smile. I finished reading. There are some things I don't understand and I would like to ask Elder Gu. Gu Qianshang was stunned. What? You finished reading it in just a little more than a day? I still need a few more monthly votes to reach 50. Can I do it today? Chapter 167. Yes. It would take a normal person at least 3 days to read the basics of formations. Even if one was fast at reading, it would take at least 2 days, right? To read a book, one had to read each word clearly and memorize the content in one's heart. It wasn't as simple as flipping through the book from the beginning to the end. There was so much content on the foundation of formations. How could one possibly finish reading it in a little more than a day? Moreover, even if one finished reading it, how much could one remember from such a thick book? If one did not know what it was talking about, how could one ask questions? If one did not understand it at all, how could one ask questions? Countless thoughts flashed through Gu Qianshang's mind in an instant. However, looking at Yixing's expression, he did not seem to be bragging. Gu Qianshang asked, Have you really finished reading it? Yixing nodded affirmatively. Gu Qianshang spat, What do you not understand? Tell me. Gu Qianshang still didn't believe that Yixing had finished reading it, nor did he believe that Yixing had comprehended it. Since there was something he didn't understand, he might as well tell him. Although he asked because he didn't understand it, he should at least know what he didn't understand. Yixing was sincerely asking for guidance. He said very seriously, Elder Gu, I have a basic understanding of the framework of the formation. I also have a basic understanding of the principles of the formation. However, I still don't understand the balance of the formation's power. He was petrified. Gu Qianshang was petrified on the spot. The balance of power in a formation was the last problem in setting up a formation. A formation contained a lot of power. The slightest imbalance would cause the formation to explode. Therefore, in the final stage of setting up a formation, one must pay attention to the balance of power. Speaking of this problem, the framework of the formation and the principle of setting up a formation were skipped. This meant that one had reached the stage of trying to set up a formation. And this stage was the transformation of a formation apprentice to a formation master. If one succeeded in setting up a formation, he would be promoted to a first-level formation master. If he failed, he would still be a formation apprentice. However, Yixing had only been in possession of the basics of array formations for a little more than a day. Gu Qianshang didn't even believe that Yixing had finished reading the book, but Yixing asked him about the balance of power in array formations. The difference was so great that Gu Qianshang couldn't react for a moment. He was completely stunned on the spot like a statue. "Elder Gu!" Yixing shouted when he saw Gu Qianshang staring at him motionlessly. Yixing's voice snapped Gu Qianshang out of his petrified state. Gu Qianshang said in shock, "You're saying that not only have you finished reading the book, but you've also comprehended most of the basic knowledge of formations?" Yixing nodded. "All right, let me test you." The shock on Gu Qianshang's face didn't diminish, but his expression became a lot more serious. Yixing was asked 5 questions in a row. The questions were about the framework of formations and the principles of formations. Yixing answered all of them fluently. He even had his own opinions on some of the other questions. The way Gu Qianshang looked at Yixing changed again. A genius? A genius? Last time, Gu Qianshang had already discovered that Yixing was a genius in the Tao of formations. But today he had to admit that he was wrong. Yixing was a monstrous genius in the Tao of formations. If such a monstrous genius was willing to spend time studying formations, what would his achievements in formations be like in the future? Would he surpass a 3rd-level formation master and reach the 4th-level formation master that even venerable ones were afraid of? No. He didn't even need to spend too much time studying formations. With such a monstrous talent, as long as Yixing was willing to study diligently, he might only need half or even a quarter of the time of others to achieve unimaginable achievements. Putting in a little effort to achieve great results. What was a genius? This was a true genius. For the first time, Gu Qianshang felt that Yixing didn't need to put in all his effort to achieve great things in formations. All the martial artists in the sect were well aware of how important a powerful array master was to a sect. There were many grudges in the martial world. If a sect didn't have a powerful formation to protect it, it would be easy for someone to attack it and cause it to suffer heavy losses, or even be exterminated. In fact, there were many powerful forces in the Fallen Star country. Some were powerful families, some were powerful sects, and some were even half-step perfected persons. Although they weren't as powerful as the Fallen Star sect, they weren't weak either. However, such forces couldn't develop into something like a sect. Their territory didn't have a powerful formation to protect it. Once they provoked a strong enemy, it was very likely that they would be exterminated. However, the sects were different. Unless they provoked an opponent who was far stronger than them, even if they had an enemy who was stronger than them, there was nothing to worry about as long as they had the protection of the sect's great formation. Gu Qianshang was very optimistic about Yixing's achievements in formations. If Yixing could become a 4th-grade formation master, which even the supremacies feared, Yixing could become a 3rd-grade formation grandmaster. That would be enough for the Fallen Star sect to fear no other forces in the Qingyun region or even the Trushan region. Those who could become grandmasters basically practiced 1st-grade formations to the extreme. For example, Gu Qianshang was a 2nd-grade formation grandmaster. The formations he set up were enough to exterminate martial sages and half-step perfected persons. Even ordinary perfected persons wouldn't dare underestimate them. Gu Qianshang immediately led Yixing to the wooden building and answered all of Yixing's questions in detail. As a 2nd-grade formation grandmaster, although Gu Qianshang didn't dare say that he understood the entire foundation of formations, he understood at least 90% of the contents. He was much better than Yixing. Whenever Yixing asked a question, Gu Qianshang always hit the nail on the head. Yixing happened to be a person with a strong learning ability. As soon as he heard Gu Qianshang's explanation, an idea flashed through his mind and his questions were solved. The morning passed quickly while Gu Qianshang talked. Yixing understood a lot about the balance of the formation's power. He basically understood it all. His understanding of the basics of formations had reached nearly 80%. Although the speed of understanding would slow down as one progressed, Yixing had comprehended 80% in such a short time. Anyone who knew about this would have to say that he was crazy. Seeing that Yixing's knowledge of formations had reached such a high level, Gu Tianxiang decisively taught Yixing the first-grade formation. He started with the simplest formation, the projection formation. Basic formations didn't require formation materials to be set up. Moreover, Yixing only needed to set up a projection formation to practice. He only needed to set up a very small projection formation. He didn't need the star crystal as the source of power. His own vigorous internal strength was enough. As Yixing's cultivation broke through and consolidated, Yixing's recovery force had been consolidated to the 6th layer. He could now stack 10 layers of force with the stacking arrow technique. Formations were not only difficult in theory, but even more difficult in practice. Yixing had understood 80% of the foundation of formations and had set up the projection formation under Gu Tianxiang's guidance. However, he failed before he could complete half of the formation. Practice was often more difficult than understanding. It was no wonder that it was so difficult to become a formation master. Duan Jinpeng spent half a year to become a formation apprentice. However, it took him several times longer to become the most ordinary first-grade formation master. It was easy to know but hard to do. Yixing wasn't discouraged by his first failure. Failing for the first time was normal. It was too normal. If he could set up a formation on his first try, it would be shocking. No one had ever succeeded in setting up a formation on their first try. Yixing quickly tried a second time. It was better than the first time, but he failed again. He immediately tried a third time. Take it slow. Every formation needs to be practiced tens of thousands or even tens of thousands of times. The most important thing is familiarity. Familiarity makes perfect. As long as you succeed once, it will be much easier to set it up later. Gu Tianxiang said from the side, if you can set it up in 10 days, you'll be in defiance of the natural order. 10 days? When Yixing tried, a simulated human figure appeared in the super brain. It was also setting up the formation. The super brain controlled the speed of setting up the formation, which was thousands of times faster than Yixing's normal speed. If it was wrong, it didn't matter. He could always try again. In 1 second, the simulated human figure in the super brain had to set up the formation 10 times, or even 100 times. This made Yixing's consciousness more and more familiar with setting up the projection formation. As his consciousness became more familiar, his hands naturally became more familiar with it. Yixing's completion rate of setting up the projection formation became higher and higher. At first, he failed at about 50% completion. Then it slowly increased to 51%, 52%, 53%. Looking at the data, it didn't seem like a big deal. However, in terms of the difficulty of setting up a formation, this was already a godly speed. Other people practiced for a day or even 2 or 3 days, and their completion rate might not even increase by 0.1% or 0.1%. However, Yixing's completion rate was increasing steadily. Yixing practiced setting up the projection formation in the wooden building. After Gu Tianxiang finished his lecture, he watched for a while before leaving. He was also practicing formations. He wanted to complete a level 3 formation in his lifetime and become a level 3 formation master. As dusk approached, the sound of Yixing's excited laughter could be heard from the wooden house. I did it. I finally did it. I finally finished setting up the projection formation. Yixing had completed it on the first day of learning. This meant that he had become a level 1 formation master. How could he not be happy? Naturally, he laughed and shouted 3 times in a row. Whoosh! Gu Tianxiang rushed into the wooden building like a ghost. His expression was shocked. What? You did it so quickly? Not far away, Yixing chuckled at Gu Tianxiang. He immediately moved and waved a hand in front of him. However, as soon as Yixing moved, a figure appeared in front of Gu Tianxiang. It was Yixing waving at him. Projection array. Yixing stood in the area of the projection array and projected his figure to another location, which happened to be right in front of Gu Tianxiang. Gu Tianxiang was petrified again. Breaking out at midnight. Requesting a monthly ticket. Chapter 168. Oh my God. Am I seeing things? He succeeded on the first day of learning the projection array? Although the projection array was only a basic array, it was still an array. Since Yixing had succeeded, it meant that he was already a first-grade array master. In just a little more than a day, he had already finished reading and comprehended the basics of arrays. This had already shocked Gu Tianxiang, and he couldn't help but be petrified. Now Yixing had only used half a day to become a first-grade array master. This was 10 times more shocking. After receiving Yixing's confirmation, Gu Tianxiang was petrified once again. He was completely stupefied. Duan Jinpeng, from the time he came into contact with arrays to becoming a grade 1 array master, took close to 3 years. Gu Qinshan was a genius array master and he had used almost a year. Lin Fenghua was the number 1 array master of the and she had also used half a year. However, Yixing had only used less than 3 days to do it. The difference between the two couldn't be described with words other than the difference between heaven and earth. Gu Qinshan once again sighed in admiration. Yixing's talent in formations was far beyond his imagination. He had become a formation master so quickly. Even if he only learned a little, his future achievements in formations would be unimaginable. For the first time, Gu Qinshan had a feeling that the small pond couldn't keep a big fish like Yixing. Although Gu Qinshan hadn't seen a 4th grade array, nor had he seen a 4th grade array master, he had a feeling that Yixing definitely had the potential to become a 4th grade array master. 4th grade array master was an existence that was equivalent to astral reaching realm experts. If the Falling Star sect had a 4th grade array master, then wouldn't they be able to do whatever they wanted in the whole Qingyun realm? No, wouldn't they be able to do whatever they wanted in the whole true mysterious region? However, Gu Qinshan was very clear that Yixing couldn't become a 4th grade array master in the Falling Star sect. If he wanted to become a 4th grade array master, he would need at least a 4th grade array diagram for him to learn. The Falling Star sect only had a 3rd grade array, and they only had 3 kinds of 3rd grade array diagrams. One of them was even incomplete. Gu Qinshan's expression was petrified, but his heart wasn't calm. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant, but his expression remained unchanged, so he looked petrified. Originally, Gu Qinshan had wanted to wait a few years until Yixing was disheartened by the martial Dao and was willing to focus on the diamond array Dao before recommending Yixing to Lin Fenghua. But now, Gu Qinshan couldn't wait any longer and wanted to recommend him to Lin Fenghua. Life was short, only a few decades. Even a martial saint of the Star Vortex realm who had developed all the potential in his body to the extreme would find it difficult to live past 100 years. Only a true master of the Star Gang realm could break through the limit of lifespan and increase his lifespan by 100 years, giving him 200 years of lifespan. Therefore, if you have talent, you have to do it early. Only by helping Yixing become a level 3 array master as soon as possible would he have the strength to leave the Qingyun region and the true Shen region. He would go to a more powerful place to learn level 4 array diagrams. After Gu Qinshan recovered from his petrified state, he was naturally overjoyed. Soon he taught Yixing another basic array, the recording array. Just like when he was learning the projection array, Yixing practiced over and over again. Gu Qinshan left the array source valley and went to the Falling Star sect to find Lin Fenghua. He knew that his attainment in arrays was limited. With Yixing's talent in arrays, he naturally needed the person with the highest attainment in arrays in the Falling Star sect to teach him. Unfortunately, Gu Qinshan didn't find Lin Fenghua. More than 10 days ago, Lin Fenghua had taken her daughter Lin Rong to the deepest part of the Qingyun mountain range to train. No one knew when they would return. Gu Qinshan could only give up. No matter how eager he was to recommend Yixing to Lin Fenghua, he had to wait until Lin Fenghua returned. Yixing's talent in arrays was definitely at the level of a supreme genius. After learning the recording array, he didn't succeed because he didn't have much time on that day. However, the next time he went to the array source valley, he naturally mastered it before noon. After that, Gu Qinshan taught him the monitoring array, and he learned it again that afternoon. After learning the transfer array, Yixing left the array source valley. In his residence, apart from sometimes comprehending the basic contents of arrays in his mind, Yixing spent the rest of his time cultivating the restoring origin force. As for martial arts, the upper-class martial arts were all at the perfection stage, and the supreme-class martial arts were all at the perfection stage. There was nothing for him to cultivate for the time being. After he finished cultivating all the supreme-class star-accumulating elixirs, he would go to the martial pavilion of the Falling Star sect to learn more martial arts techniques and increase his knowledge of martial arts, especially supreme-class martial arts. This way he could cultivate supreme-class martial arts to the perfection stage faster. The more Yixing comprehended the basics of array formations, the faster his speed of learning array formations became. Although he only started practicing array formations when he was heading to the array source valley, his speed of learning array formations was astounding. When he went to the array source valley again, Yixing easily set up the transfer array. He had learned all 4 of the basic arrays. The basic arrays didn't require any array materials to set up, and the arrays didn't have any damaging effects. However, there were differences based on the cultivation of the person who set up the arrays. The higher the level of the basic arrays, The stronger the defensive power, the harder it was to destroy, and the more powerful the effects. After learning the basic arrays, Gu Qianshang began to teach Yixing the real first-level array, the Messy Stone Array. The Messy Stone Array was much more complicated than the basic arrays, but it wasn't difficult for Yixing. He learned it in 2 days. The Messy Stone Array was different from the basic arrays. Only after learning it could it be considered an entry-level array. It could only be used by martial artists at LV1 to LV3 of the Star Tempering realm. As the array master reached higher levels, its power would increase. For example, a small success in the Messy Stone Array could trap LV4 to LV6 of the Star Tempering realm. A large success in the Messy Stone Array could trap LV7 to LV9 of the Star Tempering realm. A large success in the Messy Stone Array could even trap a half-step martial sage. Arrays were like martial arts. The most important thing was the quality, not the quantity. With Yixing's cultivation, he could practice the Messy Stone Array to the large success stage with his inner strength. Therefore, Gu Qianshang didn't plan to teach him any other arrays before he mastered the Messy Stone Array. Yixing practiced martial arts one day and arrays the other day. The cycle was endless. Between the two, there were significant improvements. About half a month later, Yixing practiced the Messy Stone Array to the large success stage. He had also refined and absorbed all the supreme-class star accumulating pills in his hand. His cultivation had increased to the middle stage of LV9. Moreover, his returning essence energy had also reached the peak of the 6th layer. He was not far from breaking through to the 7th layer of the highest realm. After practicing the Messy Stone Array to the large success stage, it was difficult for Yixing to practice it to a higher level. With the strength of his inner strength, he could only arrange the Messy Stone Array to the large success stage. He could only use array materials and star crystals to arrange more advanced ones. Gu Qianshang gave Yixing 100 low-grade star crystals and 100 first-grade carved star stones to let Yixing continue to practice the Messy Stone Array. It seemed that if Yixing didn't practice the Messy Stone Array to the large success stage, Gu Qianshang wouldn't teach him any other arrays. Star crystals were very precious items. They could replace the star energy in a martial artist's body. Low-grade star crystals could replace the inner strength of a martial artist and the star essence of a martial sage. Mid-grade star crystals were even more precious. They could replace the star energy of a perfected person and a venerable. As for the carved star stones, they were array materials. The first-grade carved star stones were first-grade array materials. They could be used to arrange many first-grade arrays with the earth attribute. Using array materials and star crystals to arrange the array made Yixing feel that the power of the array was significantly stronger. Yixing didn't feel that the Messy Stone Array was difficult. His understanding of the basics of arrays had reached nearly 90%. As he practiced all the way, he felt that success came naturally. It seemed that it wouldn't take long to practice the Messy Stone Array to the large success stage. If other array masters knew about Yixing's conjecture, they would probably cry. It wasn't easy to practice a first-grade array to the large success stage. Many first-grade array masters couldn't complete it even after several years. However, Yixing reached the large success stage in half a month. It wouldn't take long for him to reach the large success stage. On the second day after obtaining the star crystals and carved star stones, Yixing didn't cultivate in his residence. Instead, he walked out of the residence and went to the martial pavilion. After entering the sect for half a month, Yixing didn't communicate with anyone. However, his understanding of the Falling Star sect had increased a lot. Every disciple had a handbook issued by the sect. It not only introduced the sect, but also the privileges of outer sect disciples. Outer sect disciples could go to the martial pavilion to learn mortal-level martial arts. Moreover, outer sect disciples had the opportunity to cultivate in the sect's 5 great treasured lands. However, the time was very short. Those places were also where inner sect disciples and even core disciples cultivated. Name: Yixing. Outer sect's 10th disciple. Yixing is you? Yes. You can go in. You can only stay on the first floor of the martial pavilion. There is no time limit. After registering outside the martial pavilion, Yixing entered. It was good to be in the top 10. The other disciples had a time limit. The martial pavilion of the Falling Star sect was much bigger than the library of the Purple Mountain Academy. Although there were only 3 floors, the books on the first floor were several times more than all the books in the library of the Purple Mountain Academy. Looking at the dense bookshelves filled with books, a smile immediately appeared on Yixing's face. As for the disciples on the first floor, Yixing ignored them. He was only interested in the martial arts manuals. The first floor was filled with ordinary martial arts. The disciples on the first floor were obviously outer sect disciples. They were mainly concentrated in the supreme grade martial arts section. Yi Xing went straight to the inferior grade martial arts section. To him, any kind of martial arts was a fortune. Others might not have the energy to read so many secret martial arts manuals, but he did. Are you kidding me? He's already at Star Tempering Realm level 9, and he's reading inferior grade martial arts? A disciple was surprised to see Yi Xing walk to the inferior grade martial arts section and pick up an inferior grade martial arts manual to read. Seems like his martial arts talent is too bad. But he shouldn't be so bad that he has to learn inferior grade martial arts. At his cultivation level, no matter how bad his martial arts talent is, he should be able to learn superior grade martial arts. Who knows? Maybe there's something wrong with his head. Looking at his age, he should be a new disciple. Every time we recruit a new disciple, there will be one or two idiots. A few senior disciples talked in a condescending tone. At this moment, a cold voice came from behind them. I think there's something wrong with your heads. Do you know who he is? I'm still a little stuck today. What a tragedy. I'm going to be busy until after midnight again. Today's monthly votes are awesome. But can I get a few more votes? Let me check the ranking. It seems like I'm only a dozen votes away from the second place of the new book. Chapter 169. All the senior disciples turned around and saw an extremely beautiful woman with a curvaceous figure wearing tight leather clothes. She was not old either, about 18 years old. Her cultivation was at the late stage of the 9th level. She was obviously a new disciple. This beautiful woman was, of course, Chu Jingyue. She had also received a considerable reward in the selection. Her cultivation was originally about to reach the late stage of the 9th level. After entering she reached it very quickly. Chu Jingyue was the most beautiful woman among the new disciples. Even among the senior disciples, no female disciple could compare to her. As soon as she entered, she was called the most beautiful woman in the outer sect. These senior disciples all knew her. As for Yi Xing, although his reputation was not below Chu Jingyue's, he was either cultivating in seclusion in his mansion or in the Formation Source Valley. Most disciples had not seen him. Many knew his name, but not many of the senior disciples could recognize him. These senior disciples were not annoyed by Chu Jingyue's comment that they were crazy. Beautiful women always received special treatment. One of them asked, "Who is he? Is he famous?" Chu Jingyue simply spat out two words, Yi Xing. Yi Xing, the 10th outer disciple Yi Xing. The senior disciples looked at each other with fear in their eyes. The highest cultivation among them was only at the peak of the 9th level. They had not even reached the half-step martial sage realm. Yi Xing, on the other hand, had killed Duan Jinpeng, a first-class expert among the half-step martial sages. There was a huge gap between them and Yi Xing. To say that the 10th outer disciple was crazy behind his back, were they courting death? What if he heard them and challenged them to the life and death arena in a fit of anger? Thinking of this, the senior disciples shuddered. They could not continue reading the martial arts manuals and hurriedly left the martial pavilion. Chu Jingyue looked at Yi Xing in the distance. She wanted to go up and say hello, but she did not dare to. She had an intense personality and was very confident. She was devoted to martial arts. Since she was a child, there had never been a warrior in the same realm who could surpass her in terms of strength. Not even the genius of the martial sage destiny realm. Because of this, her heart was also proud. However, after meeting Yi Xing, her record of being invincible in the same realm was broken. Yi Xing's cultivation base was one level lower than hers, but he was able to jump levels and defeat her. This had already shattered the arrogance in her heart, but she was still a little unconvinced in her heart. However, after Yi Xing shot Duan Jinpeng to death, she was completely convinced in her heart. Chu Jingyue's strength was to challenge those of a higher level. Even if there were geniuses of the martial saints mandate who had surpassed her in cultivation, she would still look down on them. It was difficult for such a woman to take a fancy to other men, but once her heart was subdued by a man, then it would definitely leave an extremely deep mark in her heart. In the end, Chu Jingyue summoned her courage and walked over. Senior brother Yi. Yi Xing finished reading a secret manual and put it down. He turned to look at Chu Jingyue and smiled. Junior sister Chu is here too. After that, Yi Xing picked up another secret manual and read it. In the time of 3 breaths, he turned a page. His speed was very fast. When Chu Jingyue saw Yi Xing turning the pages so fast, she thought that Yi Xing was pretending to read the book. The corners of her mouth could not help but curl up. In her opinion, although Yixing appeared calm, he was obviously very nervous. This made Chu Jingyue inexplicably happy. Chu Jingyue walked to Yixing's side and said, "Senior brother Yi, your upper-grade martial arts have already reached the martial perfection realm. Why are you still reading these lower-grade martial arts?" Yixing quickly flipped through the book and spoke at the same time. He did not delay either of them. "Reading more martial arts secret manuals will increase the martial arts knowledge in my heart. This is very beneficial for martial arts cultivation." A true martial arts genius did not rely on how much martial arts knowledge he had in his heart. Instead, he was born to practice martial arts. It was very easy for him to learn martial arts once he learned them. On the other hand, Yixing was not born to learn martial arts. He could only be said to have a good talent in martial arts. However, he had a super brain. He could simulate cultivation in the super brain first. Moreover, the super brain could also learn martial arts quickly. This made Yixing's level of martial arts knowledge far exceed that of ordinary people. That was why he could cultivate martial arts at such a fast speed. His speed of cultivating martial arts was faster than that of a true martial arts genius. He was equivalent to a supreme genius among martial arts geniuses. The higher one's martial arts knowledge, the easier it was to cultivate martial arts. In fact, many people understood this principle. However, except for some martial arts fanatics, there were very few who could do it. There was no other reason. Most of the contents of martial arts secret manuals were profound and difficult to understand. They did not seem to be interesting at all. If they had to cultivate, there was no other way. In addition, reading one or two superfluous books was fine. If one read too many, it would be irritating and too boring. Many people could do very difficult things. However, very few people could persist in doing very boring things. Chu Yunxi was puzzled. There are so many martial arts secret manuals. How can you learn them all? Take the secret manuals here for example. There are at least tens of thousands of them. If you read them all carefully, you won't be able to finish them all in a year. However, it's not enough to learn a secret manual just by reading it once. It takes a long time. There is not much golden time for cultivation. Every minute and every second is precious. How can you waste time in this aspect? Yixing chuckled and said, "You're right. Ordinary people can't do it, but I read books faster." While speaking, Yixing put down the book in his hand and took the next secret manual. When he saw the name of the manual, he brushed his palm over it and took the next one. What he had read before was already in his mind. Naturally, he did not need to read it again. Chu Jingyue looked surprised. Judging from Yixing's tone, it seemed that he was really reading the book just now. Even though she admired Yixing very much, she did not believe it. "Are you kidding me? Based on the speed at which you are flipping the book, I haven't even seen the words clearly. How can I understand the content if I can't even see the words clearly?" Yixing did not respond to Chu Jingyue's suspicious gaze. He turned the secret manual page by page in his hand and scanned them into his super brain. Not long after, Yixing put down the secret manual in his hand and picked up another one to read. Chu Jingyue's gaze began to change from suspicion to surprise. Looking at Yixing's expression, it seemed that he was not pretending. Could it be that he had really read it? This made Chu Jingyue feel incredulous. How could anyone read so fast? He was simply flipping the pages of the book. Chu Jingyue said in surprise, "Can you really understand it by reading it like this?" Yixing nodded. "My eyesight is a little stronger than ordinary people's, and my memory is also a little better than ordinary people's." If he could really see it clearly and remember it, it would be more than just a little stronger and a little better. It would be more than 10 times better. Even though Yixing did not seem to be lying, ordinary people would never believe him. However, Chu Jingyue believed him. She had also found it hard to believe before, but now that Yixing said it, she believed him. This feeling was very strange. She had an inexplicable feeling about Yixing's words. In short, she trusted him very much and no one doubted him. Chu Jingyue fell silent. Yixing was still flipping the book and reading it. One secret manual after another passed by Yixing's hands. Yixing quickly flipped through the secret manuals that he received from the beginning to the end. However, there were also some secret manuals that Yixing did not even touch. He directly ignored them and did not pick them up. Chu Jingyue understood that he must have read the secret manuals that he did not pick up. He only picked up and read the secret manuals that he did not read. This meant that Yixing had already memorized everything that he had read. What kind of heaven-defying memory was this? Originally, Yixing had left a very deep imprint in Chu Jingyue's heart. Now Chu Jingyue admired Yixing even more. The imprint in her heart had become even deeper. She looked at Yixing's side profile with a slightly infatuated gaze. Yixing kept reading one book after another. Chu Jingyue was obsessed with reading for a while. Suddenly she came to her senses. Her heart skipped a beat and a blush appeared on her face. She took another deep look at Yixing's figure. Chu Jingyue did not disturb Yixing and left silently. There were too many secret manuals in the Falling Star sect's martial pavilion. There were tens of thousands of them. 80% of them were ones that Yixing had never seen before. They ranged from low-grade martial arts to supreme-grade martial arts. Even though Yixing read one book after another at a very fast speed, he only read about 1/5 of them after a day. The sky was dark. There was an illumination formation in the martial pavilion. Yixing did not leave and continued to read. With his cultivation, it was not a big deal to not eat for a day, let alone for dinner. Seeing that the martial pavilion elder reminded him to close the door, Yixing stopped. He had read almost 3,000 secret manuals throughout the day and all of them were scanned in his mind. He did not have to practice these martial arts, but he had to at least understand them. As long as he understood them, he would be able to improve his martial arts knowledge. If he could master so many martial arts, Yixing was very sure that it would not be a problem to cultivate supreme-grade martial arts to the perfection stage. It might even be a matter of course. For example, Yixing had mastered more than 2,000 secret manuals in the Zishan Academy's library. Naturally, his upper-grade martial arts had broken through to the perfection stage. Every other day Yixing would go to the Formation Source Valley. It was the same for the martial pavilion. He was in the top 10 of the outer sect, so he was not restricted by time. He also came every other day. It took Yixing 3 full days to read all the secret manuals on the first floor of the martial pavilion that he had not read before. All the contents were scanned into his super brain. Now, Yixing had the contents of tens of thousands of secret manuals in his mind. If it was an ordinary person, they would either not be able to remember such a huge amount of information, or they would feel like their brain was about to explode after memorizing it. However, Yixing's super brain was more than 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times stronger than a normal person's brain. Not only could Yixing remember all the contents in his mind clearly, but he could also organize and comprehend them. After learning all the martial arts, Yixing naturally did not need to go to the martial pavilion when he did not go to the Formation Source Valley. Instead, he would constantly comprehend the martial arts knowledge in his mind and master it through a comprehensive study. Many times, Yixing would also practice in the courtyard, and the theoretical knowledge in his mind would complement each other. Unknowingly, more than 10 days had passed. Yixing had been in the sect for almost a month, and he had finally mastered the chaotic rock formation to the perfection stage. Moreover, the cultivation of the Origin Restoration Force had also naturally reached the highest level of the 7th level. Khan is so painful. But tomorrow should be smoother. If he doesn't update 4 times, I'll kill him. Still 10 votes away from the new book's 2nd place. Brothers, do you have one more vote? Chapter 170. The 7th layer of returning essence energy. How strong was the internal strength? It was hard to imagine, as no one had ever achieved it before. That was because there was no such thing as the 7th layer of returning essence energy. The strength of the 6th layer of returning essence energy was not as strong as celestial essence. Even the celestial essence of a half-step martial sage could not compare. However, Yixing was very confident. His returning essence energy was not inferior to the celestial essence of a half-step martial sage. He could feel it. The returning essence energy flowed through his body and finally condensed in his palms, turning into 2 bright balls of light that contained a terrifying power. Generally, if the returning essence energy was condensed in the palms of the hands, there would not be much left in the body. The same was true for the celestial essence of a half-step martial sage. However, at this moment, Yixing still had the vigorous returning essence energy circulating in his body, densely covering his whole body. It almost felt like the celestial essence of a martial sage. Of course, Yixing was still very rational and did not blindly believe that his returning essence energy could not be compared to the celestial essence of a martial sage. With the cultivation of the returning essence energy to the highest level, Yixing's cultivation had also improved by a lot, almost reaching the late stage of the 9th layer. However, Yixing was very clear that without top-grade accumulating star pills and other auxiliary cultivation resources, it would not be easy to reach the late stage of the 9th layer just by sensing the stars. Even if it was just a small step, it would still take a lot of time. How could he obtain cultivation resources? Although Gu Qianxiang was very good to Yixing, he did not want to ask Gu Tianxiang for cultivation resources. He did not take Gu Tianxiang as his master, but Gu Tianxiang had been teaching him the Tao of array formations. He even took out precious star crystals and carved star stones for him to practice array formations. Yixing naturally did not have the face to ask Gu Tianxiang for anything else. In Yixing's view, there was only one way to obtain cultivation resources, and that was to rush to the outer sect disciple ranking list. The top 10 disciples would receive 3 different rewards. The top 10 would receive 10 top-grade accumulating star pills, the top 3 would receive 20 top-grade accumulating star pills, and the top 3 would receive 30 top-grade accumulating star pills. Yixing ranked 10th and had already obtained 10 best-quality accumulating celestial pills as a reward. If he wanted to obtain more rewards from the sect, he would have to rush into the top 3. Yixing was not confident that he could get into the top 3. He had entered the top 10 because he had killed Duan Jinpeng with his archery skills. Without a bow and arrow, he was definitely not Duan Jinpeng's match. Yixing's archery was a killing technique. The reason he killed Duan Jinpeng was because Duan Jinpeng was courting death. For no reason at all, Yixing couldn't possibly challenge the top 3 to the life and death arena and kill them with his archery skills, right? If he did not use archery, Yixing's inner strength would not be weaker than that of a half-step martial sage. However, he did not have the confidence to challenge the top 3. There were many half-step martial sages among the outer sect disciples. The top 10 were already first-rate experts among half-step martial sages. The top 3 were definitely experts among experts. I'd better cultivate some martial arts first. At least one of my best martial arts has reached the martial realm before I can challenge the top 3. Yixing thought to himself. Today was the day for cultivation. Yixing came to the Sky Wind Cave, one of the 5 great treasure lands of the Falling Star sect. The treasure lands were natural places for cultivation. With the help of the array, the effect would be magnified and the cultivation effect would be much stronger than outside. Different treasure lands targeted different aspects of cultivation. For example, the Sky Wind Cave could only increase the cultivation speed of wind-based martial arts. If it was fire-based martial arts, it would not have much effect. Fire-based martial arts should be cultivated in the Fire Kailan Cave. Yixing's main purpose of coming to the Sky Wind Cave was not to improve his wind-based martial arts attainment, but to improve his understanding of the wind force. He had even reached the perfection realm in his best martial arts attainment. If he improved further, he would reach the martial realm. It was difficult to cultivate martial arts to the martial realm even in the treasure lands. It required one's own comprehension. As for Yixing, as long as he comprehended the martial arts knowledge in his mind, it would not be difficult for his best martial arts to reach the martial realm. He just needed some time. However, if Yixing could increase the wind force a little more, then he would be able to forcefully raise his best movement technique to the martial realm. Everything was difficult at the beginning. It was not easy to comprehend the wind force. Many martial sages did not manage to do so. However, Yixing had already comprehended it. It should not be a problem for him to raise it a little more in a treasure land like the Sky Wind Cave. The Sky Wind Cave was divided into 7 grades based on the strength of the array and the strength of the wind. The other treasure lands were also divided in the same way. The first grade was suitable for high-ranked martial artists. The second grade was suitable for half-step martial sages. The third grade was suitable for low-ranked martial sages. The fourth grade was suitable for mid-ranked martial sages. The fifth grade was suitable for high-ranked martial sages. The sixth grade was suitable for half-step martial sages. The seventh grade was suitable for martial sages. Most of the people who came to the treasure lands to cultivate were inner sect disciples, not elders. Thus, the people guarding the treasure lands were all mid-ranked martial sages. Excuse me, are there any free third-grade Sky Wind Caves? Yixing first went to the registration area of the Sky Wind Cave to register. A 9th-grade martial artist going to the 3rd-grade Sky Wind Cave? Are you seeking death? The 5-star martial sage deacon in charge of registration glanced at Yixing indifferently. Senior martial brother, may I ask if you have any free level 3 heavenly wind caves? Yixing asked calmly. Do you know how strong the wind is in the 3rd-grade Sky Wind Cave? Only low-ranked martial sages can withstand it and cultivate martial arts in there. Yixing's attitude was very good, so the deacon's attitude was much better. I know. I'm not going there to cultivate martial arts. I just want to feel the wind. No matter how strong the internal energy is, it can't blow me to death. Yixing said indifferently. It may not blow you to death, but you will definitely suffer. You. The deacon was surprised. Suddenly he thought of something. You want to feel the wind and comprehend the general wind force? Comprehend the general wind force? Yixing smiled in his heart. I have already comprehended the wind force. Now I am just continuing to comprehend it and increase the strength of the wind force. Before Yixing could say anything, the deacon sneered. I am not trying to discourage you, but don't be whimsical. I am a 5-star martial sage, but I can't comprehend the wind force. What cultivation do you have? Yixing thought to himself. You also know that you can't comprehend the wind force when you are at the 5th grade of the star vortex realm? I comprehended the wind force when I was at the 5th grade of the star tempering realm. How can you compare with me? Yixing did not lower himself to the deacon's level. He handed over his identity token. If there are any free 3rd grade sky wind caves, I will reserve them for this month. Ordinary outer sect disciples could only cultivate for 2 hours a month in each of the treasured lands. Disciples of the martial saints mandate had 4 hours of cultivation time every month. The top 10 outer sect disciples could cultivate for 6 hours a month. The top 3 disciples could cultivate for 10 hours, and the first disciple could cultivate for 20 hours. What a wishful thinking. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The deacon muttered as he took Yixing's identity medallion. Then he sneered. 6 hours of cultivation time? You are at the 9th grade of the outer sect? Yixing nodded. No wonder you are so arrogant. However, you want to comprehend the wind force without becoming a martial sage. Forget it. If you are asking for trouble, I will not bother with you. The deacon quickly finished the registration and returned Yixing's identity token. Sky Wind Cave number 37. You cannot stay for more than 6 hours. Of course, if you can't take it, you can come out earlier. The remaining time can be changed to a lower grade Sky Wind Cave. Thanks. Yixing kept the identity token and headed to the Sky Wind Cave. The deacon watched Yixing leave and muttered to himself, Young man, you are so arrogant just because you have some ability. Let's see how long you can last in the grade 3 Sky Wind Cave. You are only at the 9th grade of the star tempering realm and yet you want to comprehend the wind force. Sky Wind Cave number 37. As soon as Yixing entered, his body was blown up. Once again he felt the same feeling as when he was blown up at the Azure Cloud Mountain range. His body was out of control and he slammed into the stone wall at the end of the wind cave. However, Yixing was no longer the same as before. Previously he had not comprehended the wind force. However, after that experience, Yixing had already comprehended a little bit of the wind force. Even if it was just a little bit of the wind force, his perception of the wind force was much stronger than if he had not comprehended it. It was not a difference of 10 or 20 times, but the difference between having and not having it. Yixing used that little bit of the wind force and the surrounding wind force was clearly sensed by Yixing. In particular, Yixing's super brain had also activated its scanning mode and scanned the changes in the wind force clearly. Wind was like water. It was difficult to go against it but easy to go with it. Water had buoyancy but so did wind. It could float some extremely light things but it would not be as strong as water. With the weight of a martial artist's body, it was naturally difficult for the wind force to float. However, if one used the power of the wind force and moved with the wind force, it could greatly reduce the damage caused by the wind force. If one mastered the wind force, they could completely treat the wind as water and move with the wind, floating in the air. Right now, Yixing was still far from being able to float in the air. However, he could still reduce the damage caused by the wind force and try his best to merge with the wind force. In an instant, Yixing's speed decreased by a lot. Originally, Yixing should have been slammed into the wall as if he had been slapped by a warrior sage. In the end, although he still slammed into the wall, the force was much weaker. With Yixing's defensive power, he could completely withstand it. After 2 blinks of an eye, Yixing's legs kicked off the wall. His thick inner force exploded and his entire body suddenly went against the wind. He rushed forward towards the eye of the wind tunnel's strongest wind force. Although going with the wind could reduce the damage caused by the wind force, to truly feel how strong the wind force was and how strong it was, one could only go against the wind. Going against the wind to comprehend the wind force and increase one's attainment. Going with the wind to reduce the damage caused and protect oneself. Yixing had not even rushed out 30 meters when he was blown back by the terrifying wind. Bang! Yixing crashed into the wall and made an explosive sound. However, after Yixing used the power of the wind force to dissolve it, he did not suffer much damage. After adjusting his breathing for a while, Yixing rushed forward once again. Comprehending against the wind. Protecting himself with the wind. This repeatedly. Every time he rushed out against the wind and returned with the wind, Yixing could feel the terrifying power of the wind. He continued to comprehend and feel the wind force. With each impact and being blown back, Yixing's clothes gradually tore. However, Yixing's comprehension of the wind force gradually deepened. Chapter 171. Sky Wind Cave Registration Office. Ever since Yixing entered the Sky Wind Cave for more than an hour, the deacon in charge of registration, Jingshan, began to frown and look surprised. After that, with every 15 minutes that passed, the surprise in Jingshan's eyes grew more intense. In his opinion, Yixing would never be able to last for an hour in the Grade 3 Sky Wind Cave. However, the result was obviously beyond his expectations. It was not just beyond his expectations, it was far beyond his expectations. Every once in a while, someone would come to register, either entering or exiting the Sky Wind Cave. However, Yixing was not among them. 3 hours had passed. 4 hours had passed. 4.5 hours had passed. Jingshan looked more and more surprised, but Yixing still did not come out. Suddenly he was shocked and a thought flashed through his mind. Could that kid have died in the number 37 Sky Wind Cave? That should not be the case. Every Sky Wind Cave was set up with a surveillance formation. Every once in a while, there would be a deacon in charge of safety checking the situation in the Sky Wind Cave. If someone died in the Sky Wind Cave, it was impossible for no one to know. Even before the person died, as long as someone was seriously injured, the deacon in charge of safety would enter the Sky Wind Cave to save the person. This meant that Yixing's safety in the Sky Wind Cave was not a problem. Seeing that the 6 hours were approaching, Jingshan's face was filled with shock. Senior brother Chiu, are there any Grade 3 Sky Wind Caves available? At this moment, a second-level Star Vortex Stage Inner Court disciple came. Jingshan came back to his senses, checked and said, "Not at the moment, but the number 37 Sky Wind Cave will be available soon." Speaking of this, Jingshan was stunned. The number 37 Sky Wind Cave was where Yixing was. Then I'll wait. The inner court disciple nodded, then noticed Jingshan's strange expression. Senior brother Chiu, is there any problem with the number 37 Sky Wind Cave? Jingshan shook his head slowly and glanced at the inner court disciple. You'll never guess who's cultivating in the number 37 Sky Wind Cave. The inner disciple smiled. I can't guess your name, but you're still an inner disciple. Jingshan said, he's an outer disciple and a level 9 star tempering stage outer disciple. He's been in there for almost 6 hours. Outer sect disciples entering level 3 Sky Wind Cave? The inner disciple's eyes widened. Moreover, he's at star tempering stage 9. 6 hours is the time limit for the top 10, right? Jingshan nodded. That inner court disciple exclaimed, our falling star sect actually produced such a formidable outer court disciple? In the number 37 Sky Wind Tunnel, Yixing was once again blown back by the wind. However, the next time he rushed out, he rushed against the wind for tens of meters, which was more than twice the distance when he first entered the Sky Wind Cave. Whoosh. Once again he was blown back by the strong wind and collided with the wall. It's time? Yixing noticed the quarter hour. At this moment, Yixing's clothes were in tatters and there were holes everywhere. He looked like a beggar. However, there was an extremely satisfied smile on his face. After 6 hours of cultivation, his comprehension of wind force had not only increased by 1 or 2 times, it had at least increased by 10 times or more. The wind force that he had previously comprehended could only be described as a sliver. It was not enough to forcefully raise his ultimate light body skill to the perfection stage. However, it was definitely enough now. Now, the wind force that he had comprehended could no longer be described as a sliver. It was more like he had comprehended the surface of the wind force. This level was impressive even for an advanced martial sage. After coming out of the number 37 Sky Wind Cave, Yixing waved his hand and took out a set of clothes from his storage ring. He quickly changed into them and left the Sky Wind Cave. When Jingshan saw Yixing walk out of the Sky Wind Cave, he was shocked. You are actually not injured? It was impossible for him not to be injured. However, it was only a superficial wound. It was not a big deal. Yixing had changed into a set of good clothes. Naturally, others would not be able to tell that he was injured. Yixing nodded and handed his identity token to Jingshan. I am done. After registering, Yixing left, leaving Jingshan and the inner disciple behind. They were shocked. Not far from the Sky Wind Cave, Yixing merged the wind force into his ultimate light body skill, Goose Cloud Warp. Previously, when Yi Xing had fused the wisp of wind force he had comprehended into the winged cloud warp, he had not been able to raise the winged cloud warp to the transformation realm. But now, Yi Xing's comprehension of wind force was more than 10 times stronger. When he fused it with the winged cloud warp, it easily increased the winged cloud warp's speed by a large margin, allowing it to stand at the transformation realm. Yi Xing had mastered the goose cloud warp and the goose cloud steps. Obviously, he could also advance to the transformative realm after merging with the wind force. Not long after, Yi Xing returned to the outer area. When he passed by the first peak, he saw Chu Jingyue surrounded by a few disciples. He immediately walked over. Then Yi Xing raised his eyebrows. Just now, his gaze was blocked by a few disciples and he only saw Chu Jingyue. Now that he was closer, he realized that Chu Jingnan was behind Chu Jingyue. However, there was blood at the corner of Chu Jingnan's mouth. It was obvious that he had been beaten up. As he got closer, the voices of a few people entered Yi Xing's ears. "You are just an ordinary piece of trash. Why are you pretending to be noble? It's your fortune that Senior Brother Ji likes you. Don't be so shameless. Senior Brother Ji invites you to admire the flowers. You have to go even if you don't want to. Hey, how can you talk to Junior Sister Chu like that? What's with your tone? Junior Sister Chu, if you follow me, Ji Haoyin, in the outer area of the Falling Stars sect, you will definitely live a good life. When I become an inner disciple, I can take care of you. Don't be so willful. Come, come. The creeping moon orchids at the back of the mountain are blooming brilliantly. Let's admire the flowers together." After that, Yi Xing heard Chu Jingyue's reply, "Get lost." Ji Haoyin was about 20 years old. He was dressed in a white robe and looked very handsome. He pulled a long face and said, "Chu Jingyue, don't be so disobedient. If you don't agree, I will break your brother's legs. Then you too won't have a day of peace in the Falling Stars sect." Although Yi Xing didn't see the previous scene, based on these people's words, he instantly understood what was going on. Ji Haoyin liked Chu Jingyue and wanted to force her to submit by injuring Chu Jingnan. But what kind of person was Chu Jingyue? How could she compromise with Ji Haoyin? If Chu Jingyue did not agree, the most Ji Haoyin could do was to force her. It was not a big deal for a Destiny's disciple of a martial saint to beat up an ordinary Destiny's disciple. However, if a Destiny's disciple raped a female disciple, it would be a capital offense strictly forbidden by the sect. 1 dog, 2 dogs, 3 dogs for dogs. Including you, there are 5 dogs in total. Yi Xing strode over and pointed a finger at Ji Haoyin. "Who was the one who slapped Junior Brother Chu just now? Step out and slap yourself 10 times, then scram. If you dare to disrespect Junior Brother Chu and Junior Sister Chu again, I'll slap you every time I see you." Yi Xing had been in the Falling Star sect for a month. Although he didn't pay attention to the other disciples, he still recognized Ji Haoyin, who was ranked 4th. However, Yi Xing still looked down on those who he looked down on, even if they were ranked 4th in the outer gate. He also didn't take their strength seriously. Yi Xing's current goal was to enter the top 3 in the outer gate. If Ji Haoyin was ranked 3rd, Yi Xing would have directly challenged him. Chu Jingyue and Chu Jingnan were delighted to see Yi Xing. As for Ji Haoyin and the other 4, they were furious. Dogs? They were all senior disciples and genius disciples of the martial saint's destiny disciple. 3 of them were at the peak of rank 9 while the other 2 were half-step martial saints. How could they not be angry when they were called dogs? "How dare you scold me?" Ji Haoyin looked at Yi Xing. Of course, he recognized Yi Xing, who was also ranked in the top 10. Earlier, when Yi Xing had entered Duan Jinpeng's mansion, Ji Haoyin had seen him from afar and had even commented on him to his good friend, Huang Huarong. Ji Haoyin and Huang Huarong didn't take Yi Xing seriously. They thought that Yi Xing was only relying on his bow and arrow. In terms of strength, he was not good enough. Now Yi Xing had actually dared to scold him. Ji Haoyin's face instantly turned pale and his eyes revealed a fierce light. As for the other 4, some of them knew Yi Xing and some of them didn't. However, without exception, they all looked furious. "Senior Brother Yi. Senior Brother Yi Xing." Chu Jingyue and Chu Jingnan greeted him in surprise and immediately went to Yi Xing's side. Both of them relied on Yi Xing. After all, Yi Xing was also ranked in the top 10 of the outer disciples. There were not many things that Yi Xing couldn't stand, but forcing a woman was one of them. Naturally, he only scolded Ji Haoyin. Yi Xing looked at Ji Haoyin and said coldly, "I'm scolding you, you trash dog. How dare you admire flowers with Junior Sister Chu with your dog face? Take a look at your dog face. Were you the one who injured Junior Brother Chu just now? If you are, hurry up and do it." Otherwise I'll cripple your dog paws. Yixing scolded Ji Haoyan because he despised him in his heart. In fact, Ji Haoyan was quite good-looking. Since he was scolding Ji Haoyan, he naturally said it out of anger and could not be taken seriously. However, when Chu Jingyue heard Yixing say that Ji Haoyan was not worthy of admiring flowers with her, she was inexplicably delighted. It was as sweet as honey. Chu Jingyue's heart was as sweet as honey, but Ji Haoyan's heart was not sweet at all. Instead, it was filled with anger. Ji Haoyan shouted angrily, "Yixing, you're courting death." In an instant, his inner force was activated and his aura erupted. As the fourth outer disciple, his strength was naturally very high and his power covered the sky. Yixing faced Ji Haoyan's power and said calmly, "What are you planning to do here? Do you want to fight to the death or to the death? You can choose from the duel arena or the life and death ring." Sweat. My hands. Forget it, I have to hurry up and write. In order to save my hands, I have to complete the 4th chapter. Chapter 172. Although Ji Haoyan said that Yixing was courting death, he did not dare to enter the life and death ring. Those who could enter the top 10 of the outer disciples were all powerful. Duan Jinping was ranked 10th, which was slightly weaker than Ji Haoyan, who was ranked 4th, but not by much. If Yixing could kill Duan Jinping with 2 arrows, it was very likely that he could also kill Ji Haoyan with his archery skills. How would Ji Haoyan dare to enter the life and death ring with Yixing? However, apart from Yixing's archery skills, Ji Haoyan was still very confident that he could defeat Yixing. Ji Haoyan said, "If you have the guts, don't use your bow. Let's fight on the duel platform. The loser will be slapped 10 times. If Yixing was not allowed to use his bow, he could only enter the duel platform and not the life and death ring. How could one be restricted from using their most powerful skills on the life and death ring? It would be better to just stand still and let others kill him." There was no such logic. Although Yixing hated Ji Haoyan, it was not to the extent that he wanted to kill him. It was just right for him to enter the duel platform and teach him a lesson. Yixing accepted the challenge and the 2 groups immediately went to the outer court square. Ji Haoyan was confident that he could defeat Yixing. He laughed and walked forward quickly. He also ordered the 4 people beside him to spread the news and let people come to watch. He wanted to defeat Yixing in front of everyone and let Yixing take 10 slaps. Yixing walked at a normal pace with Chu Jingyue and Chu Jingnan on his left and right. "Senior brother Ji Haoyan is the 4th outer disciple. Can you not use your bow? If you lose, you will have to take 10 slaps. There will be many people watching. Won't that be embarrassing?" Chu Jingnan muttered in a low voice with a worried expression. Since senior brother Yi dares to accept the challenge, he definitely can. Chu Jingyue's voice was firm. She trusted Yixing very much and was full of confidence. Chu Jingnan glanced at Chu Jingyue in surprise. He had a feeling in his heart. Why does it feel like my cousin is a little different? By the time Yixing and the other 2 arrived at the outer court square, many disciples had already heard the news and rushed over. On the first day Yixing entered the sect, he killed Duan Jinping and became one of the top 10 outer disciples. He became famous in the outer disciples of the Falling Star sect. Now less than a month had passed and he was going to fight the 4th outer court disciple, Ji Haoyan, on the duel arena. This attracted even more interest, and everyone who heard the news rushed to the outer court square. After Ji Haoyan arrived at the square, he went straight to the northernmost battle stage. He looked confident and waited with a smile on his face. Below the battle arena, there were naturally many outer sect disciples gathered. Most of them were new disciples, but there were also some old disciples. He killed senior brother Duan Jinping on the first day of entering the sect, and he's going to challenge senior brother Ji Haoyan to a duel in less than a month. This Yixing is really not easy to deal with. However, he is indeed powerful. Senior brother Duan Jinping was killed by him with 2 arrows. Will senior brother Ji Haoyan be a match for him? You don't know about this, right? Senior brother Ji Haoyan is going to duel with him, and both of them have agreed not to use bows and arrows. That can't be, his strength lies in his archery skills. If he doesn't use bows and arrows, how can he be compared to senior brother Ji Haoyan? Hee. Let's just wait for a good show. He is a new disciple, but he killed senior brother Duan Jinping on the first day of entering the sect and entered the top 10. He is both arrogant and savage. Senior brother Ji Haoyan can avenge us old disciples. Yes, I heard that whoever loses will have to bear 10 slaps. This time Yixing will be taught a lesson. Many old disciples were discussing. Although Yixing was in the top 10 and many of them were wary of him, they were obviously not convinced by Yixing. From the way they addressed him, regardless of whether it was Duan Jinping or Ji Haoyin, they addressed him as senior brother. When they talked about Yixing, they called him by his name. This showed that Yixing's strength was not deeply rooted in the hearts of the old disciples. In the hearts of the old disciples, they did not acknowledge Yixing as one of the top 10 disciples. The reason why no one dared to challenge him was because Yixing entered the top 10. His methods were cruel, and he took Duan Jinping's life to enter the top 10. However, this only caused the old disciples to be wary of him, and they did not acknowledge him. In their hearts, they were hoping that one of the old disciples would be able to step on Yixing. Today, Ji Haoyin was going to challenge Yixing, and this was exactly what the old disciples wanted. As for the new disciples, they were naturally convinced by Yixing, and they hoped that Yixing would be able to achieve glory again. However, there were not many new disciples who had confidence in Yixing. This was because they all knew that Yixing would not use a bow and arrow in this duel. Everyone knew that Yixing's archery skills were very powerful. Apart from his archery skills, he had obtained first place in the selection of the ordinary destined disciples. This strength was nothing in front of a half-step martial sage, let alone Ji Haoyin, who was ranked 4th in the outer sect, who was a top expert among the half-step martial sages. When Yixing arrived, regardless of whether it was the new disciples or the old disciples, they all took the initiative to open up a path for him. Yixing walked all the way to the bottom of the arena, and with a leap he landed on the arena. Senior brother Ji, you will win. Senior brother Ji, you will win. As soon as Yixing landed on the arena, a loud shout came from below. It was one of the 4 people who had been with Ji Haoyin previously. When this person shouted, many old disciples started to breathe, "Senior brother Ji, you will win." When Chu Jingnan saw this, he also shouted, "Senior brother Yi, you can do it. Senior brother Yi, you can do it." Along with Chu Jingnan's voice, some of the new disciples also shouted, "Senior brother Yi, you can do it." However, although there were many new disciples, the number of people who shouted was not as great as the old disciples. There were too few people who had confidence in Yixing. In the arena, Ji Haoyin chuckled, "Yixing, you meddled in other people's business. Let's see how I will deal with you today." Yixing looked indifferent as he walked forward step by step and said, "Cut the crap. Bring it on." Firmament palm. Ji Haoyin's expression froze. Yixing's words had made him swallow all the words he had wanted to say, and he immediately roared. The firmament palm was a supreme-grade martial technique. It was a martial technique that focused on big movements and big momentum. Ji Haoyin's attainment of the firmament palm was very profound. It had almost surpassed the consummate realm and was already on the verge of the transformative realm. As long as he took a small step forward, he would be able to stand in the transformative realm. With a loud shout, Ji Haoyin pounced forward and struck out with both his palms towards Yixing's celestial essence condensed in his palms. The terrifying firmament palm was like a turbulent sea of clouds, blowing Yixing's clothes and black hair in the air. Tyrant Dragon Fist. Yixing faced Ji Haoyin's frontal attack without dodging. He wanted to test his opponent's strength. Tyrant Dragon Fist, a supreme-grade martial technique. The Tyrant Dragon Fist in the transformative realm was not inferior to Ji Haoyin's firmament palm, which had not yet reached the transformative realm. Yixing's origin returning internal force condensed in his fists. It was bright and its strength was not inferior to Ji Haoyin's half-step celestial essence. At the same time, Yixing also activated his invincible golden body. A layer of golden luster covered every part of his body. In an instant, the fists and palms collided. Bang! The terrifying power collided with each other, creating a deafening explosion. In the explosion, Yixing and Ji Haoyin's bodies shook violently at the same time. They both felt a terrifying force from each other. Unable to stabilize their bodies, they retreated at the same time. Yixing retreated 3 steps. Ji Haoyin retreated 5 steps. Whether it was the new disciples or the old disciples, they were all horrified at this moment. In a head-on confrontation, Ji Haoyin was pushed back 5 steps by Yixing, while Yixing was only pushed back 3 steps. This result was unbelievable. Especially the person involved, Ji Haoyin, who was shocked and could not believe the fact in front of him. He had never thought that he, a first-class expert in the half-step martial sage realm, would be pushed back by a level 9 martial artist one day. As for Yixing, his expression was normal. Through this head-on collision, he already knew that his opponent's strength was about the same as his. Even if it was inferior, it was only by a little. Even if he did not comprehend the wind force to a higher level today, he could still defeat Ji Haoyin with the super brain scan without using the supreme movement skill of the transformative realm. However, the increase in his comprehension of the wind force naturally increased the speed of Yi Xing's victory. After Yi Xing retreated 3 steps, he steadied himself and immediately executed the cloud goose steps. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xing's body disappeared like a wild goose in the clouds. Yi Xing did not really disappear, but his speed was so fast that it made people feel as if he had suddenly disappeared. In an instant, Yi Xing had already circled behind Ji Haoyan. Tyrant Dragon Fist. Tyrant Dragon Transformation. Yi Xing attacked without hesitation and immediately executed the ultimate move of the Tyrant Dragon Fist. Most of the disciples did not see the changes in Yi Xing's footwork clearly. They only knew that Yi Xing had disappeared in a flash. When they calmed down and looked again, Yi Xing had already executed his ultimate move behind Ji Haoyan. However, as the 4th strongest expert in the outer gate, Ji Haoyan was obviously much stronger than the disciples below. Although Yi Xing's speed shocked him, he could still see Yi Xing's figure clearly. In a hurry, Ji Haoyan suddenly turned around and shouted, "Tumultuous clouds and rain." Both of them executed the ultimate move of the firmament palm. Their fists and palms collided in an instant. Ji Haoyan had executed the move in a hurry. However, he did not have time to execute the move. Its power was obviously not as strong as Yi Xing's Tyrant Dragon Transformation. Bang! Amidst the explosion, Yi Xing did not move at all. On the other hand, Ji Haoyan's body suddenly retreated 7 to 8 steps back. "You're defeated." Yi Xing shouted and executed the Cloud Goose steps. In an instant he changed his move. His fist turned into a finger and pointed at Ji Haoyan. Sky Extinguishing Finger. Heaven Pointing. In an instant, the dense Origin Restoration inner force condensed into a huge finger shadow. Following Yi Xing's finger, Ji Haoyan was stabbed. The change in this move was due to its speed. The Tyrant Dragon Fist could only be as powerful as thunder and as fast as lightning when it was charged up. When it changed the move again, the speed would be slower. However, the Sky Extinguishing Finger was different. With a point of the finger radiance shot out and attacked Ji Haoyan. Ji Haoyan obviously did not expect Yi Xing's attack to be so fast. He was instantly hit by the finger. Bang! Ji Haoyan vomited blood and was sent flying. 55555. Tears streamed down his face. "I'll have to chop off my hand today. I've already tried my best to write. I really want to write 4 chapters, but my brain can't take it anymore. I've overused my brain and my writing efficiency is extremely low. I'd better take a break first so that I can continue writing tomorrow. There are only 6 days left in this month. I'll try my best to adjust my condition and write 4 chapters a few more times so that Yi Xing can break through the star vortex, awaken his astrology and become a martial saint. My fingernails are a little too long. I'll chop them off a little. I'll be thick-skinned and continue to ask everyone for more votes. The task is very difficult. We have 6 days, but we're still 600 votes away from first place. On average, we need more than 100 votes a day. The pressure is huge." Chapter 173. In the blink of an eye, Ji Haoyan was blasted off the stage by Yi Xing's finger and fell to the ground. The power of Yi Xing's finger of heaven severing was not small. Ji Haoyan's clothes were pierced through by the power of the finger. Although his skin was not pierced by the power of the finger, it left behind a bloody black fingerprint. When the Sky Extinguishing Finger force entered Ji Haoyan's body, it had the effect of blocking his meridians. Ji Haoyan's meridians were blocked at his middle finger and he was unable to circulate his inner strength. Even his breathing was painful. This was a serious injury and his fighting strength was greatly reduced. If he and Yi Xing were to have a life-and-death battle, he would be dead with such a serious injury. Yi Xing took a step to the edge of the stage and looked down at Ji Haoyan. Ji Haoyan struggled to get up. He pressed his right hand on his middle finger. His every move would trigger the intense pain there. His eyes were also looking at Yi Xing. They were filled with anger and hatred and were extremely vicious. Although he was injured by Yi Xing's finger, Ji Haoyan was obviously not convinced. Yi Xing did not care if he was convinced or not and said coldly, "You've lost. Slap yourself 10 times. Only then did everyone regain their senses from the shock of Yi Xing defeating Ji Haoyan. Their gazes shot towards Ji Haoyan. Previously, the crowd was only concerned about the outcome of the battle. Now that Yi Xing mentioned it, they realized that there was a bet between the two of them. Whoever lost would have to slap himself 10 times. This bet was even more interesting than the outcome of the battle between the two of them. To slap himself 10 times in front of so many disciples, wouldn't that be embarrassing? Both Yi Xing and Ji Haoyan were outer disciples ranked in the top 10. No matter which one of them slapped himself, it would be a shocking matter. However, due to their standpoints, the disciples were divided into two groups. The senior disciples naturally wanted Yixing to lose and slap himself 10 times. Now that Ji Haoyan lost, they felt very sullen. Not only was Ji Haoyan the fourth outer disciple, but he was also an old disciple. Since he slapped himself, the old disciple would naturally feel embarrassed as well. However, while the old disciples were depressed, the new disciples were all very excited. Although they had no confidence in Yixing before the battle, they still hoped that Yixing would win. Now that Yixing had won, how could they not be excited? It was as if they also had glory. Especially Ji Haoyan, who was ranked fourth in the outer sect, was going to slap himself in front of them. The eyes of the new disciples lit up. How many times would they get such an opportunity in their lifetime? Ji Haoyan's face instantly flushed red. He'd lost to Yixing under the gazes of everyone present, and his heart was filled with resentment, so how could he be willing to slap himself? Ji Haoyan raged, I didn't lose. Since he had to slap himself 10 times if he lost, then he would not admit defeat no matter what. Although the senior disciples felt their faces burning, they also felt that it was a good idea. If you refuse to admit defeat, then bite me. As for the new disciples, they instantly roared with laughter. Ji Haoyan's gaze swept angrily and the laughter stopped. Although Ji Haoyan had lost to Yixing, his ability was unquestionable. Now that he was glaring angrily, which new disciple dared to continue mocking him? Yixing said disdainfully, You've already been injured by me and I've even thrown you off the battle stage. Isn't that a loss? If this isn't considered a loss, then let's continue. I'll beat you until you admit defeat. How would Ji Haoyan dare to continue fighting with Yixing? He snorted coldly, I won't stoop to your level. After saying that, he turned around and wanted to leave. Yixing's face was instantly covered with a layer of frost. Since he had made a bet, he had to admit defeat. How could it be so easy to not admit defeat? Yixing shouted, You don't want to slap yourself, fine? I'll slap you. See if I don't slap your stinky mouth. Ji Haoyan's body trembled and he shouted sternly, You dare. However, from his body's reaction, it was obvious that he was only putting on a brave front. At the same time, a voice came from afar. Yixing, where it's possible to make mistakes, you should spare them. Don't go too far. Let's see if I dare. Yixing didn't care about the sound coming from afar. With a furious shout, he executed the cloud goose steps and charged towards Ji Haoyan. Since Ji Haoyan didn't keep his word, Yixing had to teach him a lesson. Compared to him slapping himself 10 times, Yixing had to teach Ji Haoyan a lesson. While he was in the air, Yixing launched a ferocious attack on Ji Haoyan, kicking out with both his legs. Upper grade martial art, fatal chain kick. The stage of the transformative stage's fatal chain kicks were launched one after another. In Ji Haoyan's eyes, the kicks were everywhere. As Ji Haoyan was heavily injured, it was hard for him to circulate his internal energy in his chest, causing his strength to be greatly reduced. How could he block Yixing's deadly chain kicks? Bang 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 bang, a series of heavy breathing sounds were heard. Ji Haoyan didn't know how many kicks he had blocked. Instead, he was kicked to the ground in the blink of an eye and screamed in pain. Yixing landed on the ground and stepped on Ji Haoyan's hands. Then he sat down and pinned Ji Haoyan's body down. Then he clenched his right hand's fingers and slapped Ji Haoyan's face. I'll let you admire the flowers. 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 I'll make your face bloom. Slap 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 slap. With every sentence Yixing shouted, he slapped Ji Haoyan. As expected, Ji Haoyan's face was blooming with flowers. Yixing's palm strength was extremely powerful. Although Yixing purposely held back and didn't use his returning origin force and only used his physical strength to slap Ji Haoyan 10 times, it was enough to make Ji Haoyan's face bleed. His mouth was filled with broken teeth and blood. Although Ji Haoyan was a half-step to martial sage after being beaten up by Yixing, his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Swoosh, just as Yixing finished his 10th slap, a scorching hot palm print suddenly shot toward him from afar. Swoosh, Yixing's body leaped and he instantly left Ji Haoyan's body. With a somersault, he avoided the palm print and landed on the battle arena. The palm print didn't hit Yixing. Instead, it hit the stone wall of the battle arena and there was a loud explosion. The battle arena was made of solid ores and was reinforced by a formation. Even a martial sage would have a hard time destroying it, let alone a half-step to martial sage's attack. The person who attacked was a young disciple in a red robe. He was around 23 or 24 years old. His appearance was ordinary, but he had a scorching aura as if he was a fireball. Yixing, how dare you? The red-robed disciple stopped beside Ji Haoyan. After glancing at Ji Haoyan, he glanced at Yixing and shouted coldly. It's senior brother Chao. Third senior brother is here. Teach Yixing a lesson and avenge senior brother Ji. Many senior disciples began to clamor when they saw the person. The person was the third outer disciple, Chao Huarong. When Chao Huarong heard the news, he immediately rushed over. However, Ji Haoyan had already been defeated by Yixing. Chao Huarong's voice was as sharp as a blade, sending chills down one's spine. The new disciples were astounded. Although there was only a name difference between the third and fourth outer disciple, there was a significant difference in terms of strength. It was obvious from the rewards given to the top 10 disciples by the sect. The top 10 disciples were ranked on the same level, while the top 3 disciples were ranked on the same level. Being able to be ranked in the top 3 among so many outer disciples, his strength was definitely terrifying. On the other hand, Yixing's expression was as calm as ever. He was planning to challenge the top 3 disciples, so why would he be afraid of Chao Huarong? He stared at Chao Huarong with a sharp gaze. Yixing calmly said, "What is it? Do you want to have a try too?" The disciples were astounded. They did not expect Yixing to be so calm in front of Chao Huarong. It was as if he did not treat Chao Huarong seriously. This caused the disciples to be astonished. Chao Huarong was ranked third among the outer disciples. There was a huge difference between her strength and Ji Haoyan, who was ranked fourth among the outer disciples. Although Yixing had beaten Ji Haoyan badly, most of the disciples did not think that Yixing was a match for Chao Huarong. Chao Huarong and Ji Haoyan had a good relationship. Furthermore, he was also one of the disciples who looked down on Yixing for entering the top 10. Now that Ji Haoyan was involved, he was filled with anger. Even if Yixing did not challenge him, he would still go up the stage to teach Yixing a lesson. How could he reject Yixing's challenge? Chao Huarong stared at Yixing and said fiercely, "Fine, today I will let you know the immensity of heaven and earth." He probed Ji Haoyan's aura. Seeing that Ji Haoyan had only fainted, he asked 2 senior disciples to carry him away for treatment. Then Chao Huarong's figure flashed and turned into a red afterimage, appearing on the stage in an instant. Looking at Chao Huarong's movement skill, Yixing knew that Chao Huarong was even more powerful than Ji Haoyan. Once on the stage, Chao Huarong's aura became much more terrifying. His entire body was like a ball of burning flames, causing the surrounding temperature to rise abruptly. Above him, the air surged without any wind, as if there was a heat wave rushing towards the sky. Yixing felt a gust of hot air rushing towards him. Yixing observed Chao Huarong, only to see that there seemed to be a raging fire burning within his body, emitting a crimson glow, almost the same color as his clothes. Especially Chao Huarong's palms, they turned from red to red, as if they contained a terrifying power. Naturally, Yixing could tell at a glance that Chao Huarong cultivated a fire attribute martial art. Yixing's martial arts were basically non-attribute martial arts. It was purely based on the strength of one's inner strength. This was because martial arts with attributes were related to the martial artist's physique and the cultivation environment. Comparatively speaking, it was much less related to one's martial arts talent. If Yixing practiced attribute martial arts, his advantage would not be as great as non-attribute martial arts. Therefore, with attribute martial arts, Yixing only learned the theory and did not practice it. However, with the same strength of inner strength, attribute martial arts were stronger than non-attribute martial arts. And to challenge someone of a higher level was an extravagant hope for most martial artists. Therefore, in order to pursue a strong attacking power, in order to have a stronger strength than other martial artists of the same level, many martial artists were willing to practice attribute martial arts. Chao Huarong's physique leaned towards the fire attribute. Thus, he practiced fire attribute martial arts much faster than other martial arts. His cultivation method, 9 Suns Tactics, was a fire attribute martial arts inheritance. His martial arts technique, Blazing Divine Palm, was a fire attribute martial arts technique. Chapter 174. The grade of a martial art was not determined by its name. Although the Blazing Divine Palm had the word divine in it, it was only a supreme grade martial art. It was neither a spiritual martial art nor a black martial art. However, elemental martial arts were powerful. Even if Chao Huarong's martial arts attainments were on par with Ji Haoyin's, his fire elemental cultivation techniques and martial techniques were more powerful than Ji Haoyin's. This could be seen from Chao Huarong's violent aura. The disciples around the dueling stage felt Chao Huarong's terrifying aura. Although they were dozens of meters away, they still felt terrified and instinctively retreated. On the other hand, Yixing stood on the dueling stage. His clothes fluttered in the hot air and his black hair fluttered in the wind. However, he did not retreat at all. Yixing's eyes were slightly serious, but his expression was as calm as usual. He circulated the Origin Restoration Force and also released a powerful and terrifying aura. Yixing's inner strength was powerful not because of any attribute, but because it was powerful and vigorous. As he circulated the Origin Restoration Force, his essence surged like smoke and rushed out from the top of his head. Visible to the naked eye, a pillar of energy shot out from the top of Yixing's head into the sky. His aura was terrifying and was not inferior to Chao Huarong's at all. This made the spectating disciples' expressions change. Yixing's cultivation was only at the 9th level of the star-tempering realm, but he had such a terrifying aura. Chao Huarong's aura was terrifying because he borrowed the power of the flames. However, Yixing's aura was terrifying because of his pure inner strength. He almost had the aura of a martial sage. At this moment, the disciples realized that Yixing had not used his full strength to deal with Ji Haoyin. This shocked the disciples. Could it be that Yixing is really qualified to compete with Chao Huarong? Chao Huarong stared coldly at Yixing. He was extremely displeased by Yixing's aura and shouted angrily, "Die!" With a furious shout, Huang Huarong's body did not move, but her crimson-red palm slapped towards Yixing. The celestial essence of the Nine-Yang secret art was already extremely hot. Coupled with the raging inferno divine palm's transformation, the palm imprint that Ning Qing shot out almost turned into flames. In an instant, Yixing felt a scorching wave of air rush towards him. A palm print that was like a red flame struck towards his face like a bolt of lightning. Chao Huarong's every move was under Yixing's observation. If this palm strike was unleashed, Yixing would not be able to dodge it. However, the moment Chao Huarong raised her palm, Yixing already knew that she was about to attack. He instantly executed the cloud goose steps and disappeared in a flash. At the same time, there was a loud explosion as the raging inferno palm instantly slapped the place where Yixing was standing. A huge shockwave burst out, engulfing everything within a radius of several feet. It was as if a small bag of explosives had exploded. The might of Chao Huarong's palm strike could be imagined. After Chao Huarong's first palm strike, she immediately followed up with a second palm strike. Yixing's speed, for other disciples, was extremely fast. They could barely see him clearly, giving off a vague feeling. However, in Chao Huarong's eyes, that was obviously not the case. She could clearly see Yixing's dodging trajectory, so she immediately followed up with a second palm strike. Yixing's movement technique was superb, and in an instant his body flashed and slashed again. Bang! There was a loud explosion, and the place where Ning Qing stood once again exploded with flames. "Let's see how many of my palms you can dodge," Chao Huarong sneered. He stood motionless, attacking with only a palm strike, while Yixing had to dodge at least a few feet away to avoid the attack range of the raging inferno divine palm. Even if Yixing's movement technique was exquisite, it was impossible for him to be faster than the raging inferno divine palm attack every time. Bang 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 bang. The sound of explosions continued without end, and one after another, flames exploded in all directions around the dueling platform. Yixing wanted to test his extreme speed, and with the help of his super brain scanning Chao Huarong, he could clearly see every move the other party made. As such, Yixing naturally avoided Chao Huarong's palm strikes one after another. After Chao Huarong sent out a dozen or so palm strikes, he felt a little embarrassed. Yixing's reaction was just too fast. Every time he attacked, Yixing seemed to know in advance where he was going to attack and dodged again and again. If this battle continued, Yixing did not need to fight back. Just the consumption of palm strikes was enough to exhaust Chao Huarong to death. Yixing used the cloud goose steps, but the consumption was far less than Chao Huarong's raging inferno divine palm. Raging inferno prairie. Chao Huarong shouted, her body flashed and she rushed towards Yixing, both palms striking out. Horrifying flaming celestial essence surged out, turning into a fan-shaped flame ripple that rushed forward in an instant. Half of the battle ring was within the attack range of this move. Coupled with Chao Huarong rushing forward, the range was compressed, making it impossible for Yixing to escape. This time, even if Yixing knew Chao Huarong's intentions, he could not avoid it. After all, the dueling platform was only so big. Although Yi Xing's attainments in movement techniques were a little higher than Chao Huarong's, it was not so strong that he could not make up for the gap. Tyrant Flood Dragon transforms into dragon. Since he could not avoid it, he could only fight with all his strength. Yi Xing roared, and instead of retreating, he punched out with both his fists. The Tyrant Flood Dragon fist in Yi Xing's hands was truly superb. In Chao Huarong's eyes, Yi Xing's fists were no longer two fists, but two overbearing raging flood dragons. No, it was not just the raging flood dragons. The moment the two overbearing raging flood dragons attacked, a pair of horns appeared on their heads, and they leaped into a dragon. The two raging flood dragons turned into two raging dragons, multiplying the power of this move, making it extremely terrifying. Boom! Just the confrontation between the fist and the palm had already erupted into a fierce collision. Celestial essence was more powerful than internal strength, and the nine-yang celestial essence had a fire attribute, which made its power amazing. However, Yi Xing's returning essence internal strength was not ordinary. The seventh layer of returning essence internal strength was stronger than the half-baked celestial essence of a half-step martial sage. Even if the nine-yang celestial essence had a fire attribute, Yi Xing's returning essence internal strength was not weak. Moreover, Yi Xing's Tyrant Flood Dragon Fist had reached the perfection realm, which was not weaker than Chao Huarong's Raging Inferno Divine Palm, which was close to the perfection realm. Therefore, in the confrontation between the fist and the palm, Yi Xing did not fall into a disadvantage at all. Amidst the explosion of the fist and the palm, Yi Xing and Chao Huarong continued to attack as fast as lightning. Two punches. Two palms. They collided in an instant. Bang. Bang. At this time, the two explosions were really earth-shattering. The fist and the palm collided directly, which was much more terrifying than the confrontation between the fist and the palm. The two explosions shook the hearts of the disciples who were watching the battle. They instinctively closed their eyes, feeling a sense of fear. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the confrontation of strength was. If it were any other disciple in the audience, they would not be able to withstand the attack of either Chao Huarong or Yi Xing. The waves of energy surged and the energy exploded. In an instant, the air on the battle stage was distorted, and many disciples could only see a distorted light. Only a few disciples with excellent eyesight could vaguely see the figures of Yi Xing and Chao Huarong, who were retreating at the same time during the collision. Chao Huarong only took one step back, but Yi Xing took 5 or 6 steps back continuously. The strength of the two people's attacks was instantly clear. Chao Huarong was worthy of being the third outer disciple. Ji Haoyan had also collided with Yi Xing once before, but Yi Xing had the upper hand at that time, but now he was absolutely at a disadvantage. Chao Huarong's body refinement skill was even better than Yi Xing's. Those who could see the two people retreating, except for a few new disciples, were mostly experts among the senior disciples. Seeing Yi Xing take 5 or 6 steps back, the senior disciples immediately cheered. This made most of the new disciples who did not see the situation change their expressions, thinking that Yi Xing had lost. On the battle stage, Chao Huarong, who had the upper hand, laughed happily. "Your strength is only SOSO, I will defeat you in 10 moves." While laughing, Chao Huarong's figure charged toward Yi Xing again like lightning. She raised her palm and slapped down on Yi Xing's head from above. The ultimate move of the Fire God Palm. Fire covering the sky. This slap was unstoppable and powerful. At this moment, the terrifying qi and waves had already dissipated. All the disciples could clearly see the figures of the two people on the dueling platform. All the new disciples were shocked, while the old disciples revealed excited smiles. In their opinion, Yi Xing would definitely not be able to block this slap. As for Yi Xing, who was at a disadvantage, his expression was calm, and there was no trace of fear. Instead he shouted, "Good move." As he shouted, his figure flashed and he used the Cloud Goose Steps again. However, Chao Huarong's attack was too fast, and even the Cloud Goose Steps could not completely avoid it. Chao Huarong sneered. The senior disciples sneered. The new disciples were shocked. Yi Xing's lips curled up, revealing a thought-provoking smile. He did not use the Cloud Goose Steps to avoid Chao Huarong's attack. Whoosh! Just as Yi Xing's figure flashed, Yi Xing pointed his finger. Sky Extinguishing Finger. Sky Extinguishing Finger. It was the killing move of the Sky Extinguishing Finger. In an instant, a finger light burst out. The disciples were puzzled. On the other hand, Chao Huarong's expression changed greatly. Her palm, which had covered the sky, suddenly paused. She withdrew her hand and retreated. The disciples were horrified. They did not know why Chao Huarong suddenly stopped. If this slap landed, Yixing would definitely suffer heavy injuries. Moreover, that finger light could be blocked by celestial essence. Even if he was injured by the finger light, it would only be a minor injury. However, they did not know that Yixing's finger attack was aimed at the flaw of the Raging Inferno Divine Palm. Chao Huarong had cultivated the Raging Inferno Divine Palm to the extreme perfection realm. She was only half a step away from the perfection realm. There were no flaws in her martial arts attainments. However, martial arts itself had flaws. Outsiders could not see it, but Yixing could scan it with his super brain. Chao Huarong, as a cultivator of the Raging Inferno Divine Palm, naturally knew about it. If Chao Huarong's slap continued, the power of this slap would be broken by Yixing's finger, and it would not pose much of a threat to Yixing's body. On the contrary, Yixing's sky-extinguishing finger light could cause harm to him. The result was obviously Chao Huarong suffering a big loss. Of course, she had to withdraw her palm. However, an attack was like an arrow that was shot out. How could it be so easy to withdraw? Especially since Chao Huarong had already used this move. She did not expect that Yixing could see the flaw in her martial arts. Chapter 175. Just as he retracted his palm and retreated, Yixing's finger light had already struck his palm. Although Chao Huarong retreated, the finger light did not hit the flaw, but it did not deviate too far. Chao Huarong's middle finger suddenly felt a soreness. In the blink of an eye, Chao Huarong's retreating speed was so fast that he retreated dozens of meters in the blink of an eye. Although he was hit by Yixing's finger light, it happened in 1/10 of an instant, so it was not a big deal. Chao Huarong retreated quickly, but Yixing did not chase after him. No matter how fast his body was, it could not be compared to the speed of an attack. 3 parts restoration energy. Yixing let out a loud roar. The vigorous Gui Yuan inner force in his body was like a broken dam at this moment, suddenly attacking Chao Huarong. 3 groups of sharp internal force, like arrows, instantly blasted in front of Chao Huarong. Chao Huarong was about to defend, but 3 explosions sounded at the same time, and the 3 groups of sharp internal force all exploded. Each group of sharp internal force exploded, and its power was not weaker than Chao Huarong's full blow of the Raging Flame Divine Palm. 3 groups of sharp internal force exploded at the same time. How terrifying was the power! Chao Huarong never expected that Yixing would act so decisively. Just as he was about to retreat, Yixing suddenly launched such a ruthless attack. The celestial essence defense that he had just condensed instantly shattered under the 3 explosions. The next moment, Chao Huarong spat out a mouthful of blood, and his speed was twice as fast as before. He continued to retreat. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Chao Huarong flew over the range of the duel arena. When Chao Huarong fell to the ground, he was nearly 10 feet away from the duel arena. With blood hanging from the corner of his mouth, he stood up immediately. Although he was blasted out of the arena by Yixing like Ji Haoyan, Chao Huarong's injury was much lighter than Ji Haoyan's. Ouch! After a brief moment of surprise, the new disciples immediately let out excited and pleasantly surprised shouts. Senior Brother Yi mighty? Senior Brother Yi, I admire you. Senior Brother Yi, I love you. The new disciples let out all sorts of shouts. There were even quite a few female disciples who directly shouted the slogan, I love you. It could be seen that after Yixing defeated Chao Huarong, his popularity among the new disciples had reached its peak. Compared to when he defeated Ji Haoyan, the new disciples were even more excited. After all, Ji Haoyan was only ranked at the 4th position, whereas Chao Huarong was ranked at the 3rd position. The difference of a single position was absolutely different in terms of quality. Although Yixing had defeated Ji Haoyan and was ranked 4th, he was still ranked in the top 10. However, he had defeated Chao Huarong and was ranked in the top 3. There was a fundamental difference. As a new disciple, Yixing's entry into the top 10 had already shocked the other new disciples. However, this was the first time he had entered the top 3. Compared to the cheers of the new disciples, the older disciples looked at each other in shock. Chao Huarong clearly occupied the upper hand earlier, yet she suddenly took the initiative to withdraw and retreat, causing her to lose to Yixing. This caused all the senior disciples to be unable to understand. Senior Chao, what happened to you just now? Senior Brother Chao, why did you withdraw and retreat? Senior Brother Chao, did you take the initiative to let her win? Some of the senior disciples who were on good terms with Chao Huarong immediately rushed to her and asked, "Took the initiative to let her win?" Chao Huarong was already in a bad mood after being defeated by Yi Xing. These questions made her feel even more embarrassed. "Get lost." Pushing the senior disciple in front of her, Chao Huarong used her lightness skill and quickly left the square. Soon she disappeared. Senior Brother Yi. Senior Brother Yi. Although Chao Huarong was present, many of the new disciples were excited, but they did not dare to shout loudly. Once Chao Huarong shouted, they joined in the shouting army, causing the cheers to shake the heavens and the earth. Hundreds of people shouted in unison, and in the end, their voices became the three words Senior Brother Yi. The ordinary new disciples of the Destiny Realm looked at Yi Xing with admiration, and the female disciples were even infatuated with him. Even many of the new disciples of the Destiny Realm looked at Yi Xing with admiration. Only a small number of new disciples of the Destiny Realm felt that their future was far beyond Yi Xing's, so they did not think much of Yi Xing's defeat of Chao Huarong. Yi Xing stood on the dueling platform and nodded slightly to the new disciples who were shouting. He waved his hand, then jumped down and floated away. Chu Jingnan looked at Yi Xing's back with eyes full of admiration. He said, "Senior Brother Yi became the top 10 of the outer gate on the first day he entered the sect. In less than a month he became the top 3. I wonder how long it will take for him to become the first in the outer gate." Chu Jingyue looked at Yi Xing's back with a somewhat infatuated gaze. Her heart thumped as she murmured, "I'm afraid it won't take long." An old disciple happened to hear Chu Jingnan and Chu Jingyue's words and was immediately displeased. Originally, the old disciple was very unhappy that Yi Xing had defeated Ji Haoyan and Chao Huarong. Now that he heard Chu Jingnan say that Yi Xing would become the first in the outer gate, he was naturally even more displeased. The old disciple said coldly, "The first in the outer gate? I really don't know if you are ignorant or arrogant. Senior Brother Xan Zhuiyuan is known as the Little Sword Saint. His flowing light sword technique has been cultivated to the acme of perfection. His supreme refining body cultivation technique is also close to perfection. If Senior Brother Xan did not want to break through the star vortex after cultivating his supreme refining body cultivation technique to perfection, he would have already become a martial sage and become an inner disciple. Yi Xing wants to become the first in the outer gate? Bah! Unless Senior Brother Xan becomes a martial sage and becomes an inner disciple, Yi Xing will never become the first in the outer gate. Chu Jingnan and Chu Jingyue only said this in a low voice. Only a few disciples beside them could hear them. However, this old disciple's voice was so loud that a large group of disciples nearby heard it. When some of the old disciples heard this, they seemed to have found an outlet to vent their anger. One by one they sneered. Yi Xing wants to become the first in the outer gate? This is simply a fantasy. Haha, Yi Xing can also be compared with Senior Brother Xan. Senior Brother Xan can defeat Yi Xing with 3 moves at most. 3 moves? Ah. Do you think the title Little Sword Saint is just for show? He can defeat Yi Xing with 1 move at most. That's right. He can defeat Yi Xing with 1 move at most. If Senior Brother Xan Zhuiyan does not become an inner disciple, Yi Xing will never become the first in the outer gate. Now Senior Brother Xan is out on a mission and not in the sect. Otherwise humph. How can we allow Yi Xing, a new disciple, to be so arrogant today? Once the topic was discussed, the old disciples spoke one after another. Suddenly, everyone heard the topic of Yi Xing and Xan Zhuiyuan. The new disciples were naturally very clear about Xan Zhuiyuan, the first in the outer gate. They knew that Xan Zhuiyuan was very powerful. They heard that the second in the outer gate, Ling Yu, and the third in the outer gate, Chao Huarong, couldn't even last 10 moves against Xan Zhuiyuan. From this, it could be seen that Xan Zhuiyuan's strength was indeed terrifying. The title of Little Sword Saint was not just for show. The gap between Chao Huarong and Xan Zhuiyuan was too big. Yi Xing defeated Chao Huarong. Even the new disciples felt that they couldn't be compared with Xan Zhuiyuan. Naturally, they couldn't refute the disdain of the old disciples. However, there were a few outer disciples who were still very confident in Yi Xing. For example, Chu Jingnan, Chu Jingyue. They knew very well how abnormal Yi Xing was. Chu Jingnan witnessed Yi Xing's growth from a 6th-level martial artist to a 9th-level martial artist in just a few months. Chu Jingyue knew about Yi Xing's heaven-defying learning ability. Such a monstrous figure was just an outer disciple. Who couldn't surpass him? When everyone was talking about him, Yi Xing had already gone to the affairs hall. He defeated Chao Huarong and ranked in the top 3. According to the sect's rules, he would be rewarded with 20 best quality star accumulation pills. Now Yixing was lacking cultivation resources. He wanted to break through the late and peak 9th level quickly but couldn't. If he had 20 best quality star accumulation pills, it wouldn't be a problem for him to cultivate to the peak 9th level. It wouldn't take too long. After the affairs hall confirmed that Yixing defeated Chao Huarong, the reward of 20 best quality star accumulation pills was given to Yixing. Yixing was overjoyed and returned to his residence. That night, Yixing took 3 pills, sensed the stars, ran the origin restoring force, and continued to cultivate, striving to reach the peak of 9th level as soon as possible. Only when one's cultivation reached the peak of 9th level could he apply to the sect for the spiritual martial inheritance. Ordinary martial arts couldn't form star essence when one's inner strength was cultivated to the peak. Only the spiritual martial inheritance could. If one wanted to become a martial sage, they must learn the spiritual martial inheritance. The next day, Yixing continued to go to the Array Source Valley. Yixing cultivated one day and worked in the Array Source Valley the other. This was Yixing's daily routine. Of course, although he was going to work in the Array Source Valley, Yixing had never worked in the Array Source Valley. He had been learning arrays all the time and Gu Tianxiang was willing to teach him. Elder Gu, my chaotic stone array has reached the perfection realm. Am I now considered a first-level array grandmaster? In the wooden house in the Array Source Valley, Yixing asked Gu Tianxiang for advice. Gu Tianxiang's face was full of happy smiles. For an array fanatic like him, Yixing was a genius in arrays. The more he looked at him, the happier he was. Gu Tianxiang shook his head. Even though he was shaking his head, there was still an excited smile on his face. Every first-level array grandmaster needs to meet 3 conditions. First, you need to be able to set up a perfect defensive or trap array. Second, you need to be able to set up a perfect killing array. Third, you need to be able to set up a perfect illusory array. Only when all 3 conditions are met can you be considered a first-level array grandmaster. The chaotic stone array that Yixing was learning was a trap array. The trap array was very similar to the defensive array. The trap array trapped the enemy inside the array, while the defensive array kept the enemy outside the array. Both arrays limited the enemy's movement range, except that one was for the inside and the other was for the outside. Therefore, among the 3 conditions for becoming an array grandmaster, the killing array and illusory array had to be at the perfection realm. As for the defensive array and trap array, any one of them had to be at the perfection realm. Yixing's chaotic stone array was at the perfection realm, but he still needed a first-level killing array and a first-level illusory array to be considered a first-level array grandmaster. Only by becoming a first-level array grandmaster would one be qualified to learn second-level arrays. Yixing bowed to Gu Tianxiang. Elder Gu, please teach me the killing array or illusory array. Chapter 176. Another half a month had passed. Yixing had absorbed all 20 supreme grade star accumulating pills. Yixing's cultivation had already reached the late stage of the 9th level. He was only 1 step away from the peak of the 9th level. Even without the pills, it would only take another half a month for Yixing's cultivation to truly reach the peak of the 9th level. He would be qualified to learn the legacy of the spiritual martial force. Yixing's martial arts attainment had also increased rapidly in this half a month. With the integration of various martial arts in the super brain and Yixing's hard work, he had already mastered several supreme grade martial arts to perfection. This time, Yixing's speed in integrating the martial arts was much faster than when Yixing was learning the martial arts of the Purple Mountain Academy. This did not mean that it was easier to integrate the martial arts of the Falling Star sect. On the contrary, the number of martial arts of the Falling Star sect far exceeded that of the Purple Mountain Academy. Yixing's speed was faster because everything was difficult at the beginning. He had already gone through the most difficult process of integrating the martial arts in the Purple Mountain Academy. Although there were many martial arts and they were all normal martial arts below the spiritual martial force. With Yixing's level of martial arts, the speed of integration was naturally much faster. In this half a month, Yixing had spent 8 days cultivating and the other 7 days in the Formation Source Valley to learn formations. With Yixing's mastery of a Grade 1 formation, it would be much faster for him to learn another Grade 1 formation. In just 7 days, Yixing had practiced the Level 1 killing formation Chaotic Blade Formation to perfection. Gu Tianxiang also taught Yixing a Level 1 illusion formation, Illusion Formation. If the illusion formation was also practiced to perfection, then Yixing would truly be a level 1 formation grandmaster. According to the current speed, it wouldn't take long for Yixing to reach this level. Based on the time it took for Yixing to come every other day, it would only take half a month. Reading the basics of array formations in 1 day, learning array formations in 3 days, mastering the chaotic stone array in 1 month, and becoming a level 1 array grandmaster in 2 months? Gu Qianshang had lived his entire life, but he had never even heard of a formation genius like Yixing, let alone seen one. It was hard to imagine how long it would take for Yixing to reach his level and become a level 2 array grandmaster if he focused on studying arrays. Gu Qianshang started learning array Dao when he was 17, and he only became a grade 2 array grandmaster when he was 48 years old. It took him a total of 31 years to become a grade 2 array grandmaster. After that, he was stuck at grade 2 array grandmaster for nearly 20 years, unable to learn grade 3 array Dao. Talent? What an enviable thing. When Gu Qianshang thought that Yixing might be able to catch up to him in terms of formation Dao in a few years, he was both excited and emotional. After learning the illusory array today, Yixing left the array source valley not long after. He didn't rush back to his residence, but went to the square of the first peak instead. Today was an important day. There was another new disciple who was going to challenge the top 10. Among the new disciples, apart from Yixing, Chu Jingyue's combat strength was high. She was also very talented in martial arts and had the ability to challenge those of a higher level. The new disciple who was going to challenge the top 10 was naturally Chu Jingyue. When Chu Jingyue participated in the disciple selection, her cultivation was close to the late stage of the 9th level. After becoming a disciple of the she reached the late stage of the 9th level in less than 10 days. After another month or so, Chu Jingyue's cultivation had consolidated to the peak of the 9th level. Chu Jingyue was originally a 9-star mandate. In addition to the Supreme Grade Star Accumulation Pill, she also had more than a dozen Supreme Grade Star Accumulation Pills donated by her family to the Falling Star sect. That was why she was able to consolidate her cultivation to the peak of the 9th level so quickly. There were 2 ways for disciples to obtain cultivation resources in addition to the monthly allowance. The first was to climb the ranking list of outer disciples. The top 10, top 3 and first place all had different rewards, but this was only suitable for a very small number of disciples. The second was to exchange for 1 Supreme Grade Star Accumulation Pill with contribution points. 10 contribution points could be exchanged for 1 Supreme Grade Star Accumulation Pill. There were also 2 ways to obtain contribution points. One was to be given gold by the family. 30,000 taels of gold could be exchanged for 1 contribution point. That was to say, 1 Supreme Grade Star Accumulation Pill required 300,000 taels of gold. This was not something an ordinary family could afford. The other way was to complete missions. According to the difficulty of the missions, one would obtain corresponding contribution points after completing them. Many disciples' families could not afford to exchange gold for contribution points, so they could only earn contribution points by completing missions to exchange for cultivation resources. As for Yixing, he did not have that much gold to exchange, nor did he have the time to do missions. He used the simplest and fastest way to reach the top 10 of the outer disciples ranking list. This was the best way, but not many people could use this method. Now, Chu Jingyue was also using this method. She had stepped into the peak of the 9th level and obtained the spiritual martial inheritance of the sect. However, it was very difficult to transform the internal strength in her body into star essence. It required a small amount of star power. If she cultivated by herself, she might not be able to transform it in a few years. Especially for ordinary disciples of the Mandate of Heaven, it would take a long time to transform. Therefore, resources were especially important when transforming star essence. The consumption of gold in exchange for Supreme Grade Star Accumulation Pills was too high. 1 pill would cost 300,000 taels of gold, and 10 pills would cost 3 million taels of gold. Even a martial saint family would find it difficult to exchange for them at will. What she took out was gold, not silver. Chu Jingyue challenged the 10th outer disciple, Wei Ming. Originally, Wei Ming was the 9th outer disciple. After Yixing rushed to the top 3, the 3rd and 9th outer disciples fell 1 rank, so he was now the 10th outer disciple. Today, the number of disciples who came to the outer square was much more than when Yixing fought with Ji Haoyan and Chao Huarong. Because the duel between Yixing and the two was temporary, while the duel between Chu Jingyue and Wei Ming had been arranged yesterday. After a day, the number of disciples who heard the news naturally increased. Moreover, this was the first time a new disciple challenged a top 10 disciple, so it attracted the interest of many disciples. Therefore there were many people who came to watch the battle. Senior Brother Yi. Senior Brother Yi. Yi Xing's arrival immediately caused a sensation. The new disciples in front of him took the initiative to open a path for him to go directly to the duel arena. Among the new disciples, Yi Xing had a very high reputation and popularity. However, the senior disciples did not take Yi Xing seriously. Most of them pretended not to see him, but a small number of them stared at him from afar. They hated Yi Xing, who had slapped their senior disciples' faces. When Yi Xing walked to the duel arena, there was a sudden commotion among the senior disciples. Senior Brother XN is here. Am I seeing things? It's Senior Brother XN. Senior Brother XN is back. Hello, Senior Brother XN. The voices of the senior disciples rose one after another, and they also opened a path for him. Soon a young man in a green robe walked out of the path. Apparently he was the first outer disciple, Xan Zhuiyuan. Yi Xing looked at Xan Zhuiyuan. Xan Zhuiyuan was known as the Little Sword Saint, but he did not have a sword on him. Yi Xing immediately noticed his palm. Sure enough, there was a storage ring on it. When Yi Xing's gaze landed on Xan Zhuiyuan, the other party's gaze also instantly locked onto Yi Xing. His gaze was very sharp, like an unsheathed sword. After Yi Xing sized up the other party, he moved his gaze away. Xan Zhuiyuan's gaze swept over Yi Xing's body a few times, but it was fixed on the scimitar on Yi Xing's waist. Behind Xan Zhuiyuan, there were a few disciples who were basically in the top 10 of the outer disciples. Among them, Chao Huarong and Ji Haoyan were among them. The two of them glanced at Yi Xing with anger in their eyes. Senior Brother Xan, he is Yi Xing. Chao Huarong, who was the closest to Xan Zhuiyuan, whispered in Xan Zhuiyuan's ear. I know, don't worry, I will deal with him. Xan Zhuiyuan nodded slightly, retracting his gaze from Yi Xing. Chao Huarong once again glanced at Yi Xing, with a ruthless look in her eyes. Yi Xing, today, you will not be able to bear the consequences. Next to her, Ji Haoyan's expression was the same. Yi Xing naturally felt the malicious intent in the other party's eyes, but his expression remained the same, without any fear. Becoming the first in the outer sect, there will be a reward of 30 best quality accumulating star pills. Since Xan Zhuiyuan is back, should I take this reward? Yi Xing also thought in his heart, with the best quality accumulating star pills, I can reach the peak of 9th level in a day or two, which will save me a lot of time. Moreover, the extra accumulating star pills can be used to transform celestial essence. I will wait until Junior Apprentice Sister Chu's duel is over. I can't miss this opportunity. Not long after, the two parties to the duel, Chu Jingyue and Wei Ming, came to the square. The two naturally walked towards the duel platform from the direction of the new disciples and the old disciples respectively. Senior Apprentice Sister Chu, come on. Senior Apprentice Sister Chu, come on. As soon as Chu Jingyue stepped on the duel platform, the new disciples burst out with earth-shattering cheers. Chu Jingyue was the first in the outer sect, Jianghu. Among the martial artists, the number of men and women was very unbalanced, about 3 to 1. Female disciples were already popular, so the popularity of the first beautiful disciple could be imagined. In terms of popularity, she was even more popular than Yi Xing, the first powerhouse among the new disciples. Yi Xing was indeed inferior to her in this aspect. Even many of the old disciples left the camp because of Chu Jingyue and publicly supported her in this duel. This made Wei Ming, who was participating in the duel, very annoyed. Although he also felt that Chu Jingyue was very attractive, a martial artist's honor was the most important thing. Chu Jingyue's challenge made him very dissatisfied. In the duel platform, Chu Jingyue and Wei Ming started fighting after a few words. Chu Jingyue was still using the best quality martial art, title palm, but her attainments were much higher than in the disciple selection. She had reached the perfection of martial arts. Moreover, her physical body was extremely strong. As a martial saint clan, the Chu clan had a large fortune. They must have used many top-grade medicinal herbs to help her practice top-grade body tempering techniques. Her attainments in body tempering techniques were even higher than Yi Xing's. Although she was weaker than Wei Ming in terms of internal force, Chu Jingyue completely won in terms of martial arts attainments and physical strength. Therefore, there was no suspense in the outcome of this duel. The two exchanged more than 10 moves and Wei Ming was defeated. Another new disciple rushed into the top 10. Today's monthly votes are very poor. Can I still get one more vote? Chapter 177. Ow. Senior Sister Chu. Senior Sister Chu. Below the duel arena, the new disciples cheered enthusiastically. 2 new disciples had entered the top 10 of the outer sect. Naturally, the new disciples were very excited. Although they were not the ones who had entered the top 10, they still felt proud and cheered for them. This was not to say that it was rare for new disciples to enter the top 10 of the outer sect. It was normal for outstanding new disciples to enter the top 10. Some new disciples had even broken through the star vortex realm to become martial saints and were promoted to inner sect disciples in less than a year after becoming outer sect disciples. However, the new disciples had entered the falling star sect for less than a month and a half, and 2 of them had entered the top 10. Moreover, Yixing had even entered the top 3. This was an amazing thing. It was extremely rare in the history of the falling star sect. Wei Ming covered his shoulder that had been hit by Chu Jingyue's tidal palm. It hurt faintly and he left the duel arena with a guilty look. Chu Jingyue had a sweet smile on her face. She was very happy to have entered the top 10. She nodded slightly to the cheering new disciples and also left the duel arena. The duel arena was over. The new disciples cheered while the old disciples frowned. They had different emotions but their actions were the same. They were ready to leave. At this moment, a green light flashed and a figure appeared on the duel arena. In an instant, all the new and old disciples who were ready to leave stopped and looked at the young man on the duel arena. They looked at each other in surprise. The person who appeared on the duel arena was the number 1 outer sect disciple, Little Sword Saint Xan Zhuiyuan. What is Senior Brother Xn doing? Senior Brother Xin is already the number 1 outer sect disciple. Who else can he challenge? Could it be that Senior Brother Xn has something to say to everyone? Suddenly, whether it was the old disciples or the new disciples, they were all talking about it. Their attention was attracted by Xan Zhuiyuan. Yixing was also surprised. He did not know what Xan Zhuiyuan was doing on the duel arena. Xan Zhuiyuan had already reached the top of the outer sect disciples. There was only one person who could challenge him. He had no reason to challenge someone who was ranked lower than him. Because, regardless of the outcome, this was a matter that would cause him to lose face. In the next moment, Yixing understood that Xan Zhuiyuan had entered the battle arena for him. Because the moment Xan Zhuiyuan entered the battle arena, his gaze was like a sword, locking onto Yixing. All the disciples followed Yixing's gaze and immediately understood Xan Zhuiyuan's intention. Obviously, Xan Zhuiyuan wanted to deal with Yixing. This made many senior disciples excited, but it also made a large number of new disciples panic. Xan Zhuiyuan was the number 1 outer court disciple, and had the title of Little Sword Saint. It could be seen that his strength was terrifying, and no one thought that Yixing would be a match for Xan Zhuiyuan. All the senior disciples were eager for someone to deal with Yixing. Since Xan Zhuiyuan had such intentions, the senior disciples were naturally excited. As for the new disciples, they were in a panic, sweating profusely for Yixing. On the battle arena, Xan Zhuiyuan's gaze was fixed on Yixing, and his hand pointed towards Yixing as he shouted, "Everyone, today I will take care of a scum." Xan Zhuiyuan's first sentence caused all the disciples to stare blankly. There was a problem with these words. There was a big problem. Through Xan Zhuiyuan's expression and actions, they knew that the person Xan Zhuiyuan wanted to deal with was Yixing. Although Yixing had rushed into the top 10 and lost face as a senior disciple, he was not a scum. If a new disciple who defeated a senior disciple was a scum, then it was over. Which batch of outstanding new disciples didn't surpass one senior disciple after another after entering the sect, and finally enter the inner court? It was just that Yixing, this new disciple, rose too quickly, making the senior disciples uncomfortable. This also showed how outstanding Yixing was. How could he be a scum? Even if many senior disciples were uncomfortable with Yixing, they also felt that Xan Zhuiyuan's words were too much. However, Xan Zhuiyuan didn't feel that his words were inappropriate and continued, "Junior brothers, you must be very surprised as to why I said he was a scum." All the disciples' spirits were lifted and their ears perked up. They were indeed very interested. Yixing squinted his eyes and cursed in his heart, "F***ck. You're the scum, your whole family is scum." Xan Zhuiyuan's eyes were like swords, looking straight at Yixing and walked forward step by step. "Junior brothers, who is our Falling Star Kingdom's biggest enemy? That goes without saying, it's the East Fu nation. It's the people of East Fu. It's the dogs of East Fu." When Xan Zhuiyuan asked, the disciples one by one began to drink as if a barrel of explosives had been ignited. Although their answers were different, the meaning was the same. There was no doubt that the East Fu nation was Falling Star Kingdom's biggest enemy. Xan Zhuiyuan shouted again, "That's right, it's the East Fu nation. The weapons of the East Fu nation have been stained with the blood of many of our Falling Star Kingdom's people, and have killed many of our Falling Star Kingdom's people. However, there's someone who carries a weapon from the East Fu nation around his waist all day long. I want to ask, are you still a Falling Star Kingdom? Junior brothers, tell me, isn't he a scum?" Yixing touched the scimitar on his waist. This was the spoil of war he obtained from killing Shi Jingxiang in the battle at Eastern Mountain City. This was a top-grade weapon and was extremely sharp. This was his first spoil of war, and it had an extraordinary meaning. He had handed in all the other spoils of war, and only this scimitar was left behind, and he carried it with him. This was because once he felt this scimitar, Yixing would remember the battle at Eastern Mountain City. Once he felt this scimitar, he would remember Wan Xingliang, Yang Yun, and Lu Qin, his 3 comrades. With this scimitar, he would never forget the blood that the people of the East Fu nation had stabbed into his heart. He always carried this scimitar on his waist, and yet he was called a scum by others. Ah! Yixing couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Xan Zhuiyuan's voice was still shouting, "As a Falling Star Kingdom, you actually use an object from the East Fu nation. How can such a scum be tolerated? Today I, the little sword saint, will deal with this scum, ruthlessly deal with this scum." Finally, his voice turned into a loud roar, "Yixing, get up here." The disciples beside Yixing retreated in all directions, and their gazes fell on the scimitar on Yixing's waist. So this is a weapon from the East Fu nation. He has a storage ring, but he doesn't even hide this East Fu nation weapon, and still carries it on his waist to show off. Hateful. He actually uses an East Fu nation weapon. He's indeed a scum. To think that I used to worship him. Senior brother Xian's eyes are like torches. If he didn't say it, I wouldn't have known. Our Falling Star sect actually has a scum who uses an East Fu nation weapon. Is he a spy from the East Fu nation? All the disciples were suddenly discussing spiritedly. Whether it was the new disciples or the old disciples, the way they looked at Yixing had changed. Only a few people didn't despise him, but they revealed their suspicions. Bullsh*T. Yixing channeled his inner strength and shouted loudly, causing everyone's ears to buzz. "All of you are Bullsh*Ting." As he spoke, Yixing's figure flashed, and he was already on the battle stage. Xan Zhuiyuan's face sank and he shouted, "You said I'm Bullsh*Ting?" Yixing took out his scimitar, pointed at Xan Zhuiyuan and shouted, "You're Bullsh*Ting. Let me ask you, have you ever been on the battlefield?" Yixing's imposing manner was like a rainbow, and Xan Zhuiyuan was stunned by his shout. He really hadn't been on the battlefield. But Xan Zhuiyuan couldn't weaken his imposing manner, so he shouted, "So what if I haven't been on the battlefield?" Yixing asked again, "Have you ever killed a dog from the East Fu nation?" Xan Zhuiyuan's imposing manner weakened again. His talent was very high, and he had always been valued by his family. Even if he would wander within a certain range. Not to mention killing a person from the East Fu nation, he had never even seen one before. Xan Zhuiyuan said, "So what if I haven't killed one before?" "But I will never use a weapon from the East Fu nation, unlike a scum like you, carrying a weapon from the East Fu nation on your body every day. Do you still have the Luoxing kingdom in your heart?" In order to put on airs, Xan Zhuiyuan also shouted at Yixing towards the end of his sentence. Yixing no longer looked at Xan Zhuiyuan, but raised his scimitar, looked at the disciples and said, "Senior and junior brothers, do you know where this scimitar came from?" "Senior brother Yi, please speak." Chu Jingyue's voice sounded. He knew that there must be a reason why Yixing carried a weapon from the East Fu nation on his body. Yixing said, "A few months ago the East Fu nation's army invaded my Luoxing kingdom. Everyone hasn't forgotten about it, right?" "Of course not." Zishan Ho displayed his invincible might and annihilated a 200,000-strong army from the East Fu nation. He also killed the enemy's commander, giving our army a complete victory. Many disciples were very concerned about this matter, and they were very clear about it. Yixing said, "I am from the Zishan County. I have fought with the 200,000-strong army that Zishan Ho annihilated. This scimitar was the spoil of war I obtained from killing the first East Fu nation's army. In the battle after that, I killed dozens of Dong Fu army's generals. Only this scimitar was left behind as a souvenir. Although we won that battle, our side also suffered great losses. 3 of my comrades in the same squad fell in that battle. I was seriously injured and was saved by Jianghu. That was how I managed to escape from death. This scimitar has too many memories of me. Whenever I feel it, I can recall the battle in East Mountain City. I can recall the comrades who left me. Why can't I carry it with me every day? Yixing's voice was agitated and filled with anger. He turned around and stared at Xan Zhuiyuan as he shouted, "You have never been on the battlefield, never killed the East Fu Nation's dog and only grew up in a stable environment. How dare you call me a scum?" Below, the disciples looked at each other in dismay. They were all stunned. They never thought that Yixing would have such an experience. These people, compared to ordinary warriors, which one of them was not a genius? Which one of them had been on the battlefield and fought with the East Fu Nation's people? But Yixing had fought head-on with the East Fu Nation's people and killed them. His comrades also died in the hands of the East Fu Nation's people. How could they have the qualifications to question Yixing? Xan Zhuiyuan lost all his momentum after hearing Yixing's words. He was like a defeated rooster, dejected. "This junior brother Yi, I misunderstood you. Today I won't fight with you," Xan Zhuiyuan said in a panic and wanted to leave the stage. "Wait." Yixing stopped him. "You won't fight with me, but I want to challenge you, the outer sex number 1. The 4th chapter has ended. Today's monthly votes are so bleak. Only 0 votes, brothers. There's not much time left for this month. There are only 4 days left. And the arrow god is still very far away from the new book's number 1. Many brothers advised me to focus on my health and write less if I have a headache. They can understand and I express my gratitude. But I've persevered for this month. How can I not persevere in the last few days? There are still 4 days left. I will do my best to write more chapters. Whether or not I can take the new book's number 1 monthly votes, I can only rely on my brothers and sisters. I took a look. This month I have 2 monthly votes from reading. I have to hurry up and vote. Otherwise, 0 votes will be too ugly. Brothers, please take a look at the voting booth. Is there one more vote? Just 1 monthly vote, is that okay? Chapter 178. All the disciples' eyes lit up. They thought that the matter was over, but they didn't expect that there would be another wave. Yixing actually took the initiative to challenge Xan Zhuiyuan. This made all the disciples' spirits rise. Xan Zhuiyuan was the outer sex number 1, and was known as the Little Sword Saint. There was no doubt about his strength, he was extremely powerful. The disciples didn't expect that Yixing would take the initiative to challenge Xan Zhuiyuan when he already gave Xan Zhuiyuan no reason to find trouble with him. Wasn't this seeking his own death? Xan Zhuiyuan's expression also changed. Originally, he was defeated by Yixing's words, like a defeated rooster, dejectedly wanting to step down from the battle stage. However, Yixing's challenge made his gaze focus, and his aura once again condensed. His purpose on the stage was to take care of Yixing. What Yixing's scimitar was Dong Fu's weapon, it was just an excuse to make a move. Now that he had no way to make a move, Yixing taking the initiative to challenge him was exactly what he wanted. Xan Zhuiyuan turned around and his gaze turned sharp again. "You challenge me?" Yixing nodded. "That's right." Xan Zhuiyuan was happy that he had the opportunity to take care of Yixing, but at the same time he was angry that Yixing dared to challenge him. Yixing challenged him because he thought he could defeat him. Although this was only Yixing's opinion, it still made Xan Zhuiyuan unhappy. This was a challenge to his prestige as the outer sex number 1 disciple. Xan Zhuiyuan sneered, "You're seeking your own death." Many disciples agreed with Xan Zhuiyuan's words. Yixing smiled indifferently. Hee. Blind confidence is not a good thing. Xan Zhuiyuan's face turned green. Ever since he became the outer sex number 1, he had the title of Little Sword Saint, dominating the outer sex number 1, and no one dared to challenge him. Yixing was just a new disciple who had entered the sect for less than 2 months, and the implication was that his strength wasn't enough. How could Xan Zhuiyuan not be angry? Xan Zhuiyuan raised his hand, and a dazzling sword appeared in his hand. It was a superior grade mortal weapon. "You are the one who is blindly confident. Today I will let you know the price of arrogance." Xan Zhuiyuan coldly snorted. The brilliance of the sword in his hand exploded, and like lightning, it suddenly pierced towards Yixing's heart. Xan Zhuiyuan's flowing light sword art was a sword art that emphasized speed. He had cultivated the flowing light sword art to the acme of perfection. His speed was so fast that it was almost like a ray of flowing light. At least, in Yi Xing's eyes, Xan Zhuiyuan's sword was only a ray of light, and there was no sword shadow at all. Such a fast sword strike surpassed the reaction ability of the vast majority of martial artists. Before they could block it, the sword would pierce through their heart, killing them instantly. Even if they were all half-martial Sacred Realm experts, there were very few who could block Xan Zhuiyuan's attack. Only the top 10 half-martial Sacred Realm experts of the outer disciples would have a chance. The title of Little Sword Saint was not given by Xan Zhuiyuan himself, but by others. It could be seen that his sword art was indeed extremely terrifying. Looking at the sword that was like a ray of flowing light, even if the disciples weren't affected by the spirit of the sword, their hearts instantly turned cold. They knew that they wouldn't be able to dodge this sword no matter what. Then, how would Yi Xing block it? Facing Xan Zhuiyuan's terrifying sword, Yi Xing's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. Although Yi Xing had seen the secret manual of the flowing light sword art, he had never cultivated it. Yi Xing was proficient in fist and leg techniques as well as archery. Yi Xing knew that unless he used archery, no matter what kind of martial arts he used, he wouldn't be able to match the speed of Xan Zhuiyuan's sword. However, Yi Xing only revealed a surprised expression. He wasn't shocked, nor was he afraid. Origin returning energy. Facing this sword, Yi Xing didn't dodge. The inner strength of origin returning energy instantly condensed in the palm of his right hand. Facing Xan Zhuiyuan's sword, he grabbed it. No matter how fast Xan Zhuiyuan's sword was, it couldn't be faster than Yi Xing's grab. In an instant, the tip of the sword pierced Yi Xing's palm. The sword light instantly dissipated under the dazzling inner strength of origin returning energy. The tip of the sword couldn't pierce through it. When it was still half an inch away from Yi Xing's palm, it couldn't go any further. On the dueling platform, the two seemed to be still. Palm and sword were facing each other, separated by half an inch, but they couldn't touch each other. Below the dueling stage, all the disciples were stunned. They were dumbfounded. They never expected that Yi Xing could block Xan Zhuiyuan's sword with just inner strength. How terrifying was the power of Xan Zhuiyuan's sword? How destructive was it? Even a half-step martial sage with the same cultivation as him couldn't block this sword with just celestial essence. However, Yi Xing's cultivation was only at the 9th stage of the Star Shatterer realm. He hadn't cultivated the spiritual martial inheritance, and the inner strength in his body hadn't been converted into celestial essence. Yet he was able to block it. This didn't make sense at all. Even the origin returning energy, which was known for its vigorous inner strength, couldn't compete with celestial essence when cultivated to the limit. How could he block Xan Zhuiyuan's sword with just inner strength? However, Yi Xing did it. The fact was right in front of their eyes. How could this not shock all the disciples to the point of being dumbstruck? Naturally, they didn't know that Yi Xing's origin returning energy had been improved by the super brain. Moreover, it wasn't just the 6th stage but the 7th stage. The 7th layer of the returning essence inner strength was even better than the 50% conversion of celestial essence. Moreover, the origin returning energy was a combination of cultivation methods and martial skills. Now that Yi Xing's top-grade martial skill had reached the transformation realm, the power of the origin returning energy naturally rose as well. In terms of the strength of inner strength, Yi Xing's celestial essence was no weaker than Xan Zhuiyuan's. In terms of martial skills, Yi Xing's origin returning energy wasn't inferior to Xan Zhuiyuan's flowing light sword art. Since the origin returning energy was condensed together, its attack power and defensive power were extremely high. Naturally, it could block Xan Zhuiyuan's sword. This is impossible. After a full 3 breaths of time, Xan Zhuiyuan still couldn't stab forward. Even he couldn't help but exclaim. Yi Xing laughed. Impossible? How could the facts in front of them be impossible? Xan Zhuiyuan couldn't pierce through the origin returning energy in Yi Xing's palm. He immediately withdrew his sword. In the blink of an eye, his sword was like a flowing light, sweeping towards Yi Xing's waist. The flowing light sword art's secret was only one word, and that was fast. As long as it was fast to a certain extent, so fast that the opponent couldn't react in time, one sword could easily take the opponent's life. Unfortunately, although Xan Zhuiyuan's sword was fast, Yi Xing wasn't slow either. It was impossible to reach a speed where Yi Xing couldn't react in time. Yi Xing's 2 palms struck out consecutively. 2 balls of sharp inner strength in his palms blocked Xan Zhuiyuan's sword attack one after another. Xan Zhuiyuan's fast sword attack couldn't do anything to Yi Xing. At this moment, the disciples had already recovered from their stupefied state. However, their expressions were still shocked. It was hard to imagine that Yi Xing's cultivation was only at the 9th stage of the star-tempering realm. How could his strength reach the same level as Xian Zhuiyuan? Xian Zhuiyuan's cultivation and martial skills had both reached the peak of the martial saint realm. Logically speaking, other than the martial saint realm, no other martial artist could suppress or even contend against him. However, Yi Xing was able to fight him to a standstill. What they didn't know was that Yi Xing wasn't inferior to Xian Zhuiyuan in terms of inner strength or martial skills. The only thing that he was slightly inferior to was his martial skills. However, the difference wasn't too great. Moreover, the current confrontation between the two was a competition of inner strength and martial skills. Physical strength didn't have much to do with it. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged another 10 moves. All the disciples were shocked to the point of being numb. Their expressions changed from sluggishness to shock, and then to excitement. They stared intently at the battle between Yi Xing and Xian Zhuiyuan, afraid that they would miss a single moment. "Is this the end of your sword art?" All of a sudden, Yi Xing shouted coldly and slashed with his hands. His martial skills didn't change. It was still the Origin Restoration Force. However, Yi Xing's attack was much more powerful. The inner strength he used was also much more vigorous. As he waved his hands, the Origin Restoration Force turned into a light screen. It gathered around him like a round light shield, protecting him. Ding 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 ding, Xian Zhuiyuan's sword pierced the inner strength light shield. Although it was dented a lot, it couldn't pierce through. Instead, it made a sound of objects colliding. All the attacks were blocked. Oh my God! How can there be such a vigorous inner strength? It's almost like a martial saint's attack. When the disciples saw this, they were once again shocked and cried out in surprise. The 7th level of the Origin Restoration Force was not only powerful, but also very vigorous. In this aspect, it was almost comparable to a martial saint's star essence. It was impossible for a half-step martial saint's star essence to form a light shield to protect the whole body. Only a martial saint could do it. However, the 7th level of the Origin Restoration Force could also do it. Xian Zhuiyuan couldn't pierce through Yi Xing's returning Origin Inner Strength light shield. Furthermore, when the treasured sword pierced through the light shield, it would be affected by the returning Origin Inner Strength. Between piercing and withdrawing, the speed of the sword would be greatly reduced. Originally, Xian Zhuiyuan's sword was very fast. Although Yi Xing could block it, he had to use all his strength. It was difficult for him to counterattack. Now that Xian Zhuiyuan's sword speed had decreased, Yi Xing's counterattack began in an instant. Even though the Origin Restoration Force had turned into a light shield to protect the whole body, Yi Xing's Origin Restoration Force was still profound. The sharpness of the inner strength condensed in his palm didn't change. He waved his left palm and instantly slapped the tip of the sword. Xian Zhuiyuan's sword was a little slower and was suddenly pushed to the side. At the same time, Yi Xing's right palm also carried a bright inner strength and suddenly slapped forward, directly towards Xian Zhuiyuan's chest. Xian Zhuiyuan was shocked. He couldn't dodge in time and instantly retracted his sword to block. Dang, the sword vibrated and made an explosive sound. Xian Zhuiyuan was hit hard and instantly retreated. In the blink of an eye, Xian Zhuiyuan flew back more than 10 meters. After landing, he retreated a few steps before stabilizing his body. At this moment, the blood in his body was surging. He couldn't hold his breath and a mouthful of blood gushed out. The disciples were stunned again. Xian Zhuiyuan was injured? He lost just like that? Yi Xing also thought so. He cupped his hands towards Xian Zhuiyuan. "Thank you for letting me win. You think I lost just like that?" Unexpectedly, Xian Zhuiyuan shouted and didn't admit defeat. In the blink of an eye, the sword in his hand disappeared and another sword appeared. It was bright and resplendent, causing everyone's pupils to dilate. Someone exclaimed, "Spiritual weapon? Will the monthly votes break 200 today? It's not far." Chapter 179. Ordinary Martial, Spirit Martial, Black Martial. Ordinary Weapon, Spirit Weapon, Profound Weapon. In the Star Continent, martial arts, weapons, herbs, they were all classified according to ordinary level, spirit level, profound level. Top-grade ordinary weapons were still ordinary weapons and were not in the same realm as spirit weapons. No matter how good an ordinary weapon was, it was only sharp. However, spirit weapons could affect a martial artist's strength. The sword that Xian Zhuiyuan had just taken out was a low-rank spirit weapon. However, even though it was a low-rank spirit weapon, it was still an incomparably precious item. Even martial saints might not possess a low-rank spirit weapon. For a martial saint clan, a low-grade spirit weapon could be the clan's treasure. From this, it could be seen how precious a low-grade spirit weapon was. For a half-step martial saint to have a low-grade spirit weapon, it would make people jealous and envious. Since a low-grade spirit weapon was so precious, it naturally had a great effect. With a low-grade spirit weapon, Xan Zhuiyuan's strength would increase by at least 30%. Originally, Xan Zhuiyuan's strength was already very strong. He was almost at the peak of the martial saint realm. Increasing his strength by 30% was quite terrifying. When Yi Xing saw Xan Zhuiyuan take out a spirit weapon, his face instantly became more dignified. Xan Zhuiyuan did not admit defeat. He took out a spirit weapon and wanted to fight again. It would be difficult for Yi Xing to easily defeat him again. Yi Xing's face was dignified. He valued his opponent's strength, not fear. He carefully looked at the spirit weapon in Xan Zhuiyuan's hand. "I didn't expect you to have a spirit weapon." Xan Zhuiyuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He was not injured. He only spat out a mouthful of blood because he could not suppress his surging qi and blood. He basically did not lose any battle strength. Xan Zhuiyuan smiled. "Isn't your inner strength very strong? I want to see how strong it is and whether it can block the attack of a spirit weapon." A spirit weapon could even break through a martial saint's star essence defense. How could inner strength defend against it? When the disciples heard this, they couldn't help but sigh. Even though Yi Xing had just repelled Xan Zhuiyuan and shocked them, they didn't think that Yi Xing was a match for Xan Zhuiyuan, who possessed a spirit weapon. However, this was not because of the lack of strength but because of the weapon. Even some of the older disciples felt pity for Yi Xing. During the ranking, it did not matter if he used a spirit weapon or not. Instead, it depended on the outcome of the duel. In the eyes of the disciples, Yi Xing could have defeated Xan Zhuiyuan and obtained first place, obtaining a generous reward. But in the end, because of a spirit weapon, he lost all of this. It was truly a pity. Just now, Yi Xing had repelled Xan Zhuiyuan and made him spit out a mouthful of blood. Many of the older disciples were convinced by Yi Xing's heaven-defying battle prowess. Of course, there were also some older disciples who had a strong prejudice against Yi Xing. They were happy to see Xan Zhuiyuan deal with Yi Xing. Seeing Xan Zhuiyuan take out a spirit weapon, they all showed a gloating expression. For example, Ji Haoyan, Chao Huarong, and the older disciples who were close to the two of them or close to Xan Zhuiyuan. Facing Xan Zhuiyuan's confident smile, the dignified expression on Yi Xing's face faded and the corner of his mouth curled up. This did not mean that Yi Xing was underestimating his opponent. Instead, his expression was introverted and he took it seriously in his heart. There was also a faint smile on his face. Yi Xing said, "Weapons are dead, people are alive. Spirit weapons are indeed powerful, but it also depends on who is using it. If a martial saint uses it, its power will naturally be terrifying and unstoppable. As for you, Yi Xing did not finish his words, but the meaning was obvious. Even if Xan Zhuiyuan took out a spirit weapon, he was not afraid. Xan Zhuiyuan snorted, "Ignorant brat, today I will let you experience the power of a spirit weapon." Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, Xan Zhuiyuan had already launched an attack on Yi Xing. The sword technique was still the same. The moves were still the same. The one who used the flowing light sword technique was still the same person. However, when Xan Zhuiyuan made his move, Yi Xing felt an incomparably sharp aura. Not only could he feel the sharp aura on his skin, he could also feel it in his heart. The power of Xan Zhuiyuan's sword was much stronger than before. It was all because the weapon had been changed from a normal weapon to a low-grade spirit weapon. Yi Xing had already removed the inner strength light shield outside his body. The returning origin force was so scattered that it could not block the spirit weapon in the slightest. It was useless. Facing Xan Zhuiyuan's sword, Yi Xing still used the returning origin force. When this martial art reached the transformation stage, it could completely dominate the world with one move. Without the spirit martial force, he could match it. However, Yi Xing had only used one hand to block Xan Zhuiyuan's sword. Now he used both hands. The inner strength in his palms condensed into a ball. The power was much stronger as it blocked the spirit weapon. However, even so, the tip of the sword pierced through the inner strength like cutting through tofu. Most of the disciples were astounded as their hearts skipped a beat. They immediately performed a spell on behalf of Yi Xing. How sharp was the spirit weapon? If this sword continued to attack, not to mention piercing a hole in Yi Xing's body, Xan Zhuiyuan's sword would be able to cut through Yi Xing's palms. Yi Xing's heart suddenly tightened. He had finally witnessed the power of a spirit weapon. It was not as simple as increasing one's strength. It could also break through inner strength and star essence defense. Otherwise, even if the opponent's strength increased by 30%, it would be impossible to cut through his returning origin force like tofu. Fortunately, Yi Xing did not think of using the returning origin force to block the opponent's sword. The moment the sharp inner strength light touched the tip of the spirit weapon, Yi Xing immediately used the sharp inner strength light to wrap around the spirit weapon and move it to the side. In an instant, the spirit weapon's attack trajectory changed and stabbed to the side. This time, it was Xan Zhuiyuan's turn to be shocked. He never expected that Yi Xing would be able to change the trajectory of his attack in such a short period of time. This was simply an impossible feat. How fast and powerful was this sword strike of his? Unless Yi Xing could see the flaw of this sword or even the trajectory of the power, how could he do it? However, in such a short time, how could he see the flaw of the sword and the trajectory of the power? Xan Zhuiyuan could not believe that Yi Xing had such eyesight. However, Xan Zhuiyuan's guess was not wrong. Yi Xing did have such eyesight. Moreover, it was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Yi Xing did not only see the flaw of his sword through his eyesight, but also through the super brain scan. Not only did he see the flaw of Xan Zhuiyuan's sword, but Yi Xing also saw the circulation of his celestial essence and inner strength. Yi Xing had already completely grasped the truth and falsehood of Xan Zhuiyuan's swordsmanship. Even the spirit of Xan Zhuiyuan's swordsmanship couldn't affect Yi Xing. Therefore, Yi Xing was naturally able to easily change the trajectory of his attack. Even if the sword in Xan Zhuiyuan's hand was a spirit weapon, it was useless. No matter how sharp or powerful a weapon was, it had to hit the target for it to be effective. If it could not even touch the target, how could it hurt? Xan Zhuiyuan did not believe it. He changed the trajectory of his sword and decisively retracted it. In an instant he attacked in a different direction. As for Yi Xing, he still condensed the inner strength in his two palms and slapped the tip of the spirit weapon. It was as if the sword in Xan Zhuiyuan's hand deliberately pierced the inner strength in Yi Xing's palms. Yi Xing's strength changed and guided the sword in Xan Zhuiyuan's hand to the side. At the same time, Yi Xing used the cloud goose steps and quickly approached Xan Zhuiyuan. A sword was not a short blade. The closer one was, the more difficult it would be to use the sword. Yi Xing's super brain scanned Xan Zhuiyuan and understood the opponent's every move. Where the opponent wanted to attack, even before the body moved, Yi Xing could determine it based on the circulation of the inner strength in his body. Once he got close, the opponent was naturally not his opponent. As Yi Xing moved forward, Xan Zhuiyuan retreated backward. He naturally knew that there was no advantage to being too close. Below the duel stage, the disciples were completely dumbfounded. What kind of situation was this? Xan Zhuiyuan had already taken out his spirit weapon, but he was still forced to retreat by Yi Xing? The two of them, one advancing and one retreating, were extremely fast. Soon they reached the edge of the duel stage. Xan Zhuiyuan had nowhere to retreat. If he retreated any further, he would be out of the duel stage. In a duel between two people, the other was forced out of the duel stage. This was a sign of defeat. Xan Zhuiyuan stopped retreating, but Yi Xing did not stop and continued to press forward. Kill? Xan Zhuiyuan was forced into a rage. With a loud shout, the blade of his sword was like a ray of light. At this moment, all the strength in his body completely exploded and slashed at Yi Xing's waist. Yi Xing immediately used both his palms to meet the attack. The inner strength in his palms blocked the blade of the sword in an instant. Crash! The inner strength was instantly sliced apart by the spirit weapon. However, before it could be completely sliced apart, the spirit weapon was affected by a force and moved upwards. At the same time, Yi Xing, who was close enough to Xan Zhuiyuan, used his second trump card. Supreme Grade Martial Art Whip Wind Kick. Yi Xing instantly swept out his leg. The whip wind kick integrated with the wind force. Its speed was not inferior to Xan Zhuiyuan's flowing light sword technique. At this moment, the spirit weapon in Xan Zhuiyuan's hand was guided by Yi Xing's returning origin inner strength and changed its attack trajectory. Although the sword was not completely moved, it still greatly delayed the time. Before the spirit weapon sword could sweep Yi Xing's body, Xan Zhuiyuan had already been hit by Yi Xing's whip wind kick. Bang! With a loud explosion, Xan Zhuiyuan was instantly sent flying by Yi Xing's kick. He spat out another mouthful of blood. Yi Xing's attack power was not low. Xan Zhuiyuan took the kick head-on. If it wasn't for his extraordinary attainments in the body refining technique, This kick was enough to seriously injure him. Even so, he still spat out blood. His injury was not light. Xan Zhuiyuan fell far away while Yi Xing stood at the edge of the duel stage, revealing a victorious smile. This time, Xan Zhuiyuan was completely defeated. From now on, the title of number 1 in the outer sect was changed and belonged to Yi Xing. And for becoming number 1 in the outer sect, Yi Xing would receive a generous reward from the sect, a total of 30 supreme-grade star accumulating pills. Below the duel stage there was silence. All the disciples were dumbfounded. Xan Zhuiyuan used a spirit weapon sword, but he was still defeated by Yi Xing. This was too unbelievable. How was this still a person? This was simply a monster. This was the thought in all the disciples' hearts at this moment. The episode number 1 in the outer sect had ended. The next episode, Star Awakening, 20 chapters in 1 episode, Yi Xing would soon become a martial saint. Today I still need 20 more votes to break 200 votes in a single day. Please complete it. In addition, tomorrow will be in the public. Wei. Xin, please search EK Chocolate. Posted Wei Qingyin's picture. Yi Xing's picture was also in hand and would be posted soon. Chapter 180. What? You're ranked first in the outer sect so soon? Did you really defeat the little sword saint Xan Zhuiyuan? Last time, when Yi Xing received the top 3 rewards in the affairs hall, the deacon of the affairs hall was already surprised. Today he was even more surprised and asked 3 questions in a row. Yi Xing looked as usual. This matter should be known by all the outer sect disciples. Wait, I'll send someone to verify it. The deacon of the affairs hall sent someone to verify. Soon the person came back with a shocked face and confirmed the fact. 30 top-grade accumulating star pills were in his hands. That night, Yi Xing took 3 top-grade accumulating star pills. Once he refined and absorbed them, his cultivation would be completely consolidated to the peak of the 9th level. At that time he could learn the spiritual martial arts inheritance, transform his internal strength into star essence, and stride towards the martial saint realm. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Yi Xing's cultivation had indeed progressed rapidly and reached the peak of the 9th level. The next day Yi Xing still went to the array source valley to practice the illusion array. After practicing for a day, Yi Xing applied to the sect to learn the spiritual martial arts inheritance. As the first disciple of the outer sect, Yi Xing's cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th level. No one could stop him from learning the spiritual martial arts inheritance. Naturally, he was quickly approved by the sect. Martial Pavilion. Yi Xing did not get the permission to enter the 2nd floor directly. Instead, the elder of the Martial Pavilion gave him an introduction book to the spiritual martial arts inheritance and asked Yi Xing to choose one first and then get the cultivation manual. This made Yi Xing very depressed. He planned to enter the 2nd floor of the Martial Pavilion and use his super brain to scan and store all the spiritual martial arts inside. However, he could not go up. Yi Xing could only follow the sect's rules and read the introduction book to the spiritual martial arts inheritance first and then choose a spiritual martial arts inheritance. According to the introduction book, the inheritance could be divided into 2 or 3 categories according to the division method. According to the 2 main categories, they could be divided into elemental inheritance and non-elemental inheritance. Among them, elemental inheritance was further divided into many subcategories, such as fire, water, wood, wind, lightning, and so on. As for the attributeless inheritance, the celestial essence cultivated would have no attribute and would be pure celestial essence. Although compared to fire attributed, water attributed, lightning attributed celestial essence, pure celestial essence was slightly inferior to fire attributed, water attributed, lightning attributed celestial essence in the same realm, it still had its advantages. Cultivating an elemental inheritance might be powerful, but it also limited a martial artist's path. That was because one could only cultivate martial arts of that elemental attribute based on their celestial essence. For example, with a fire-attributed inheritance, if one cultivated a fire-attributed celestial essence, then one could only learn fire-attributed martial arts or non-attributed martial arts. As for water, thunder, and other martial arts with other attributes, one could forget about it. On the other hand, with a non-attributed martial inheritance, one could cultivate non-attributed celestial essence and learn any martial arts, whether it was attributed martial arts or non-attributed martial arts. Of course, martial artists were not limited to cultivating one type of inheritance. They could cultivate 2 or even 3 types of inheritance. If they cultivated different types of inheritance, they could naturally learn different types of martial arts. However, the more inheritances one cultivated, the more energy one would have, and the more chaotic the celestial essence in one's body would become, which was not a good thing. Generally speaking, many martial artists would cultivate 2 types of inheritances. One was the non-attributed inheritance, while the other was the attribute inheritance that suited one's physique. In this way, one would not only have the power of an elemental inheritance, but also the convenience of a non-attributed inheritance. This way, one's path would not be too narrow and one would not be able to cultivate a powerful martial art because of conflicting attributes. According to the 3 major categories, inheritances were further divided into offensive, defensive, and auxiliary categories. Literally, it could be understood that for attack-type inheritances, the celestial essence cultivated would have a strong offensive power. For defensive-type inheritances, the celestial essence cultivated would have a strong defensive power. For auxiliary-type inheritances, the celestial essence cultivated would have different effects. These 3 categories did not conflict with the previous 2 categories. Among the 3 categories, each one was divided into 2 types, attributed and non-attributed. Therefore, to choose an inheritance, one had to choose from 2 aspects. First, one had to look at one's physique, whether it was suitable for an attribute inheritance or a non-attributed inheritance. This was an objective choice. Second, one had to look at one's personal preferences, whether it was offensive, defensive, or auxiliary. The Spiritual Martial Arts Introduction book introduced many kinds of spiritual martial inheritances, all of which were low-rank spiritual martial inheritances. 9 Yang Art, Fire Attribute Inheritance, Offensive Type. Cultivates Fire Attribute Celestial Essence. When cultivated to the extreme, 9 scorching celestial essences would form in the body. The power would be terrifying, just like 9 suns that could release real flames. 10,000 Water Art, Water Attribute Inheritance, Offensive Type. Cultivates Water Attribute Celestial Essence. When cultivated to the extreme, countless drops of celestial essence would form in the body and suddenly attack like a rainstorm. Even a martial artist with a higher cultivation could be killed by the rainstorm of celestial essence. Green Wood Heart Cultivation Method. Wood Attribute Inheritance, Auxiliary Type. Cultivates Wood Attribute Celestial Essence. It has healing effects and can save people and oneself. Golden Armor Art. Metal Attribute Inheritance, Defensive Type. Cultivates Metal Attribute Celestial Essence. It has defensive effects. When cultivated to the extreme, it would form a layer of golden armor that could ignore the attacks of martial artists in the same realm. Pure Essence Art. Non-Attribute Inheritance, Offensive Type. Cultivates Pure Essence Celestial Essence. It is extremely dense and powerful. It can sweep away all celestial essences of the same realm. However, it is very difficult to cultivate. It has high requirements for martial artists. If one is not a martial arts genius, one cannot cultivate it. Yellow Dragon Art. Earth Attribute Inheritance, Defensive Type. Cultivates Earth Attribute Celestial Essence. It has defensive effects. When cultivated to the extreme, it would form a yellow dragon to protect the body. It can ignore the attacks of martial artists in the same realm. Primeval Chaos Art. Non-Attribute Inheritance, Defensive Type. Cultivates Primeval Chaos Celestial Essence. It is extremely dense and powerful. It can defend against all celestial essences of the same realm. However, it is very difficult to cultivate. It has high requirements for martial artists. If one is not a martial arts genius, one cannot cultivate it. There were many more at the back. Yixing flipped through the introduction book from beginning to end and read through all the spiritual martial inheritances. In the end, Yixing chose the Pure Essence Art. It was better to practice well than to practice more. Yixing still decided to focus on practicing a legacy. As for learning theoretical knowledge, he was naturally open to all, and would not reject anyone who came to him. The reason why he chose the Pure Essence Art was that the Pure Essence Art was very powerful. Although it was a non-attribute inheritance, it could sweep away all celestial essences of the same realm. From this, one could see that if he successfully cultivated it, it would not lose out to the power of an attribute inheritance. Secondly, the Pure Essence Art was a non-attribute inheritance, which suited Yixing's needs. Yixing only wanted to specialize in one of the inheritances. However, he wanted to learn more about other martial arts. A non-attribute inheritance was just right, as he could cultivate any martial arts. Thirdly, Yi Xing's personal hobby was to attack. Therefore, between the pure essence art and the primordial chaos art, which were the two strongest non-attribute inheritances, Yi Xing chose the pure essence art. Seeing Yi Xing choose the pure essence art, the martial pavilion elder was a little surprised and tried to dissuade him. Although the pure essence art is powerful and can sweep away all celestial essences of the same realm, it is not easy to cultivate. My Falling Star sect has been established for hundreds of years, but the number of people who have successfully cultivated it is not more than 5. It is rare to see a person who has successfully cultivated the pure essence art in 100 years. If you are not an extremely outstanding martial arts genius, you cannot cultivate it. This martial pavilion elder obviously did not understand Yi Xing. Only martial arts geniuses could cultivate an inheritance. Wasn't it just right for Yi Xing? There was no other inheritance more suitable for him than the pure essence art. Moreover, the pure essence art also had a very important point, that is, the purity of celestial essence. In the future, when cultivating a higher level inheritance, the conversion of celestial essence would be more convenient, without any hidden dangers. Yi Xing smiled indifferently. Elder, I choose the pure essence art. The martial pavilion elder sighed. Sigh, young people are too ambitious. They won't turn back until they hit a wall. Just wait, I will give you the secret manual soon. The martial pavilion elder instructed a deacon. Not long after, the deacon returned from the second floor of the martial pavilion with the secret manual of the pure essence art. The martial pavilion elder passed the pure yuan technique to Yi Xing and said, if you choose other inheritances, there are still elders in the sect who can teach you. However, for this pure yuan technique in the past 100 years, only Grandmaster Lin has successfully cultivated it. Grandmaster Lin is in closed-door cultivation and cannot come out to teach you. If you insist on learning this pure yuan technique, you will have to figure it out yourself. Of course, without martial arts talent, you will not be able to learn it even if someone teaches you. If you are really a martial arts genius, you will be able to learn it even if no one teaches you. Yi Xing accepted the pure essence art. Thank you, elder, I will study diligently. The martial pavilion elder nodded. I will give you the secret manual for 1 month. You are not allowed to spread it out or lose it. If you break the rules, you will be expelled from the sect. After 1 month, you will return the secret manual. If you have any achievements, you can continue to cultivate it. If there are no results, then you can change to another inheritance. After Yi Xing left the martial pavilion, he went straight back to his residence. He took out the pure essence art and started to read it. The first step was to scan the contents of the pure essence art into his super brain Yi Xing. The feeling of reading the contents in the secret manual and having it appear in his mind was completely different. The latter allowed Yi Xing to have a deeper understanding. Not long after, Yi Xing understood the contents of the pure essence art. The pure essence art was a low-grade spiritual martial inheritance. It could be cultivated up to the 5th level of the Star Vortex realm. It was divided into 7 levels. With each level of attainment, the star origin would be purified and its power would be stronger. The current Yi Xing was no longer an idiot who knew nothing about martial arts. He knew a lot about cultivation. The low-grade spiritual martial inheritance was also divided into levels. Some could be cultivated up to the 3rd level of the Star Vortex realm, some could be cultivated up to the 4th level, and some could be cultivated up to the 5th level. Those who could cultivate up to the 5th level of the Star Vortex realm were definitely the most impressive low-grade spiritual martial inheritance. No wonder the pure essence art could sweep away the star origin of the same level. It was definitely the top among the low-grade spiritual martial inheritances. Of course, it was very difficult to cultivate an inheritance to the highest level. It was only possible if one was an extremely talented person. Therefore, it was very difficult to cultivate up to the 2nd or 3rd level of the Star Vortex realm for low-grade spiritual martial inheritances. It could be said that cultivating up to the 4th level of the Star Vortex realm was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Although the pure essence art was only a low-grade spiritual martial inheritance, and after cultivating to the Star Vortex realm, it would not be long before he would have to cultivate a higher-grade inheritance. However, Yi Xing attached great importance to the pure essence art. The transformation of inner strength into star origin was an important process. The more thorough the transformation, the better the effect for future cultivation. Last 3 days begging for monthly votes. Chapter 181. After thoroughly studying the pure elemental method, Yi Xing began to cultivate the pure elemental method. For other martial artists, the pure elemental method was extremely difficult to cultivate, but in front of Yi Xing, it was as easy as water flowing through a canal. The difficulty of cultivating the pure elemental method lay in the cultivation of the pure elemental celestial essence, which was extremely strong. Every time one cultivated a trace of pure elemental celestial essence, it required a lot of star power. If one did not have enough star power, it would be impossible to cultivate the pure elemental method. This point was not only related to the martial artist's physique, but also related to the astrological aspect. Sensing the stars, absorbing the star power, this point was closely related to the astrological aspect. Then, how much of the absorbed star power could be converted into one's own use? This was closely related to one's destiny. In other words, if one's astrological aspect was average or even average, then one would not be able to cultivate the pure elemental method. Yi Xing cultivated the pure elemental method without any difficulties, just like water flowing through a canal. From this, one could see that his astrological aspect was more than enough to cultivate the pure elemental method. Of course, the reason why cultivating the pure elemental method was difficult was not only because of the high astrological aspect, but also because of other aspects. Cultivating the pure elemental method was very complicated, and as long as there was a mistake in the middle, then all the previous efforts would be wasted. This required a super powerful brain to ensure that there would be no mistakes in the cultivation. For this reason, the number of people excluded was more than the astrological aspect. It could even be said that more than 90% of the people who failed to cultivate the pure elemental method failed because of this reason. But this point for Yi Xing was not a problem at all. His brain was more powerful than the smartest brain in the world. Not to mention the difficulty of cultivating the pure elemental method. Even if the difficulty was 10 times higher, his super brain would still be able to remember all the details and cultivate it without any mistakes. Therefore, the pure elemental method, which was an inheritance in the falling star sect that only one person could successfully cultivate in 100 years, in the hands of Yi Xing, cultivating it was as simple as drinking tea. After determining that he could cultivate it, Yi Xing took 3 accumulating star pills at once and continued to cultivate, speeding up his cultivation. A day later, Yi Xing could feel that there was an extra force in his body that was different from internal strength. It was more than 10 times more powerful than internal strength. Pure origin celestial essence. The strength of pure essence celestial essence was much stronger than ordinary celestial essence. In fact, it was even stronger than celestial essence of the same level. Of course, it was very powerful. Even the 7th layer of returning essence internal strength was not even 1/10 of it. Yi Xing's super brain scanned and measured the amount of pure essence celestial essence in his body. Although the amount of pure essence celestial essence in his body was very small, not even 1/1000th of the pure essence celestial essence, the amount of pure essence celestial essence in his body was reduced by about 3%. What did this mean? This meant that 3% of his returning essence internal strength had already been converted into pure celestial essence. This was a very rare speed in just one day. In 10 days he would be able to convert 30%. In half a month he would be able to convert 50%, reaching the limits of half martial sage. Although the process of transforming celestial essence would become more difficult the further one progressed, and the real time required would also be longer. Therefore, even if the real time required was twice as long as half a month, it would still only take a little more than a month. In a little over a month, he had gone from the peak of the 9th rank to the limit of the half-step martial sage realm. What kind of concept was this? This was a level that many martial sages and Heaven's Mandate disciples could not achieve even after several years. For example, there were many half-martial sages in the outer court of the Falling Star sect. However, there were less than 10 disciples who had already converted 50% of their internal strength into celestial essence. In comparison, Yi Xing's speed of transforming celestial essence was simply godly. It seems that it won't be long before I can go to the depths of the clear sky mountain range and cultivate the invincible golden body to perfection. This will lay the most solid foundation for breaking through the celestial spiral and becoming a martial sage. Yi Xing thought in his heart. After cultivating for a day, Yi Xing went to the array source valley the next day to practice the illusion array. Time flew by and before he knew it, another half a month had passed. Yi Xing's illusion array had also reached perfection. The chaotic stone array, the chaotic blade array, and the illusion array had all reached perfection. Yi Xing had become a level 1 array master and was also qualified to learn level 2 array formations. Today I will teach you the level 2 killing array, the coiling snake array. Gu Qianshang was very happy to see that Yi Xing had become a level 1 array master in 2 months. He immediately struck while the iron was hot and taught Yi Xing the level 2 array formation. Gu Qianshang reminded him, the level 2 array formation is 10 times more difficult than the level 1 array formation. If you learn it successfully, you can kill martial sages. Yi Xing, you have to work hard. Although Gu Qianshang did not think that he was qualified to be Yi Xing's master and did not accept Yi Xing as his disciple, Yi Xing regarded Gu Qianshang as an existence on par with Zi Shanhou. He nodded respectfully and listened carefully to Gu Qianshang. Yi Xing's memory was terrifying. After listening to Gu Qianshang's explanation, he remembered it all in his super brain without missing a single word. Gu Qianshang listened to Yi Xing talk about the theory behind the coiling snake formation, and he looked very satisfied. Very good. No matter what you see or hear, you can remember it all at once. No wonder your learning speed is so fast. You already know how to set up the coiling snake formation. My experience might not be suitable for you. You can slowly practice on your own. Yi Xing nodded and said, Elder Gu, I will be leaving the sect tomorrow. I'm afraid I won't be able to come to Formation Source Valley for a while. Gu Qianshang was surprised. What are you going to do? Yi Xing said, Disciple will be going out to find an opportunity to become a martial sage. Yi Xing wanted to become a martial sage within a year. He only had about a month left. If he stayed in the sect, he would not be able to break through the star vortex and become a martial sage in such a short time. If one wanted to be faster, one could only seek out fortuitous encounters. The star continent was filled with miracles. Not to mention becoming a martial sage, even becoming a veritable personage would not be difficult if one had sufficient fortuitous encounters. Gu Qianshang frowned when he heard this. In his opinion, Yi Xing's talent in formations was monstrous, and his heavenly fate was so low. If he did not wholeheartedly cultivate formations, he would be neglecting his proper occupation. Now, in order to break through to the martial saint realm, he had to leave the sect to look for opportunities. Opportunities were not easy to come by. Opportunities were often proportional to risks. Leaving the sect to look for opportunities was a very dangerous thing to do. Gu Qianshang did not agree to it. What if he died outside? How great of a loss would that be? Furthermore, Yi Xing was not even a martial sage. The chances of him dying outside were very high. A martial sage could kill him. Although the Falling Star sect's disciples had extraordinary statuses and ordinary people did not dare to provoke them, the Jianghu was still the Jianghu. As long as one roamed the Jianghu, they would definitely be involved in grudges. As long as one was involved, there would be risks. It was impossible to be safe just because one was a Falling Star sect disciple. Even the inner sect disciples who wandered in the Jianghu would often die. The outer sect disciples had low strength and were not valued by the sect, so the chances of them dying in the Jianghu were even higher. Gu Qianshang said, If you study formations wholeheartedly and become a third-level formation master, there will definitely be a large number of experts who will give you whatever you want. If you want to become a martial sage, there will be people who will give you the heavenly treasures needed to become a martial sage. If you want a divine weapon, there will be people who will give you an extremely high-grade divine weapon. At that time, opportunities and fortunes will automatically come to you. Why do you have to risk your life now? Yi Xing was unmoved. He had not become a second-level formation master yet. He was even further away from becoming a third-level formation master. Before becoming a perfected person, the golden age of cultivation was only about 25 years old. Yi Xing obviously wanted to do everything he could to improve his cultivation first. Otherwise, as he grew older, his potential would decrease, and his achievements in martial arts would be extremely limited. Yi Xing was very clear that martial arts was his pursuit, but formations were not. Therefore, he would not affect his martial arts for the sake of formations. Yi Xing said, Elder Gu, I have made up my mind. Even if I am outside, I will spend time practicing formations every day and strive to learn the coiled snake formation as soon as possible. Once I become a martial sage, I will return to the sect. Seeing Yi Xing's expression, Gu Qianshang knew that Yi Xing had already made up his mind. It was impossible to persuade him otherwise. Gu Qianshang sighed and took out 2 formation discs. Sigh. Yi Xing, I admire your talent in formations. I really don't want you to have an accident when you are outside. These 2 formation discs are for you. One is the second-level demon trapping formation, at the initial stage, and the other is the second-level coiled snake formation, at the initial stage. The first-level demon trapping formation, at the initial stage can trap an intermediate martial sage, while the second level coiled snake formation, at the initial stage. I hope these 2 formation discs can help you survive if you are in danger. Rank 2 array discs were extremely precious treasures. Array masters needed to inscribe array discs into array discs. Firstly, they needed array discs, star crystals, and array discs. Only array discs could contain such a powerful array discs. Thank you, Elder Gu. Yixing did not refuse the formation discs given by Gu Tianshang. He accepted them respectfully. He knew that there was a certain amount of danger in the Jianghu. It was naturally better to have 2 formation discs as protection. After leaving the formation source valley, Yixing went to the outer court square of the first peak. Today another big event happened. The 10th outer court disciple, Chu Jingyue, challenged the 3rd outer court disciple Lingyu after half a month. Lingyu was originally the 2nd outer court disciple. After Yixing eliminated Xan Zhuiyuan, Lingyu became the 3rd outer court disciple. In terms of strength, Lingyu and Chao Huarong were about the same. The 2nd and 3rd positions had changed many times, but Lingyu won more than she lost. In the end, Chao Huarong recognized Lingyu as the 2nd outer court disciple. Chu Jingyue's cultivation was at the peak of the 9th level. With the title palm, she rushed into the top 10 outer court disciples. Now she had cultivated the spiritual martial inheritance and transformed her internal strength into star essence. In half a month, she had transformed more than 10% of her internal strength into star essence. She had become a half-step martial sage and her strength had improved a lot. Therefore she was aiming for the top 3. In half a month, she had transformed more than 10% of her internal strength. This speed was very slow compared to Yixing. Yixing only used half the time and transformed about 20% of his internal strength. But for others this speed was very fast. Brothers, the time is running out this month, but the Archer God is still more than 400 votes away from the first place. I'm anxious. After writing for 5 years, I finally got the first place in the monthly votes for new books with my real ability. But it was taken away by improper means. Brothers, can you help the Archer God take back the first place that belongs to him? Please, monthly votes. Chapter 182. As a martial arts genius who could challenge those of a higher level, Chu Jingyue's strength had improved greatly after she became a half-step martial sage. She defeated Lingyu and became the top 3. However, it was impossible for her to become the 2nd. Xan Zhuiyuan had also cultivated a supreme-grade martial art to the perfection realm and his supreme-grade body-refining technique was close to perfection. His strength was at the peak of the martial sage realm. If Chu Jingyue wanted to fight with Xan Zhuiyuan, she would have to reach the limit of a half-step martial sage. Congratulations, junior sister Chu. Compared to senior brother Yi, my results are nothing. Haha, junior sister Chu, it won't be fun if you keep competing with me. Go to the affair hall to get your reward. Don't forget about tomorrow. See you at the affair hall tomorrow morning. The affair hall dealt with the internal affairs of the sect. The sect's rewards were all given out by the affair hall. The affair hall dealt with the external affairs of the sect. The sect's missions were all given out by the affair hall. The next day Yixing and Chu Jingyue came to the affair hall early in the morning. According to the sect's rules, outer disciples were not allowed to go down the mountain alone. They had to team up to accept the sect's missions and leave the sect. Since Yixing could not leave alone, he had to find a partner. Originally Yixing was looking for Chu Jingnan. However, Chu Jingnan had just broken through to the 9th level of the star tempering realm and wanted to continue cultivating in the sect for a while. Chu Jingyue heard from Chu Jingnan that Yixing was going to explore the outside world. She took the initiative to find Yixing and wanted to team up with him. The two of them had already agreed that they would leave the sect after Chu Jingyue became the 3rd outer disciple and received the reward. There were not many missions that outer disciples could accept. They were not allowed to take on missions such as hunting down bandits or eradicating criminals. Each county had a powerful force. If a star-tempering realm martial artist caused trouble, even if he was at the 9th level of the star-tempering realm, he would be easily eliminated by the county marquis mansions. Only when a martial sage caused trouble and the marquises had many things to do, they could not catch bandits every day. Ordinary martial artists could not do anything about it. Therefore the sect's disciples were needed. Of course, inner disciples or even core disciples were needed to deal with a martial sage. In fact, if the rebels were strong enough, it was even possible that the elders of the sect would take action. Yi Xing and Chu Jingyue accepted a task of collecting medicinal herbs and went down the mountain. Inner gate. A small messenger pigeon flew into a certain mansion. A young martial artist was practicing his saber technique in the courtyard. His essence chi was like smoke rising into the sky. His aura was terrifying. He was a martial saint. When the young martial sage saw the pigeon, he sheathed his saber and extended his palm. The little carrier pigeon immediately flew into the young martial saint's hand. The young martial saint took the note from the pigeon's leg and opened it. His face immediately revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. There's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. There's no door to hell. Yi Xing, you've caused a lot of trouble in the outer sanctum and attracted a lot of attention. It's very troublesome for my Zhen prison temple to touch you. I didn't expect you to leave the sect. You're simply courting death. The young martial saint was Zhen Qiuxi. He murmured as a terrifying light burst from his eyes. Yi Xing and Chu Jingyue first bought 2 demonic horses in the capital at the foot of the mountain. Then they went to the Blue Cloud Mountains. Yi Xing spurred the horse and galloped wildly. Looking at the vast blue sky, he felt free and at ease again. He couldn't help but let out a long howl. Chu Jingyue, who was beside him, saw Yi Xing's valiant and high-spirited appearance. Deep in her eyes there was a blurred color. She had an indescribable feeling for Yi Xing. She was completely convinced. This time she was very happy to be able to carry out a task with Yi Xing and explore the Jianghu. However, her happiness was different from Yi Xing's. The demonic horses were very fast and could travel thousands of miles in a day. Not long after, the 2 of them were far away from the capital. A mountainous area appeared in front of them. Yi Xing looked into the distance and was surprised. He saw a blue-winged eagle standing on a hillside dozens of miles away. On the back of the blue-winged eagle sat a young man. The distance was too far. Yi Xing couldn't scan the young man's cultivation with his super brain. However, what surprised Yi Xing was that the blue-winged eagle seemed to be looking at him from afar. Yi Xing didn't know the young man on the back of the blue-winged eagle, but he had a bad feeling about him. Perhaps it was because he had been chased by the masked assassin on the blue-winged eagle twice. Yi Xing felt threatened by the person on the blue-winged eagle. Moreover, the blue-winged eagle was looking in the direction of Yi Xing and Chu Jingyue. The blue-winged eagle's eyesight was very good. Yi Xing didn't doubt that the blue-winged eagle could see him. As for the young man on the blue-winged eagle, he couldn't see so far unless he also practiced eye techniques. Let's go this way. Yi Xing decisively changed his direction. No matter whether the other party was a threat or not, Yi Xing didn't want to meet him. Chu Jingyue didn't object to Yi Xing's sudden change of direction. She followed Yi Xing to another road. Yi Xing looked at the blue-winged eagle dozens of miles away. After a while, the blue-winged eagle moved. Its head and gaze changed according to Yi Xing's direction. In this way, Yi Xing was sure that the blue-winged eagle was indeed looking at him. Based on the blue-winged eagle's reaction, the young man on the back of the eagle knew that Yi Xing and Chu Jingyue had changed their direction. He immediately patted the blue-winged eagle's back. Whoosh! The blue-winged eagle rushed into the sky and flew toward Yi Xing and Chu Jingyue. Knowing that the other party was coming for him, Yi Xing didn't panic. He called Chu Jingyue and stopped the horse. He had the demon trapping formation and the coiled snake formation. Even if he encountered an intermediate martial sage, he wouldn't be afraid. He didn't believe that the young man was a noble. What's wrong, senior brother Yi? Chu Jingyue saw Yi Xing stop and asked. I think we're in trouble. Yi Xing pointed in the direction of the blue-winged eagle. The blue-winged eagle was very fast. Chu Jingyue soon saw the figure of the blue-winged eagle and said, There's someone on the eagle's back. When the distance was close enough, Yi Xing scanned the other party's cultivation. He was at the 3rd level of the Star Vortex realm, a 3-star martial sage. Yi Xing raised his hand and the piercing cloud bow and the blue sandalwood arrow appeared in his hands. At the same time he frowned slightly. If the other party was a 2-star martial sage, Yi Xing could kill him with the coiled snake formation. However, if the other party was a 3-star martial sage, the ordinary coiled snake formation recorded in the formation might not be able to deal with him. After all, the formation in the form of a formation disc was the weakest. If he used the demon trapping formation to deal with him, Yi Xing felt that it would be a loss. It felt like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. A small success demon trapping formation could trap an intermediate martial sage. After thinking for a while, Yi Xing activated a recording formation. Who are you? If you dare to come closer, don't blame me for not showing mercy. Yixing put an arrow on the bowstring and pointed at the blue-winged eagle, shouting loudly. The blue-winged eagle landed on a small hill 2 miles away. The young man jumped down from the eagle's back. "Who am I?" the young man shouted loudly. His voice was passionate and murderous. "Yixing, do you still remember the Zhenxiang temple of the Ziyang College?" Yixing's eyes narrowed. He instantly reacted. "You are the elder brother of the Zhenxiang temple, Zhenxiuxi?" Chu Jingyue, who was beside him, was surprised. He exclaimed, "Zhenxiuxi? The 10th inner disciple Zhenxiuxi?" No wonder Chu Jingyue was surprised. The 10th inner disciple was an influential figure among the inner disciples. As for the outer disciples, the inner disciples were already unreachable. "Yes, it's me." The murderous intent in Zhenxiuxi's eyes grew stronger. He took a step forward and floated more than 100 meters. He walked toward Yixing. "Yixing, you killed my younger brother. Today, I will cut you into pieces as a sacrifice to my brother's soul in heaven." Yixing looked calm. When he was about to shoot the arrow, he heard Chu Jingyue say loudly, "Senior brother Zhen, the sect's rules forbid disciples from killing each other. As an inner disciple, are you going to violate the sect's rules?" Zhenxiuxi snorted coldly and said, "The sect also has rules. If a disciple has a grudge, they can settle it in the life and death arena or outside the sect. He is only protected in the sect. Now that he has left the sect, it is time for us to settle our grudge." Dai Yixing. As he spoke, Zhenxiuxi was already within 1,000 steps of Yixing whoosh. Yixing did not say anything else. The blue sandalwood arrow instantly left the bowstring and shot toward Zhenxiuxi. Yixing's inner strength was very strong now. He still had 20% of pure star essence. The stacking wave arrow art had reached 14 stacks. 10 stacks could threaten a martial sage who had just stepped into the star vortex realm. 14 stacks could kill a 1-star martial sage. Even a 2-star martial sage would be threatened. However, Zhenxiuxi was not a 2-star martial sage, nor was he a 1-star martial sage. He was a 3-star martial sage. Moreover, he was a 3-star martial sage with extremely high combat strength. Otherwise, he would not have been able to enter the top 10 of the inner disciples. Zhenxiuxi did not use any weapon. He only circulated his star essence and grabbed forward. A palm covered in flames caught the blue sandalwood arrow directly. Obviously, Zhenxiuxi cultivated the fire inheritance. Yixing's arrow could kill a 1-star martial sage. However, it was nothing in front of Zhenxiuxi. It was like a child throwing a tree branch. "So your strength has reached such a level. The power of this arrow can kill a 1-star martial sage. What a pity." Zhenxiuxi's eyes were filled with killing intent. He used his light body technique to quickly approach Yixing. "What a pity. Your opponent today is me, Zhenxiuxi. Even if your strength is doubled, you will still die. Senior brother Yi, run." Chu Jingyue shouted when she saw Zhenxiuxi rushing towards her. She immediately jumped off her horse and stood between Yixing and Zhenxiuxi. Yixing looked at Chu Jingyue in surprise. He did not expect her to help Zhenxiuxi, the 10th-ranked inner disciple. Yixing's surprise only lasted for a moment. He took out the demon trapping array and threw it at Zhenxiuxi. "Child's play." Zhenxiuxi shouted coldly. He continued to circulate his star essence and grabbed the array with his flaming palm. However, before the array landed in his palm, it was suddenly activated. It shone brightly and formed a huge light shield that covered a radius of a few hundred feet. Zhenxiuxi happened to be in the middle of it. Array. Zhenxiuxi's face finally changed. He took out his spiritual weapon and slashed at the light shield. There's a third update tonight. Please vote. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.